This is Sinful Betrayal, an Enemies to Lovers Russian Mafia Romance, Koslov Bratva, Book 4. Written by Kira Cole and Callie Stevens.
Performed by Blair Thatcher and James Cassidy. Chapter 1. Nina. Being a Bratva princess means your life is never your own. I always dreamed of being a ballerina, of dancing for the American Ballet Company, of being free. Part of it, at least, came true, but at a cost. Truth is, my father only agreed to put me on a plane to the U.S. to attend the New York Institute of Dance if I got some vital information on one of his many enemies in return. So I'm stuck being a ballerina by day and Russian Bratva spy by night. I slide off my bar stool and straighten out my skirt, running my hands over the pleats before sauntering over to the bar, making sure to swish my hips with every step. I spend hours and hours every day pushing my body to the absolute limit. So I want to show off the results. At least while my father isn't here to scold me for it. But tonight my outfit serves more than one purpose. Not only am I wearing a short skirt and skimpy low-cut sweater to feel great, but I'm also hoping it will help catch the eye of one particular patron who frequents this bar.
What can I get for you?
The bartender asks, his eyes dipping down to my cleavage. 4 vodka tonics. I offer him a warm smile as I flick my bangs out of my eyes. I glance around the room as I wait for the bartender to make the drinks, clocking eyes with a few men sitting at neighboring tables. I'm no stranger to male attention, and it only gets worse when they learn that I'm a ballerina. It's like I'm talking directly to their cocks, their minds instantly going to all the positions they could put me in while we fuck. While I have put my flexibility to good use in the past, that's not what I'm interested in tonight. There's only one man I'm hoping to run into, and from the looks of things, he's yet to make an appearance. Hopefully he won't be long now. I'm on a very strict timeline. If I don't deliver, my father will put me on a flight straight back to Russia, and I can kiss my dreams goodbye. This is my one chance of escaping my old life for good, and I can't afford to blow it. I knew that moving to the United States from Russia would be a big change, but I never expected for New York to feel like home so quickly. I've only been at the Institute of Dance for 3 weeks, but it's even better than I imagined. Getting to spend all day doing what I love is a great privilege, and I've even managed to make a few friends in the process. Those were a rarity back in Russia, but it wasn't for a lack of trying. When your father is the Bratva Pachan, you're destined for a lonely life filled with darkness and death. I never had sleepovers or movie nights. My life was more about my father hosting late-night meetings with his cronies while they polished their weapons and talked about illegal dealings. That's why I took to dancing from such a young age. It was a way for me to disappear for a while, to lose myself in the music and pretend that my real life didn't exist. It's probably why I became as good as I have, because I craved the escape, always. That, or because ballet reminds me of my mother. She took me to see the Nutcracker every Christmas until she died, and it's where I first fell in love with ballet. Every time I slip on my pointe shoes, I feel closer to her. I wish she could have watched me perform. The thought often makes my eyes sting as I wonder what life could have been like if she was still alive. Perhaps my father would have been kinder toward me, or he might—
Cash or card?
The bartender's voice snaps me back to the here and now. Card. I reach into my clutch, pulling out the matte black card. The bartender's eyes widen as I hand it over. I understand his reaction. I would have laughed if using it didn't come with the shackles that bound me to my father. Besides, he only gave it to me for business purposes. But I'm considering this night out as important research. Could you open up a tab for me?
Of course.
The bartender swipes my card and hands it back to me. His throat bobs as I flash him a smile. It doesn't hurt to flirt a little, especially if my target decides not to show. I've been informed that he frequents this bar, which is the only reason I'm here. And I'm not above bribing a naive bartender for information. Whatever keeps me in my point shoes. Tucking my clutch under my arm, I carefully carry the 4 drinks back to the table where my new friends are waiting. "Thanks, Nina," Emma says as I set the drinks down on our little round table. "It's no problem." I slide onto the bar stool. I purposefully choose the table, as it's right in the center of the crowded bar, giving me the perfect view of the rest of the room. I'm well aware of what my target looks like, but it seems dark hair and a black suit is the blueprint of every other man in New York. This might be harder than I originally thought. I sip my vodka, making sure not to drink it too quickly. If he does make an appearance, I need to make sure my head is clear. "This place is so fancy." Beatrice glances around nervously. "I've always wanted to come here." I smile at her. "Why haven't you?" "Honestly, by the time I'm done training, I just want to go home and put my sweats on." She laughs, flicking her dark auburn hair over her shoulder. Allie nudges Beatrice with her elbow. "I'm honestly surprised we managed to get you out. Setting the new year off right." Beatrice takes a long sip of her drink. "The next 4 years are going to be brutal." Emma nods. "But so worth it when we're all dancing with the American Ballet Company." I smile as I glance around at the girls. They're all in their first year at the Institute, too, so we bonded over audition stories and dreams of dancing professionally. Though I will say, the amount of hunky men here is a welcome bonus. They don't make them like that in Iowa. Beatrice sighs as she eyes a particularly buff finance bro at the next table. She adjusts her dark green top that makes her skin seem even paler. I have no doubt that she could pull any man in this room if she wanted. I shake my head. "Be careful. These guys have egos the size of Russia." Emma leans forward, and dicks to match. We all burst out laughing. Out of the 3 girls, Emma is the one I've grown closest to. She's a New York native and can handle her own, just like me. Allie tucks her hair behind her ears. "Did you find this place, Emma?" "Nope, this was all Nina's doing," which makes a change. It's nice not to be used as a human encyclopedia for once. I smirk. "You love it, really. Besides, you know all the best places to eat and drink in the city." "True. Though I will say I'm surprised I've never been here before. I'm almost disappointed in myself for not finding it sooner." I raise my glass. "Well, I think we should toast. To New York." Allie raises hers. "And to ballet." Beatrice's hand follows as she grins at each of us in turn. "And to new friends." Emma grins, tilting her glass my way. "And to good fucking vodka." As we clink each other's glasses, I glance over Allie's shoulder, and my breath leaves my lungs as my eyes land on my target. He's walking over to a table on the other side of the bar, wearing a crisp black shirt which hugs his powerful body perfectly. Even from here, I can see the dimple in his cheek as he smiles at the waitress, adding some softness to his otherwise chiseled face. It seems pictures don't do this man justice. I hate to admit it, but he's breathtakingly handsome and sexy as hell. Perhaps under other circumstances, I would approach him with the sole purpose of wanting to spend the night in his bed, exploring every inch of his muscled physique with my tongue. Unfortunately for me, I come from a world where beautiful men are often cold-blooded killers, and I know this one is just that. "I need to use the ladies' room." I slide off my stool. As much as I would love to just enjoy a girl's night out, the longer I put this off, the angrier my father will get. Focus, Nina. You have a job to do. While he might be all dimpled smiles and smoldering looks, it doesn't change the fact that he murdered my brother Maxime in cold blood. My pulse quickens as I make my way through this sea of tables, my eyes locked on him. He has his back to me as he lounges in his chair. Perfect. He'll never know what hit him.
Chapter 2. Anton. I'm not usually one to drown my sorrows with booze, but after today, I wanted nothing more than to kick back and have a few drinks. Having a live-in mother with early-onset Alzheimer's is difficult, not only because half the time she has no idea who I am, but because she requires round-the-clock care. It doesn't leave me with much free time to just switch off and enjoy a drink by myself, let alone with a beautiful woman. I can't help but resent the loss of my freedom. But today has been particularly tough. It's the 10th year anniversary of my father's death. In some ways, it feels like barely a month has passed since I last spoke to my father. Even after all this time, I still can't quite believe that he's actually gone. It makes it even harder when my mother demands to know where he is. She screamed and yelled at me all day, demanding to talk with him on the phone. Nothing could calm her down, so I ended up having to give her a sedative. As soon as she was down for the night, I made a beeline for Espionage, the bar I own in the city. And not 2 minutes after I settle, an angel falls on my lap. Thank you, universe.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
The stunning brunette clings to my shoulders. My hands go to her tiny waist to steady her, her small breasts pressed up against my chest as she flicks her dark bangs out of her eyes. She looks up at me under her dark lashes, her ocean blue eyes regarding me with curiosity. Oh, Zyka, you'll make the perfect distraction. That's quite all right. My mouth goes dry as I try not to focus on the fact that her ass is rubbing up against my cock. You are more than welcome to sit in my lap anytime. She laughs, the sound almost whimsical.
Honestly, I shouldn't be allowed to wear heels. I'm so clumsy.
I catch a hint of an accent in her breathless voice, which only makes her sound sexier. I definitely can't complain. I let my fingers casually caress the bare inch of skin between her skirt and sweater. She's so soft and warm that I'm reluctant to let her go. She offers me a shy smile before getting to her feet and smoothing out her skirt, and I take that as my cue to finally take her in. She is gorgeous all over. What's your name?
Nina.
Nina. Her throat bobs as I say her name. I'm Anton Koslov. I hold out my hand. She hesitates for a moment before taking it in hers. Her fingers are warm and delicate compared to my rough, calloused hands. Can I buy you a drink, Nina?
I think it should be the other way around.
She blushes. I can't help but laugh as I get to my feet and pull a chair out for her. As she moves to sit, her floral perfume floats around me, and I bite back a groan. I want nothing more than to pull her back into my lap and caress every inch of bare skin with my fingers, to have her perfect ass rub up against my hardening cock as I lick and suck at her neck. I'm like a fucking feral animal. I sink my nails into my palm just to give myself something other than Nina to focus on for a minute. How long has it been since I've taken a woman to my bed? From the way Nina is making my body react, it feels like years. I catch the attention of a passing waitress and order us both a drink before sinking back down into my seat, angling my body toward the fallen angel. She's so petite, like a doll, and exactly my type. I send a silent prayer to whoever is keeping tabs as I look at Nina. I'm guessing from your accent that you're not from around here. She smiles, shaking her head. I'm gonna guess that you're Russian.
Very good.
She smooths her hands over her lilac skirt. I force myself not to look down again, to keep my eyes trained on her face, if only to stop my cock from becoming even harder. Our drinks are set down in front of us, and I eagerly take a long swig of my scotch, welcoming the burn of the amber liquid. Forgive me for prying, But what did you say your last name was?
I didn't.
She swirls her straw around in her glass.
But it's Balakin.
Balakin? I've not heard that before.
My family is back in Russia. It's just me who came over to America.
Ah, that explains it. So tell me, Nina, what brings you to New York? I lean forward, resting an elbow on the table. Nina takes a sip of her drink as she regards me with apparent interest. I shift in my seat, my cock straining against my zipper under her intense gaze. Her eyes are mesmerizing. It's almost painful for me to look away.
I'm studying ballet at the Institute of Dance.
Nina the ballerina. I grin as my eyes flick over her body once more. She's so delicate, like a china doll, with the most perfect skin and bright blue eyes.
Obviously, it was meant to be.
Her lips twitch as she fights a smile. Fate seems to be on your side. She shrugs, her pale cream sweater hanging off one shoulder. You look like a ballerina.
Oh?
She quirks an eyebrow. I mean, you look very athletic. I clear my throat and shift slightly in my seat as I try my hardest not to imagine how flexible she must be.
I've been dancing since I was 3. Ballet has been my life for 19 years. It's all I've ever wanted to do.
That level of dedication is impressive. Nina shrugs, brushing off the compliment as she glances around. Her eyes land on a spot behind my shoulder, and she's trying her best not to smile. I turn and follow her gaze, immediately spotting a table with 3 girls, all eagerly waving at me. I can't help but chuckle as I offer them my best charming smile before waving the waitress back over. Make sure that the drinks on the table over there are added to my tab. I slip a $100 bill into her apron.
Oh, no, you don't need to do that.
Nina flushes again, but I wave a hand. That's the least I can do, considering I stole their friend for the rest of the night.
Is that so?
Yes.
You're very confident.
You're the one who decided to sit on my lap. I hold my hands up in mock surrender. Her cheeks grow a stronger shade of pink, and she looks away. So, are those your wing women?
No, nothing like that.
Nina chuckles.
They're just some friends from the IOD.
That sounds like either a cult or some sort of war device. Maybe a war device used by a cult. Nina throws her head back and laughs, exposing her long neck to me that's practically begging to be explored with my tongue.
It's the Institute of Dance. We call it IOD for short.
I'm sure that's exactly what people in a cult would say.
To be honest, from the amount of time we spend there, it may as well be.
It mustn't leave much time for socializing.
Not really. And when we do, we tend to just hang out with other dancers.
She dips her chin in the direction of her friends.
We're on a pretty intense schedule. Not just with dance, but in every area of our lives. And it's hard to find people outside of our world who truly understand.
Sounds a lot like being part of my life.
So what do you do?
Nina delicately sips from her straw. Every move she makes is so precise, so elegant. I can only imagine what she looks like when she actually dances. I shrug as I reach for my glass. I have many ventures. Trust me, what I do is a lot less impressive.
Oh, I don't know. You seem to be doing very well for yourself.
Perhaps, but don't let this fool you. I didn't build what I have on my own. I work for my family's business, so I really can't take much of the credit. Nina is silent for a moment, her blue eyes watching me closely.
You're very modest.
You sound surprised.
I didn't think you big New York bro types had a modest bone in your body.
Ah, I didn't realize we were stereotyping here. I chuckle.
You're saying you haven't already put me into a box?
She sets down her empty glass, leaning forward, giving me a perfect view of the dip between her breasts. You're one of a kind, Nina Balakin. You could never be put into a box. She blinks, her rosebud mouth opening and closing as she fights for words. I can't help but feel smug that I've made her speechless. Would you like another? I glance at her empty glass.
Please.
She runs her fingers through her long hair. I wave to the waitress, reaching into my pocket and pulling out another $100 bill and tucking it into her apron. Keep them coming. I flash Nina a wink. She looks subtly impressed as the waitress scurries away.
I didn't think they allowed table service here.
They don't, but I'm the owner. And besides, I always get what I want.
Chapter 3. Nina. Of course Anton Kozlov owns espionage. How fucking ironic. I sit back in my seat, crossing my leg over my knee, as the waitress sets down fresh drinks in front of us. I can't help but notice the way she completely blanks me. But then again, I'm not the one stuffing $100 bills into her apron. If I were her, I would ignore me too. How come you're here drinking tonight? I take a sip of my ice-cold vodka and tonic.
I just want to let go of my life for a little while.
Anton swirls the amber liquid around in his glass. His brows pull together in a frown, and he seems to lose himself in his thoughts for a moment. I take the opportunity to glance over my shoulder at my friends, flashing them a smile to let them know that they don't need to come and save me. From the countless empty glasses on the table, they seem to be making full use of Anton's offer, which I'm sure they will come to regret when we're taking our fundamentals exam at 9 a.m. tomorrow, something that I will gladly remind them of later. I understand that, I sigh. That's why I dance.
Really?
Anton leans a little closer, his knees almost touching mine. I keep my posture relaxed and my smile flirty to mask the fact that I'm analyzing every little thing he does. He might think he can woo me with his wealth and charm, but I grew up being surrounded by men like him. It takes a lot more than a few well-placed compliments to impress me. Lucky for him, I'm sitting exactly where I need to be. Though, to be truthful, if I had no idea the sort of man he is, I'm not sure I could resist spending a night with him. Yes. I set down my drink and place my hands in my lap. The movement draws Anton's attention back to my legs, and I make no move to readjust my skirt, which has hitched up my thighs. I think sometimes we can get caught up in the darkness of it all. Music and dance help to center me, to remind me that life can be like a ballet. It's all about perspective.
Alcohol does the same thing for me.
Anton's lips twitch at the edges. I roll my eyes but offer him a smile in return. Have you ever been to the ballet, Anton? I look up at him under my lashes.
No, I didn't think it was really my thing. Until today.
Is that so? I chuckle. I didn't realize I was that talented.
Well, I think I might need a little more convincing before I become a full-fledged groupie.
I fight a laugh. I don't think ballerinas have groupies.
Well, they fucking should.
It's a little unnerving how Anton is making me feel like the most special person in the room. I don't think I've ever been made to feel like that. If anything, I've been made to feel the opposite my entire life. Ever since my mother died, my father has made it his mission to remind me what a waste of space I am, because I'm not a son. As if that's the only way I could be useful to him. Perhaps if I manage to pull this all off, he'll finally take me seriously. Not because I have any interest in taking over the family business, but solely for the purpose of proving to him that I'm much more than a pretty face who prances about in a tutu. That's very nice of you to say. I take another sip of my drink.
So, does your intense schedule have much time for relationships?
Is that your way of asking if I'm single?
A man can never be too sure.
His eyes flick to my lips. Well, I'm very trustworthy. I don't fall into men's laps if I'm not available.
Ah, so you fall in guys' laps often.
Anton's lips twitch, and I shake my head, fighting a smile. All the time.
Here I was thinking I was special.
Sorry to disappoint. I chuckled, taking another sip of my drink. As we lose ourselves in an easy conversation, I barely register moving closer to Anton. Our bodies are both angled toward each other with our knees touching. I'm so close that I can smell the scotch on his breath. It's rich and smooth, like him, and I wonder what it would be like to have a taste. Anton's eyes move beyond me.
It looks like we have company.
I blink, having almost forgotten that we weren't the only people in the bar. I straighten and glance over my shoulder to find Emma, Beatrice, and Allie heading our way. I apologize in advance, I state before turning in my seat and grinning at my friends. Are you guys leaving? Allie pouts. I don't want to. Beatrice sighs, wrapping her arm around Allie's waist. You'll thank me when you pass the exam in the morning. Emma eyes Anton warily. And I don't want to be a third wheel to you lovebirds, so I'm heading out too. I take the opportunity to move a little closer to Anton, brushing my knee up against his thigh. Beatrice also eyes Anton suspiciously. Are you okay to get home? I can't help but chuckle. If only they knew how dangerous he really was. I'm fine, Bea. I'll text you all when I get home. I promise. Allie's eyes are half closed as she leans against Beatrice. It's your turn to bring the coffee tomorrow. I'll make sure they give you an extra shot. Thanks, she sighs, resting her head on Bea's shoulder. Emma turns to Anton. Oh, that reminds me. Where do I send a thank you note?
Thank you note?
Anton glances at me for an explanation, but I just shrug my shoulders. For the hangover I'm going to be sporting in the morning, Emma clarifies. Anton's shoulders shake with silent laughter as he glances at me, and I shake my head. If I vomit, I'll even send you flowers.
I feel appreciated.
Anton holds his hand over his heart as he tries to keep a straight face. You should. Now sit very still while I take your photo. Anton looks concerned as Emma pulls her phone out of her bra and snaps a photo of him. I frown at her. What are you doing? It's just a precaution. Emma waves a hand. You know, just in case you go missing.
I wasn't planning on kidnapping her, if that's what you're getting at.
Anton sits up straight, his expression suddenly serious. It was exactly what I was getting at. Emma puts her hands on her hips. So, you have been warned. If anything happens to our girl, I will personally slice off your dick with a carving knife. Which would be a shame because you seem like you have a very nice dick.
Thanks?
I cover my mouth with my hand to try and stifle my laughter at the look on Anton's face. You're welcome. Thanks again for the drinks. Beatrice offers me a wave. See you bright and early. Don't forget the coffee, Allie mumbles as Emma starts to drag the pair of them away. I wait until my friends are out of earshot. I'm sorry about Emma. She doesn't have much of a filter.
I can see why you're friends with her.
Anton chuckles, causing the dimple to appear in his cheek.
She's a real force of nature.
That's why I keep her around.
It's good that you have people looking out for you.
I hope they didn't ruin your plans of kidnapping me. I lick my lips as I let my eyes roam over Anton's body.
You sound disappointed.
I shrug. What can I say? I like being tied up. Anton stiffens, and I fight a smile as he shifts in his seat. I have no doubt that if I glanced down at his lap, I would be able to see the evidence of his arousal. I wonder if his cock is just as impressive as the rest of his body. The thought has me squeezing my thighs together. I desperately need to get laid, but tonight is not that night. He clears his throat.
So, how long have you been in New York?
I try not to appear smug, but I am secretly enjoying the effect I'm having on him. It will make my job a hell of a lot easier. And the sooner I get my father the information he needs, the sooner I can focus on my real goal of getting to the American Ballet Company. Only a few weeks, but it already feels like home.
New York has that effect on people. I've lived here my whole life, and I have no plans on leaving.
It lives up to the hype.
Does your family have any plans to come and visit you while you're here?
Do you really want to spend tonight asking me about my family? I lean forward slightly. My sweater falls even lower off my shoulder, giving him the perfect view of the curve of my breasts.
No, I don't.
His eyes dip to my chest. Then what would you like to spend tonight doing, Anton? I let my voice become a little breathless.
There are many things I would like to do.
His voice is thick. I slightly adjust my body so that my knee brushes against his thigh once more. Like what?
First, I'd like to take you back to my place.
He murmurs, his voice causing goosebumps to break out all over my skin. For a moment, I let myself imagine it. This gorgeous, powerful man spending hours worshiping every inch of my body, leaving me a moaning, writhing mess in the center of his bed. He looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. It would make a welcome change compared to the other men I've been with. You are not here to find a quick fuck. I repeat the words in my head over and over, trying to ignore the way Anton is looking at me. Then what? I bite my lower lip.
Then I'd like to put your ballet training to the test.
Would I be marked on performance? Because I perform very well under pressure.
I have no doubt.
Anton grunts. Well, that sounds like a wonderful offer, but unfortunately I'll have to pass. Anton blinks. I'm sure he doesn't get very many women turning down the opportunity to spend the night in his bed. And if it were under any other circumstances, and he wasn't a murdering bastard, I would be more than happy to ride him until the sun came up. But the reality is, Anton Kozlov is my enemy, and I'd do well not to forget that. Anton frowns.
May I ask why?
I have a ballet exam tomorrow morning. I get to my feet. Thank you for the drinks. As I reach for my clutch off the table, Anton wraps his fingers around my wrist, halting my movements.
Wait.
I pause, glancing down at him with my eyebrows raised. He drops his hold on me.
Can I see you again?
I let my eyes flick to his mouth, letting them glaze over a little. It doesn't take much, considering how attractive he is. Sure, I bite my lip. If you can figure out how to find me.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious. I reach over him to grab my clutch off the table. My breasts brush up against his arm, and I swear he groans. Good night, Anton. I turn on my heels and saunter through the bar toward the exit. Anton's eyes burn through me the entire time, and I know I've got him wrapped around my finger. Too bad he is who he is, or tonight would have gone much differently. Oh well, perhaps if the ballet dream goes to shit, I could be a spy after all.
Chapter 4. Anton. I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I don't think a woman has ever said those words to me in my life. I never have had to work very hard to get a woman into my bed. I simply flash them a few smiles and make them feel special. It's very little effort for a high reward. But it seems Nina doesn't work that way, and I'm surprised by how refreshing it is. She's going to make me work for it. She is turning this into a game of cat and mouse, and on purpose, from the smirk she gives me before walking away, making sure to swish her hips with every step. I'm practically drooling as I stare at her legs, imagining them wrapped around my waist as I thrust into her. The attraction between us was undeniable, and I wanted nothing more than to spend the night exploring it further. It's been a long time since I was so entranced by a woman, something my throbbing cock is desperate to remind me of. Fuck. I run my fingers through my hair. If she wants to play, we can play. It won't be hard to find out where she lives. Little does she know I have private investigators on speed dial that could get me her address before she even reaches the sidewalk. She gave me all the information I need. It wouldn't take much to hack into her personal file at the IOD and track her down. But I think Nina enjoys the chase, and if that's what she wants, then so be it. I can wait a little longer before getting my hands on her. She might have turned down my offer to spend the night in my bed, but that doesn't mean that I'm finished with her for the night. I wish she would have given me the opportunity to drive her home, just to ensure she got there safely. But I was too damn distracted by her breasts that were pressed up against my arm to insist. Emma's warning echoes in my mind, and I get to my feet. She might have been joking about chopping off my dick if something happens to Nina, but I'd rather not push my luck. They left Nina in my hands, and despite her refusing my offer to spend the night, I'm not about to let my bruised ego get in the way of a woman's safety. I smooth out my jacket before rebuttoning it and take a moment to glance around, noticing how packed the bar is. My chest swells. I built this place from the ground up and offered it to my cousins to use as they please, letting some money pass through the books every so often. It's the only venture I can truly take credit for, and I work very hard to make sure it remains successful. I nod my head in the direction of a few tables, clocking some regulars. I like to show my face as often as possible, as a reminder to some customers in particular who's in charge. Being a Koslov comes with a reputation. While I don't like to throw it around too often, it's nice to have it in the bag if needed. As I reach the exit, the cool October air filters in from outside. I think of Nina and her skimpy outfit and curse myself for not offering her my jacket. I really was in a trance. I nod at Reed, one of my bouncers on the door. "How are we doing?" "We're at full capacity." Reed folds his huge tattooed arms across his chest. Despite the cold, he's wearing a tight-fitting black t-shirt that shows off his muscular physique. His dark hair is cropped short, and his gray eyes never miss a thing as he scans the line of eager patrons waiting to get through the doors. "If there's any trouble, I want to know about it, and not just after you've taken care of it." Reed chuckles, the sound rumbling in his chest. "Can you blame me for wanting to silence these fucking idiots? Get a few drinks and they think they can take me? You want a fucking medal or something? It's not an even match, Reed." Reed shrugs his enormous shoulders, his eyes constantly scanning the line for any sign of trouble. "It never is. What are you doing out here anyway? You see a dark-haired girl in a purple skirt?" Reed's mouth twitches as he glances at me. "Sure did," he chuckles. "Nice pair of legs on her." "That's not what I asked," I snap, which causes another laugh to spill from Reed's mouth. I'm surprised by my sudden possessiveness toward Nina. It's something I can't afford to succumb to, especially since I don't do relationships. I wish I did, but I just can't commit the time, not when my mother takes up so much of it these days. Perhaps that's what subconsciously drew me to Nina. It's clear that dancing is her first priority, and she made a point of how busy her schedule is, as if to let me know that she's only looking for some fun. I just didn't expect the fun to take me on a cat-and-mouse chase through New York. Did she get into a cab already? I glance around the busy street. It's almost 11 on a Thursday, but for most, the night has barely started. I can't see any sign of Nina, which is putting me on edge. Nah, she wandered around that way. Reed points to the right. What? My stomach sinks. She disappeared around the corner. Not the safest decision on her part, if you ask me. If I'd known she was a friend of yours, I would have made sure she got into a cab. Sorry, Anton. Reed grunts, but I wave him off. Let me know if she comes back. I take off down the street. I dodge in and out of drunken pedestrians until I reach the end of the street and turn right. Espionage might be situated in the heart of Manhattan's Upper West Side, but that doesn't mean that Nina will be safe to walk home alone in the dark. If anything, the richer the guys, the more entitled they think they are to a woman's attention. More bars line each side of the street, each one packed with drunk customers. I scan the side alleys where the trash is thrown out, looking for any sign of Nina, but I seem to be coming up short. Shit! I run my fingers through my hair. I'm about to pull my phone out of my pocket to call Rorik, one of my PIs, to get a hold of Nina's address, when a gut-wrenching scream rings in my ears. From the way my stomach sinks, I know it's Nina. Without thinking, I take off at a sprint, following the sound of her screams to one of the side alleys. What I find almost has the 4 scotches I drank earlier threatening to make an appearance. She's pressed up against the brick wall, a knife digging into the soft skin of her throat as the guy fights to get his hand beneath her sweater. Another stands nearby like a fucking watchdog. "Shut the fuck up," he growls as she goes to scream again. I stay close to the wall, my body hidden by the shadows as I try to assess which one to take out first. I don't want to pull out my gun and risk drawing any unwanted attention. It would be more of a headache to clean up the aftermath if we were caught opening fire than if I just knocked them out using my bare hands. I crack my knuckles. Looks like I've got myself a good old-fashioned brawl. "I don't think she's interested, boys." I walk out of the shadows. My presence takes the watchdog by surprise. Taking the opportunity, I lunge for him. I grab the guy by the hair, pulling his head back and slamming it into the brick wall. He's knocked out cold, and I toss his body aside. Nina cries out as the second guy pulls her in front of him like a shield, pressing the knife harder against her neck. "One move and she's dead," he growls. He bares his teeth at me as he yanks on Nina's hair, and she lets out a terrified whimper. "Funny," I smirk. "I was just going to say the same about you." I lunge, grabbing hold of the wrist attached to the knife before slamming my right elbow into his chin. His hold on the knife loosens as he grunts, and I quickly pull it free and toss it aside. "Move," I order Nina. She darts out of the way, cowering in the shadows as I narrowly miss a hit to the cheek. I grab hold of his shoulders and send my knee straight into his gut, knocking the wind out of him. He doubles over, and I quickly take his head in my hands and send it slamming to the ground. I straddle him, my thighs on either side of his torso, and take his head in my hands once more, grunting as I slam it into the ground. Blood starts to pool around his head, and I take that as my cue to stop. Panting, I climb to my feet and stare down at the unconscious man at my feet. I doubt the blows will be enough to kill either one of these men, but right now, my priority is getting Nina the hell out of here. I need to get a message to Reed to let him know of the 2 men who were no doubt keeping tabs on the women that were coming in and out of the bar. What I don't understand is why they targeted Nina specifically. Did they have eyes inside the bar? Did they see me getting close to her and decided to send me a message? If that's the case, I can't help but feel that Igor Ivanov is behind this. The thought has bile rising in my throat. I should have been more careful. I take the opportunity to snap pictures of the 2 men. Even though I'm almost certain that they work for Igor, it's always best to be cautious. The Koslovs have many enemies, which means we can't afford to jump to conclusions. If I'm wrong and I send my men into Igor's den without reason, it will be a fate worse than death. "Are you okay?" I crouch low in front of her. She's shaking, and her eyes are wide as she looks over at the 2 men lying unconscious on the ground. "Nina," I press.
I'm okay."
She looks back at me. Her sweater is torn, but she seems otherwise unharmed. I can't help but picture what state she might have been in if I hadn't reached her in time. I shrug out of my jacket and wrap it around her shoulders. It swamps her, but it's better than nothing. We need to get out of here. I reach for her, but she instantly recoils. "You're safe." I hope that she can see the sincerity on my face. She glances around again.
I need my clutch."
I get to my feet and quickly search the floor, spotting the sequined bag by the head of the first guy I took out. I grab it and hurry back to Nina, offering her a hand. She offers the 2 men one last wary glance before placing her cold hands in mine. I gently lift her to her feet, giving her a moment to steady herself. We need to get out of here before they wake up. I tuck the clutch into the pocket of my jacket. Nina nods, tightening her hold on my hand. "How good are you at running in heels?" I practically drag Nina back toward espionage. Despite her heels, she does well to keep up as I navigate a path through the crowd, constantly checking over my shoulder to make sure we're not being followed. Despite the cold air, my body feels unbearably hot from the spike in adrenaline, and the running doesn't help, but I don't stop until we reach espionage. I glance down at Nina, and she's barely out of breath. Her cheeks are flushed pink, and her bangs are a little windswept, but it's good to see some color in her cheeks. "Is everything okay?" Reed asks as we approach, eyeing the blood staining my hands. Now is not the time to explain. I need to make sure she is safe and away from here. Can you get my car sent round? Reed nods, turning his back on us as he speaks into his earpiece. Nina squeezes my arm.
I don't need a ride home. I can get a cab.
I shake my head. I'm not giving you a ride home, Nina. You're coming home with me.
Anton...
I'm not taking no for an answer, Nina. Those men back there are dangerous. I can't in good conscience send you back out into the city alone.
My apartment is in a safe building with security.
Nina wraps her arms around herself. I don't care. If these men want to find you, it'll take a lot more than a doorman to stop them.
I can't hide out at your place, Anton.
You can, and you will.
Anton...
You can try and fight me all you want on this, Nina, but you're gonna lose. She narrows her eyes, her mouth turned down in a scowl. If the circumstances were different, I'd tell her how fucking adorable she looks when she's annoyed. She huffs.
Fine. I'll stay at yours tonight.
No, that's not the deal.
Excuse me?
Until we figure out who was behind this attack, I'm not letting you out of my sight.
Chapter 5. Nina. This night is turning out even better than I predicted. Not only did I have Anton Kozlov practically drooling at my feet, but now I've managed to score myself an all-access pass to his house upstate without having to throw sex in the mix. I make a mental note to send the 2 men who attacked me a well-deserved bonus. It's likely my father won't be pleased to learn that I've put 2 of his men out of commission for the foreseeable future, but I'm hoping it's worth it. I wait patiently beside Anton as the valet brings his steel gray McLaren GTS around. Even after just taking out 2 men, he still remembers to tip his staff. I have to say, the guy has some attractive qualities. Just not enough to make up for the not-so-attractive ones. The blood currently staining his hands reminds me all too well of who he truly is, underneath all the wealth and charm. All eyes turn in our direction as the engine roars, but Anton only has eyes for me. I can tell he's concerned I'm about to shatter into a million pieces, and I feel a little anxious that I acted a little too calm. Playing a damsel in distress doesn't come easily. Growing up in my world, I had to learn to take care of myself. I only hope that I haven't just cost myself a chance at Anton's trust. Perhaps once we're alone in the car, I'll let my walls down just enough to let him think I'm going to break. It seems he enjoys playing the hero, considering how fast he came to my rescue. I took a chance that he would follow me outside, and it paid off. What I wasn't expecting was him to insist on taking me back to his place to protect me. I must say, it's an unexpected bonus, and one I plan on taking full advantage of. Anton opens the passenger door for me and helps me into the car. It's very low to the ground, but his jacket stops me from flashing too much skin to all of the curious bystanders. I buckle myself in and watch him as he walks around the car and climbs behind the wheel. Other than the blood on his hands, he's still immaculate, with barely a hair out of place. Watching him take out 2 men with his bare hands was like watching a violent ballet. He moved his body effortlessly, and it's clear that he's put years of training into honing his skills. I have to say I'm impressed, and a little aroused. Being wrapped in his jacket doesn't help. I inhale the earthy scent mixed with alcohol and sweat. It's intoxicating, and I want to bathe in the scent all night.
Ready?
Anton snaps me back to the present. I nod, offering him a small smile. His eyes search my face for a moment, before he turns on the engine and pulls away from the curb. We're silent the entire drive out of the city. Anton is likely lost in his own thoughts, trying to work out who the 2 guys work for. Knowing him, he'll trace them back to my father before the sun rises. I just hope that's as far as the connection goes. If he learns who I truly am, I'll lose a hell of a lot more than my ballet career. As we pull up to a set of towering gates 30 minutes later, I sit up straighter, taking in the sprawling estate. I knew that Anton came from money, but I didn't realize the extent of his wealth. I eye the crisp white exterior of the house, lit up by floodlights with its floor-to-ceiling windows and sprawling green lawns. Even at night, the house looks so light and welcoming. It makes it hard to remember that you're still in New York. He looks at me.
Do you like it?
It's... wow.
It's extravagant, I know.
He chuckles. Only a little, I tease. What is it, 6 bedrooms?
8.
1 for you, and I'm guessing that the rest are for all the other women that you save?
How did you know?
His lips twitch as he glances over at me.
Come on, I can give you a quick tour.
I follow Anton up the steps to the front door, watching carefully as he scans his fingerprint, alongside punching in a code. I have no doubt that there are cameras covering every inch of the place, both inside and out. The door clicks open, and Anton steps aside to let me through. My heels click against the pale wooden floors as Anton leads me across the foyer. A huge staircase is situated in the center, made of the same pale wood with a dark green carpet running up the middle. The color scheme is earthy and warm, which is entirely not what I expected from Anton.
What do you think?
He leads me into the lounge. I didn't expect it to be so homely. I pictured more of a black and white minimalist vibe. Anton chuckles, tucking his hands into his pockets.
That style always felt so cold to me. I wanted to have a place where I could just come home and sprawl out on the couch.
Well, you've definitely achieved that. I eye the huge couch. Built-in white bookcases cover the opposite wall with a huge TV in the center. There are also plants in almost every corner of every room, making it seem fresh and vibrant. I can't help but compare it to my home back in Russia, which feels dark and cold.
I have an apartment in the city too, but I thought bringing you here would be safer.
Anton looks around the room. So you could show off more? I nudge him with my elbow.
What do you think I've been trying to do all night?
The corner of his lip twitches. Oh, so the hero routine was purely for show, huh? Not because you were actually worried about my safety? Anton peers down at me, his eyes lingering on my lips long enough for my pulse to quicken.
You can read it whatever way you like, Nina. It doesn't change the fact that you're staying here until I'm certain you're safe. Now, let me show you the rest of the house.
With each room Anton walks me through, I fall in love with the place a little bit more. The decor is slightly rustic with a farmhouse feel. As he leads me up the stairs, I take a moment to admire the huge windows that look out over the now dark grounds.
I like to stand here and watch the sunrise.
Anton says. I watch his face in the glass, the dark night sky a backdrop to our reflections. I bet it's breathtaking.
Just like you.
I can't help the blush that creeps up my neck at his words. Remember why you're here. I clear my throat, flicking my bangs out of my eyes as I look around. Where am I sleeping?
Right down here.
He leads me down the corridor, stopping outside the door at the very end. He opens it and steps aside to let me past, and I do my best to hide my excitement as I glance around the room. A huge king-size bed takes up most of the room, with sage green and cream bedding, as well as a window seat of the same sage green color, creating the perfect reading nook between the bookshelves that are mostly stocked with potted plants and antique books. It's beautiful and entirely my taste.
There's an adjoining dressing room and bathroom.
Anton indicates to the 2 doors on the far side of the room. And where's your room? I glance over my shoulder. Anton leans against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest as he looks at me with those intense chocolate brown eyes.
It's right next door.
Is that on purpose?
It's in case you need me.
He shrugs. I narrow my eyes, but his expression remains innocent, despite the way his eyes roam over my body. Kicking off my heels, I pat across the thick cream rug and perch on the edge of the bed, crossing one knee over another. This is all very hospitable, but I don't have any of my things, I sigh, glancing around the room. I have a dance exam in the morning, and I haven't even got a pair of pointe shoes with me. Not to mention how long the commute will be into the city.
Nina.
Anton pushes off the wall, crossing over to me. My breath catches as he moves to stand in front of me.
I refuse to take any chances when it comes to your safety, so you'll stay here until I can be sure you're not in any danger. If that means driving you into the city morning and night for the next month, then so be it.
I frown. You're going to all this trouble for a girl you just met? Why?
You tell me, Nina Balakin.
He tucks his hands into his pockets. He raises his eyebrows, and I find myself lost for words. He takes another step closer until my knees brush against his thighs, and I let out a small gasp. I need some clean underwear at least. My cheeks are burning.
Make a list, and I'll have one of my men go and collect everything for you.
I scoff, running my hands through my hair. No offense, but I don't want some strange guy rifling through my underwear drawer.
Haven't got anything to hide, have we?
Wouldn't you like to know? I glance up at him beneath my lashes to see his eyes darken. For a moment, an image of him pushing me back against the plush comforter and climbing on top of me fills my mind, and I can't help but rub my thighs together as an ache starts to build between them.
Would you feel better if I went?
He asks in a low tone. You mean, would I feel better if you were the one to rifle through my underwear? I raise an eyebrow as Anton rubs at the back of his neck, clearly trying his hardest not to think of all the lace panties that he might find. A soft blush stains his cheeks, and I fight a smile. How does a grown man like him get that embarrassed by thinking about going through my underwear? I would prefer you to get them. I lean back on my hands. His jacket falls open to reveal my even skimpier outfit after my sweater was torn at the hem. I fight the urge to uncross my legs to give him a little preview of what he might find. As if sensing where my thoughts are going, he pulls his phone out of his pocket and hands it to me, unlocked and open on the Notes app.
Make a list and I'll head back there now.
His voice comes out rough. You're leaving me here alone? I widen my eyes to feign fear as I take his phone.
My security is aware that you're here. If you need anything, let them know. I won't be gone long.
I nod before turning my attention to his phone. Anton stays exactly where he is, as I quickly type out a list of items and where he can find them. I mentally run through what I'll need for class, as well as all my toiletries, doing my best to ignore how close he is. It's quite a long list. I can be a little high maintenance.
I hadn't noticed.
Anton teases. I shoot him a glare before returning to my list, not wanting to lose my train of thought. Once I've finished, I follow Anton back downstairs and watch him climb into his car. I don't move from the door until his headlights have disappeared from sight, feeling a little uneasy at the thought of being left in this strange house. To keep myself occupied, I make my way to the kitchen in search of something to eat. The fridge is well stocked with fresh produce, and I grab some grapes to snack on while I explore the house some more. Heading back into the living room, I take my time glancing at the various framed photos that are littered across the many bookcases. I recognize each of the smiling faces instantly. Alexei, Dmitri, Mikhail, Daniil, Anton. There are pictures from various weddings, as well as pictures of children who I know belong to the oldest Kozlov brothers. My eyes linger on a picture that I know is of the latest edition, Viviana. It looks like Mikhail and his wife were married at the hospital, and my eyes well with tears as they stand in their outfits on either side of the incubator, looking overjoyed as they stare at one another. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be a part of a close-knit family like this one. Despite losing my mother, I still had 2 brothers and a father. I was far from alone, but that didn't make me feel any less lonely. I've never experienced family like this. There are no happy pictures littered around my home, except old ones of me and my mother that were taken before she died. My chest tightens as I look at the smiles on each of the faces of the Kozlov family. I don't think I've ever felt so alone.
Chapter 6. Anton. My reasons for keeping Nina close aren't entirely innocent. Of course, I want to make sure she's safe while I figure out why the hell 2 men attacked her barely 100 yards away from my bar. But I also like having her around. It took me a while to place the familiar feeling I had as I stared into her pale blue eyes, but as she sat on the edge of the bed and looked up at me, it all came flooding back. She reminds me of a girl I once dated when I was 18, a girl I thought I was going to marry and settle down with, who I would wake up to every morning wrapped in my arms. That dream was shattered abruptly. It's something I try not to think about very often. I'm surrounded by disgrace every day, which is one of the main reasons I decorated my home like I have. I wanted a place that was filled with warmth and light. It's such a contrast to my actual reality that it helps me to disconnect from my real life and forget the past. I've also read that plants and earthy tones are calming to people with Alzheimer's, and I'll do whatever I can to help my mother feel at peace despite her illness. I'm so lost in my own thoughts as I drive back to the city that I barely register the fact that I'm almost at Nina's apartment. She lives in an upscale apartment block on the Upper West Side, and I can't help but be intrigued as to what I'll find inside. Parking across the street, I hurry inside the building and take the elevator up to the 6th floor. The place seems safe enough to any regular civilian, but it is lacking. Big time. For one, no one stops me from entering and heading wherever I want to go, nor do they check my identity or if I'm even armed. And for 2, a few pin pads and some security cameras won't be enough to keep out Igor Ivanov. Stepping out of the elevator, I turn left and make my way to apartment 6B and punch in the code for the lock. The moment the door swings open, I'm immediately hit by Nina's floral perfume. My eyes close as I inhale deeply, imagining her waiting for me back at home, sprawled across my couch in that skimpy little outfit. I was hoping to get her back to my place tonight, but I had figured we'd head to my penthouse in the city, and in the morning we'd part ways, both satisfied after a long night of pleasure. What I wasn't expecting was to be in her apartment packing her an overnight bag. Closing the door behind me, I glance around the small open-plan living space. It's exactly what I expected, except every available surface is covered in clothes. How the hell does she find anything in here? I reach in my pocket for my phone and open up the list. I head straight into the bedroom, grabbing an overnight bag from the closet and getting to work stuffing it full with copious amounts of athleisure wear and pale pink tights and skirts. Once I'm finished with all of her clothes, I head to the dresser that is beside her bed and open up the top drawer. I groan as I look at all the lace panties. I should have sent someone else to do this. The last thing I should be doing is imagining what it would be like to get on my knees before her and sliding the lace over her toned thighs. But I can't fucking help it. She's intoxicating, and my cock is begging me to take her to my bed. Part of me wonders whether Nina wanted me to be the one to go through her underwear drawer as part of the chase. Well, lucky for her, it's fucking working. Ignoring the throbbing ache in my pants, I grab a handful of panties and throw them into the bag before zipping it up and carrying it into the bathroom. Once I'm all done with the toiletries and makeup, which was probably a more stressful experience than taking out those 2 guys in the alley, I scan the list and realize there's one last item, a massage gun, which, according to the instructions, should be in her top drawer. I root around the underwear drawer once more, trying not to groan at the feeling of the lace against my fingers, before finding the massage gun. I wasn't expecting it to be hot pink with such a large domed head, but then again, I know fuck all about dance. Perhaps it's shaped differently for a reason. So I toss it in the bag and zip it shut. This woman might be the death of me. I sling the bag over my shoulder and head out of Nina's apartment with the most raging hard-on I think I've ever experienced. When I arrive back at the house, I find Nina in the living room, flicking through the streaming services on the TV. A warm feeling spreads through my chest at the sight of her looking so at home. Other than my mother, no other woman has ever stayed at my house, and I'm surprised at how comforting it is. Don't get used to it. Nina glances over her shoulder and offers me a smile that has my cock twitching.
Did you find everything okay?
She pops a grape into her mouth. I didn't know it was possible to own so many pairs of tights. I set the bag down on the couch. But yes, I think I got everything. She chuckles as she sets the grapes onto the coffee table and pulls the bag onto her lap.
I don't remember this being on the list.
Her cheeks burn red as she pulls out the hot pink massage gun. You said you needed your massage gun. I plop down on the couch beside her, crossing an ankle over a knee.
I did.
Her blush deepens.
But this isn't my massage gun.
I frown, staring at the hot pink wand for a moment. Holy fuck. That's her fucking vibrator. Oh, shit. I run my fingers through my hair. You said it was in your top drawer.
In the closet.
She chuckles.
But nice to know you had a good route through my underwear.
I shift in my seat, adjusting myself as Nina buries the vibrator at the bottom of her bag. Now all I'm going to be imagining is her using the damn thing while she's staying in the room next to mine. I'm sure you can find a use for it.
I'm sure I can. But it's not going to help the Achilles injury I'm recovering from.
Nina mutters.
Daily massages are part of my treatment.
Then I'll hire you a masseuse. I shrug, throwing an arm over the back of the couch. Or better yet, I'll do it myself.
Oh, so you're trained in remedial deep tissue sports massage?
How hard can it be? I smirk, patting my thigh.
Says the guy who can't tell the difference between a vibrator and a massage gun.
Oh, I could tell the difference. I sure as hell couldn't, but that's because I've never had to use one on a woman before. My tongue, fingers, and cock tend to be enough for them. But I have to say, I'm intrigued at the thought of watching Nina use it on herself.
You're a terrible liar.
Nina scoffs, tossing the bag on the floor.
But it's interesting to know that you thought I'd be needing my vibrator. Is that because your skills at making a woman come are so lackluster?
I bark a laugh. Forget Emma. I think you're the true ball buster.
Interesting that you don't deny the claim.
Nina muses, fiddling with her hair. My reputation speaks for itself, Zaika.
I wasn't aware you had one, Kotik.
Her blue eyes dart to mine, and I let the need I'm feeling for her reflect in my own. I can't help but feel smug as I watch her throat bob, knowing that she's imagining me making her come. Kitten, huh?
Well, you did call me Bunny.
Fair. Well, let me give you a massage as an apology. I spread my thighs wider. She rolls her eyes, but shifts her position so that she's sitting up against the arm of the couch with her legs stretched out in front of her.
It's the left one.
I pull her delicate feet into my lap. She scowls at me as I gently wrap my hands around her ankle and start massaging her calf. Her skin is so soft beneath my touch, and I'm desperate to roam further. I glance at Nina to find her leaning back with her eyes closed, a soft sigh escaping her lips as I work her calf. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. I chuckle as I release her calf. Her eyes fly open and she frowns.
It was beginner's luck.
She scowls.
And I didn't say you could stop.
I can assure you there was no luck involved. I smirk. I let my fingers gently stroke up and down her legs, her skin pebbling beneath my touch. She watches me with slightly glazed eyes, and I take a chance and roam a little higher, letting my thumbs massage just above her knees. Her breath hitches and her muscles clench beneath my touch. Fuck. She's desperate for some friction to relieve the ache that I know is building between her thighs from my touch. My cock strains against my zipper, but I fight the urge to palm my length, not when Nina already made it clear she didn't want to take this any further tonight. The ball is in her court, so my hands are going to stay exactly where they are until she tells me otherwise. Though it seems she might have changed her mind as she pushes herself up into a sitting position, her eyes flicking to my lips. What do you want, Nina? I squeeze her thighs.
Anton.
She gasps, her thighs slightly parting. The sound of my name on her lips has my cock starting to leak, but I refuse to make the first move. It has to come from her. As if she can read my thoughts, she leans closer and captures my mouth with hers. She's hesitant to start with, her soft lips gently nipping at my mouth. I move to cup her cheek, pressing my thumb beneath her chin to angle her head back, giving me better access. I slowly tease my tongue along her lower lip, a silent request for her to part them. The groan that builds in my chest as my tongue slides against hers is nothing short of feral. I sink my fingers into her thighs as I try to control myself, but she tastes so damn sweet, and I want more. Nina, I grunt, pulling away and resting my forehead against hers as I catch my breath. She chuckles before shifting herself so that she's straddling my lap. My hands go to her waist as she kisses me, her tongue eagerly forcing its way into my mouth as she slowly starts to move her hips. Nina, I hiss as she grinds against me, her lace-covered pussy rubbing up against the bulge in my pants.
Oh my God.
She moans, her head falling to my shoulder as she tries to catch her breath. Now it's my turn to chuckle. Does that feel good, Zyka? I murmur as my fingers dig into her waist, and I gently move her hips back and forth, rubbing myself against her heat. She moans again, her fingers digging into my shoulders. What do you need? She pulls back and looks at me with glazed eyes.
You.
She gasps before kissing me deeply. Thank fuck. I shift her back onto the couch and move to my knees in front of her. Nina's eyes go wide as I roam my hands up her thighs, pushing them wider and exposing her lilac panties to me. She's already damp along the center, and my mouth waters at the thought of tasting her arousal. I'm enjoying this color scheme. My fingers tease along the waistband of her panties. May I? She nods, her throat bobbing. I dip my fingers into the waistband and gently tug them down her thighs. Once they're over her ankles, I pocket the lace and place my hands on her knees, pushing them apart to reveal her slick pussy. Nina, I groan as I take in her glistening folds.
Please.
She gasps, her head falling back against the couch. I rest her thighs on my shoulder before dipping down and running my tongue along her core. She cries out at the first lick, and I almost come in my pants from the taste. She's so wet, and I eagerly lick at her arousal, groaning at the sweet taste of her. Nina, I growl. Her hips buck as I gently flick her clit, and I love how responsive she is to my touch. With every lick of her core, her moans become louder, and it's like music to my ears. I can't get enough. You taste so good, I grunt before thrusting my tongue inside her core. She cries out, her fingers sinking into my hair as she grinds against my face.
Yes.
She cries as I pump my tongue inside her. Her pussy gets slicker with each thrust, and I move my hands to grip her ass, holding her closer against me as I fuck her with my tongue. I moan, my cock straining against my zipper as I imagine pumping my length inside her. I'm so desperate to pull it free and stroke myself as I feast on her pussy, but I want all the attention to be on her pleasure.
Oh, fuck.
Her fingers tug on my hair as her thighs tremble. She's so close, so I lick along her center before giving her clit some attention. I gently flick the bundle of nerves before wrapping my lips around it and sucking hard.
Yes!
I work her clit faster, licking at, sucking at the sensitive bud until her cries of pleasure grow louder. That's it, Zyka. Come for me.
Anton!
She screams as her body shudders with release and a rush of wetness pools between her thighs. I continue to suck on her clit until she collapses back against the couch, her body limp with pleasure. I press a soft kiss to each of her thighs before sitting back on my heels, admiring how wet and swollen her pussy is. Nina glances down at me, her eyes glazed and her cheeks flushed. She looks so fucking beautiful.
Oh, Anton.
She sighs. Yes, Zyka. I stroke the back of her thighs.
I need more.
She whispers. Show me what you need, Nina. She closes her legs and carefully shifts her body so that she's on her hands and knees. I fight a groan as I reach out to lift her skirt up around her waist, giving me the perfect view of her ass. Christ! I palm her perfect cheeks. Is this what you want?
Yes.
She moans, arching her back. I don't need to be told twice. I get to my feet behind her, keeping my left hand on her ass and gently massaging the soft flesh as I work my belt with the other. I let out a groan as I pull my cock free, the tip already glistening with pre-cum. Do I need a condom? I run the tip along the crease of her ass, and her body shivers.
I'm all good.
Thank fuck, I grunt as I reach down to tease the head against her entrance. She's so slick and warm, and I know it won't take us long to reach completion. I grip her hip with my left hand and slowly sink my cock inside her tight pussy.
Oh, yes!
She throws her head back as she takes all of me. So fucking pretty. I move my other hand to her hip, slowly pulling out before sliding back into the hilt. Her inner walls clench around my length, and I have to still my movements to try and calm myself. She feels incredible, but I want to make sure she comes again before I finish.
Fuck me, Anton.
She begs, looking at me over her shoulder. Her dark bangs are slightly messy, and her cheeks are flushed as her breathing quickens. I was giving you a chance to adjust, Lapushka. I stroke her hips as I admire her incredible body.
I'm adjusted.
I chuckle as I slide out of her pussy and thrust back in. Hard. She gasps as I fill her, her soft moans like a high I'm trying to chase with each pump of my cock inside her. That's it, Nina. She grows slicker with each thrust. Fuck yes. That's it.
Yes, yes, yes!
She cries, pushing back against me, matching my pace as she chases her release. Nina lowers her upper body so that it's flush against the couch, giving me even deeper access. From this angle, I know my cock will brush against her sensitive inner walls, but I want to give her even more. I reach around to rub slow circles on her clit as I increase my pace. You feel so fucking good, Zyka. I groan as my movements grow sloppier. My spine starts to tingle as my balls slap against her ass, and I'm so damn close to spilling that I can barely think straight.
I'm coming.
She pants. She cries out as she climaxes, her pussy pulsing around my cock. The pleasure is almost unbearable, and with one last hard thrust inside her slick core, I spill inside her. Oh, fuck! I hiss.
So good.
She moans as I continue to move inside her, giving her every last drop. I guess you won't be needing the vibrator after all. I chuckle.
Chapter 7. Nina. Fucking Anton Kozlov was not part of the plan. It was so far away from the plan that I would have believed I had dreamed the whole thing if it weren't for the dull ache between my thighs. Lying among the plush pillows, I stare at the ceiling, reliving every second. Even just thinking about how incredible the sex was has me growing slick between my thighs. I've never come so hard, even with my damn vibrator. And I'm worried I might be hooked. This was so not part of the plan. After we finished, I made an excuse about needing to be up early before I could convince myself that I needed another fix. He was very gentlemanly, walking me to my room and giving me a quick peck on the cheek before disappearing into his own room. I stared after him at a loss for words. From what I've seen so far, Anton has been kind and considerate. And not just to me, but to everyone he has interacted with. From the staff at the bar to my friends, he's been nothing but gracious and generous. It's a far cry from the monster my father painted him out to be. Has my father been feeding me a false narrative about him to help get me on board with his plan? I know I should hate Anton for killing my brother, but the truth is Maxim was a nasty person who didn't have a good bone in his body. I loved him because I had to. He was my family, but that didn't mean I liked him. Perhaps there's more to this story than I was led to believe. Or my mind might be completely biased toward Anton right now after the multiple orgasms. Either way, I'm feeling uneasy about being involved in my father's revenge plan when I don't have all the information. I have no idea what the end game is here. If he wanted to torture and kill Anton for his role in Maxim's death, then why have me go to all the trouble of seducing him in the first place? It makes no sense. The logical thing to do would be to directly ask my father about his plans. But the truth of the matter is, I'm fucking terrified of him. I always have been. The thought of questioning him seems too much of a threat to my dream of studying ballet in New York, so I need to approach the subject carefully. My mind continues to race for most of the night, but eventually I must drift off to sleep as my 6 a.m. alarm jolts me awake and I groan at the pounding in my head from the lack of sleep. If I were in my own bed right now, I could have slept in until at least 7:30 and still been early to my 9 o'clock exam. The thought only makes me more annoyed as I throw back the covers and get ready for the day. I find Anton in the kitchen brewing a pot of coffee and looking just as immaculate as he did last night in a fresh black shirt and slacks. When I approach, he glances over his shoulder and smirks.
"Morning, Lapushka."
His lips twitch as his eyes roam over my body. Smug asshole. I'm not your sweetheart. I scowl, heading to the fridge to fix myself some breakfast. Anton watches as I pull out some Greek yogurt and berries and set them on the island.
"I'm surprised to see you up so early."
I have the ballet exam at 9, remember? I don't want to get stuck in traffic. I start opening cupboards looking for a bowl. Anton reaches over my head and pulls one out for me.
"You're not going into the city."
I take the bowl from him. Excuse me?
"You're not leaving this house until this threat is taken care of."
The rage bubbling inside me at his demand to keep me locked inside this house almost has me saying something stupid about what really went on last night. I have an exam. I try to keep my temper in check. If I miss it without good reason, I could get kicked out of the institute. So you're going to need a better plan than that. Besides, I distinctly remember you saying yesterday that you would drive me into the city day or night if it meant I would come and stay with you. Anton narrows his eyes, but I refuse to back down on this. I made a promise to myself that I would make the most of being at the IOD, and I'm not about to let some fake threat on my life get me kicked out when I've barely started. I take a seat at the kitchen island and start putting berries into my bowl. Anton turns his back to me, seeming lost in thought as he pours us both a coffee.
Fine.
He sets a mug down in front of me.
But you're taking Yakov with you.
Yakov?
He's one of my men.
You're giving me a bodyguard?
It's a fair compromise.
I groan as I think of all the attention I'm going to get from my classmates when some hulking great Russian dude is following me around everywhere. I can come and go as I please as long as Yakov comes too. Anton nods, leaning against the island as he clutches his coffee mug.
Like I said, fair compromise.
I sigh, reaching for my coffee. Fine, tell your lackey that we leave at 7. There's no way that Yakov is going to blend in among a building full of ballerinas. He's easily 6'5", with a shaved head, multiple eyebrow piercings, and hands covered in tattoos that make him look rough as hell. I decide to sit in the back of the Range Rover he picks me up in, and put my headphones on so I can avoid any uncomfortable conversation as we drive into the city. On my way there, I quickly message my group chat, letting them know I'll be there soon. Emma. She's alive? Beatrice. I was starting to get worried. Allie. Bring coffee. Hugs. I groan as I read Allie's message. I had completely forgotten that it was my turn to provide the caffeine. Hey, Yakov, can we make a quick stop? At 7:45, Yakov pulls into a parking spot outside the IOD, and I immediately spy Emma hanging around outside. Our exam doesn't start until 9, but we wanted to have plenty of time to warm up beforehand. Emma's eyes light up as I approach with the container of coffees. Who's the hottie with all the muscles? He's my, security, I mutter. Emma's blue eyes look like they're about to pop out of their sockets, so I hand her a latte to distract her. My father's decided to get all super protective. He reads too much news. Well, I must say I'm very grateful for the eye candy. She winks at Yakov. I turn, and a faint blush is staining Yakov's cheek. I fight a smile. But what happened to the other hottie from last night? Please tell me you got some. I glance around for any sign of Beatrice and Allie. Oh my God, you so did! Emma squeals, slapping me on the shoulder. Was it good? Can we discuss this later? I glance at Yakov. His eyes might be scanning the sea of students heading inside, but I know he's listening to every word. Emma seems to follow my train of thought and winks. We should definitely go for drinks again this weekend, especially if this guy has to come too. Oh my God. I shake my head. If Anton has his way, he likely won't be letting me anywhere near a bar for the foreseeable future. Yakov or no Yakov. Why don't you come round this weekend? We can have a girls' night in. We turn to head inside. Even better. That way I can wear my pajamas. Emma laughs. After my 2-hour fundamentals exam, followed by back-to-back classes, my lack of sleep is finally starting to catch up with me. I'm exhausted, and it hasn't helped that every person I've come into contact with has pestered me with questions regarding my new sidekick. I'm starting to regret my choice of faking an attack to try and get Anton on my side. I wasn't expecting him to be so protective. After my final class of the day, I say goodbye to the girls and start to head for the exit with Yakov hot on my heels when my phone starts to buzz in my pocket. I pull it out, and the nickname I've saved my father under is flashing on the screen. The last thing I need is for my phone to ring and anyone to see who my father is. As much as I want to send the call to voicemail, I haven't spoken to my father for a few days, and if I put it off much longer, my life won't be worth living. I just need to use the ladies' room, I say to Yakov, who dips his chin. I dash into the bathroom and lock myself in a stall before answering. What is it?
You've been quiet the last few days.
My father's voice automatically puts me on edge, and I grip the phone so tight my knuckles turn white. I've been busy.
I didn't send you to New York to prance about in a fucking tutu, Nina. That was a perk based on if you could deliver the information I require. So far, you're not holding up your end of the bargain. So I'm reluctant to keep holding up mine.
Things are going to plan. Images of Anton's face between my thighs flash through my mind. I've never been more grateful that my father is currently in Russia and unable to see the guilty look on my face. I hate that I'm using Anton as a way to land myself a career in ballet. But when it comes to the thing I love most, I will do whatever it takes to make sure I can finally live the life I've always wanted.
Are they?
Yes, I promise you.
At this point, it's just empty words to me, Nina. You've been in New York for 3 weeks and you've gotten nothing.
These things take time. I can't risk making a mistake.
And I can't risk the Koslovs making another move against my fucking family.
He growls, causing me to jump.
Remember why you're doing this, Nina.
I'm trying.
If you don't start proving yourself, I'll put you on a plane back to Russia, Nina. Don't think I won't.
Please.
You're not giving me much choice.
Dad! My voice breaks as I think of the future I'd have if I didn't have dance, and it's not one I want to live.
I expect a call tomorrow with an update.
He hangs up the phone. I screw my eyes shut as tears threaten to spill down my cheeks. I never should have crossed the line last night with Anton, because it's only made things even more complicated now that emotions have gotten involved. How can a man as attentive and kind as Anton be the monster my father painted him out to be? I know monsters. My father is one, and so was Maxim. From what I've seen of Anton Kozlov, he couldn't be more different from them. And yet, he murdered my brother in cold blood. So he deserves to pay for his crimes. Right?
Chapter 8. Anton. After Nina leaves, I head to my home gym to try and blow off some steam. Seeing her this morning in those tight leggings had the blood pumping straight to my cock. Last night was even better than I imagined it would be, and I'm already craving more, which is exactly why I'm refraining from taking myself in my hand. I can't afford to grow attached when I know I can't go anywhere, and fantasizing about her won't help either. Which means hitting the gym to burn off all this pent-up frustration. I spend a few hours in the gym, working up a solid sweat before heading upstairs to take a shower. I pass Nina's room on the way and glance inside. The bed is unmade, and her clothes from yesterday lie discarded on the floor. I eye the lilac skirt, remembering what it looked like bunched up around her tiny waist as I fucked her from behind. Christ! I slam the door closed. Even when she's not here, Nina still gets me all fired up. I need a fucking cold shower. I stalk down the hall into my room, closing the door behind me to try and put as much distance between me and her skimpy clothes as possible. As I head into my bathroom to turn the shower on, my phone vibrates in the pocket of my shorts, and I pull it out to see a message from my cousin Mikhail telling me to meet him and his brothers at their penthouse in the city. I'm grateful for the distraction it will provide, and I send a reply telling him I'll be there in an hour, though I have no doubt that the conversation will be anything but light. I drive down into the private underground garage that belongs to the penthouse apartment, parking between Mikhail's G-Wagon and Alexei's Mercedes. The Upper East Side penthouse is mostly used for business these days, with my 4 cousins having their own residences both in and out of the city. Though the 3 eldest brothers are choosing the latter more and more these days, now that they have kids of their own. I find my cousins in the lounge, each one of them with a drink in hand as they chat among themselves. Your favorite cousin has arrived. I stroll out of the elevator. You're our only cousin, Daniil chuckles, rolling his eyes at me as he looks over from his spot on the couch, dressed in workout gear and wearing a backwards baseball cap. He's always been the leanest out of his brothers, but it seems his hard work is finally paying off from the way he's starting to fill out. My brother might be God knows where, but he's still alive, Daniil. Oh shit, yeah. He laughs. I forgot about Nikolai. Mikhail smacks his younger brother around the head, and Daniil curses. I shake my head. He'll be glad to hear how much you miss him. Mikhail gets to his feet and slaps me on the shoulder in greeting. Have you heard from him lately? No, you know how he is. I do. Mikhail scoffs. Before he has a chance to say anything else about my waste of space brother, I turn to greet Alexei and Dmitri before fixing myself a drink. So, what did I miss? I sink down into one of the leather armchairs, glancing at Alexei, who sits beside Dmitri on the couch to my right. Alexei swirls his drink around in his glass. We were waiting for you. I glance at Dmitri, who's sitting beside him, covering his mouth to try and stifle his laughter. Ah, you must have heard about my little adventure last night. I sigh. I was hoping you would hear it directly from me, but I take it Reed mentioned something? Alexei smirks. He did. I can't be mad. Ultimately, Alexei is the head of this family, and Reed is obligated to inform him of any potential threats to our family. Alexei lifts his glass as if he's clinking mine at a distance. So I suggest you fill us in on what happened. My cousins all sit in silence as I fill them in on last night, from the moment I saw Nina, minus the detail of her falling in my lap, to beating the guys unconscious in the alley. I show them all the photos of the two guys, and the frown on Alexei's face only deepens. I don't recognize them. He zooms in on their faces. You think they work for Igor? Dmitri runs his fingers through his dark hair. He's been awfully quiet these past few months. Daniil nods. No doubt he's busy planning something. Mikhail rolls his shirt sleeves up to reveal his tattooed forearms. I'm surprised he hasn't retaliated sooner. Where Alexei, Dmitri, and Daniil are fairly clean-cut, Mikhail is a bit rougher around the edges. I was with him when he got the majority of his tattoos done, including his latest one of his daughter's name down the side of his neck. Alexei hums. Igor doesn't like to rush these things. It's what makes him so dangerous. There's very rarely any flaws to his plans, which makes him that much harder to intercept and take out. I think he wants to make us feel restless. Dmitri leans forward. So we'll make the first move out of fear. Exactly, because then he thinks we'll be more likely to make a mistake. Daniil shakes his head. But that contradicts the theory that Igor was behind the attack last night. I nod. That might have been him trying to give us a little nudge. His men likely saw Nina and me drinking together and thought we were dating, so they decided to go after her to get to me. After all, I am the one who took out Maxime. Alexei takes a sip. It's a likely theory. Where is Nina now? She's at my place upstate. Daniil chuckles. Nice. Got yourself a hot roommate. I shoot him a glare. She's agreed to stay there until I can be sure she's no longer a target. Alexei looks at me. Well, hopefully we can sort this out soon. Daniil flashes me a wink. Not too soon. Am I right, Anton? I walked right into that one. Alexei and Daniil stay for another 30 minutes to discuss business before leaving to head to the Russian tea rooms to have a meeting with Alexei's PI. Once they leave, Mikhail fixes us all another drink, and I move to take Daniil's spot on the couch. So, this new girl of yours, is she hot? Mikhail hands me a fresh vodka on the rocks. She's not my new girl. Mikhail shares a knowing smile with Dmitri, and they both chuckle. I will say that married life suits Mikhail. He's smiled more in the last year since he met his wife Lucia than he has done since we were kids. She's been good for him, and I'm glad he's finally happy. Though I can't help but feel a little envious. Do you want her to be? Dmitri quirks an eyebrow as he takes a gulp of his drink. I shrug. There's chemistry there for sure. I try not to remember the way Nina screamed my name as she came on my cock. I clear my throat before downing the rest of my drink, forcing the memories to the back of my mind. It's about fucking time you started seriously dating. Mikhail claps me on the shoulder. It's been too long. Calm the fuck down. I'm not dating anyone. Yet. Dimitri's eyes twinkle. All I'm doing is keeping her safe. And warm, Dmitri teases, and Mikhail chuckles under his breath. I scowl at the pair of them. The truth is that I haven't had a serious relationship since Katerina, and that was well over a decade ago. And it gets on my nerves when my family seem to forget what happened. It's not like we broke up and I'm still pining after her. What happened didn't just break my heart, it shattered it into 1,000 pieces. I know Mikhail only wants what's best for me, and believe me, there's times where I want nothing more than a wife and family. I see Alexei, Dmitri, and Mikhail all settling into their new roles as husbands and fathers, and I've never seen them happier. But every time I think I'm ready to move on, something happens that sets dating to the bottom of my priority list. Whether it's my brother fucking around and getting into trouble, or my mother getting diagnosed with Alzheimer's, someone else always needs me more. My love life will just have to wait. By the time I head home from the city after a few more drinks with my cousins, as well as stopping by Espionage, it's almost dinner time. As I park my car on the back of the house, I'm hit by a pang of guilt as I look at the side door that leads to my mother's rooms. I haven't been to see her all day, and as eager as I am to check in on Nina and hear how her day went, I need to spend some time with my mother first. The moment I walk into her living area, I know she's had a bad day from the way she's just staring at the TV even though it's not on. Annie, her night nurse, comes straight over to greet me by the door. "How is she?" Annie grimaces.
When I took over from Jen at 4, she said she'd been very agitated all day. She could barely get her to eat or do much of anything. She hasn't spoken a word to me in the 2 hours I've been here.
Annie glances over her shoulder at my mother.
She keeps asking for Nikolai.
I grind my teeth at the mention of my brother. "Thank you, Annie." I force a smile. "Why don't you go and take a break, and I'll fix her some dinner." Annie nods and disappears into her room that adjoins my mother's. She's been her night nurse for almost a year, and despite her only being in her early 20s, she's extremely mature and reliable, and I've grown to trust her immensely. She has a very calming presence that I know is good for my mother. "I'm Mamalichka." I come to sit beside her on the couch. "What do you fancy for dinner?" She turns to look at me and frowns.
Who are you? What are you doing in my house?
"Mamalichka, it's me, Anton. Your son?" She shakes her head again.
Nikolai is my son.
She gets to her feet.
Nikolai is my son.
The look of devastation on my mother's face as she paces around the room, clearly confused and disorientated, has my heart feeling like it's being cracked open. I hate that Nikolai is the reason behind it. "Why don't I make us some pelmeni?" It's a traditional Russian dish she always used to make for my brother and I all the time when we were kids, and I hope it can bring her some comfort. Despite her worsening condition, her memory from before my father died is pretty much intact, though she's starting to have episodes where she remembers almost nothing.
No.
Her gray hair is loose and all messy around her shoulders. I can only imagine the fight Jen had to have with her just to get her dressed, let alone putting a brush through her hair. My mother could be a stubborn woman before the Alzheimer's, and now she's even worse. She shakes her head.
No.
"Annie says you haven't eaten all day?"
Annie is a liar.
She picks up the potted plant off the coffee table, launching it across the room where it smashes against the wall. I take a deep breath, not wanting to react to the outburst. "I'm gonna make us some dinner." I walk into the kitchen area. As I'm pulling ingredients for the dumplings out of the fridge, my mother's footsteps approach. I keep my head down as I get to work slicing some mushrooms for the filling.
Are you the chef?
I turn to look at her over my shoulder and see no recognition in her eyes. "Yes." I try to ignore the growing pit in my stomach.
This is a small restaurant.
She scoffs, eyeing the single table in the kitchen.
You mustn't make much money.
I get by.
Where is your menu?
It's just pelmeni on the menu.
What if I don't want that?
You will. She mutters in Russian under her breath, but she takes a seat at the table nonetheless. She doesn't speak as I prepare the food, and when I set the bowl of dumplings in front of her, she wrinkles her nose. I try not to feel disheartened. This just comes with the territory. She's gonna have good days and bad days, and I need to make sure I'm there for her no matter what. After polishing off my plate of food in silence, I wrap up my mother's portion and set it in the fridge in case she changes her mind. As I'm finishing off the dishes, Annie appears to take my mother for her evening bath.
Sleep well, Mamulishka.
She ignores me completely as she walks out of the kitchen, and Annie offers me a sympathetic smile. I nod at Annie.
Don't hesitate to come and get me.
Of course. Have a good evening.
Once I've finished tidying up the kitchen, I head through the door to the left of the fridge that leads into the lounge. I hid the entrance behind one of the bookcases so any potential house guests wouldn't accidentally go wandering into my mother's rooms and disturb her. I try not to take it personally when my mother doesn't acknowledge my existence, but it's fucking tough when she demands to see my brother, who hasn't bothered to visit her in years. Don't get me wrong, I don't need a medal of recognition or a pat on the back for taking care of her. Far from it. I'm happy that I'm in a position to help my mother, but it doesn't stop it from hurting any less when she sees me as nothing more than a stranger. My mood slightly brightens when I head into the kitchen and find Nina bent over in front of the oven, and I take a moment to admire her perfect ass in those leggings. It's exactly the sort of distraction I needed, though I can't help but picture what it was like to take her from behind, and the thoughts have my cock instantly hardening. She sets the casserole dish on the stovetop and turns around. She cries out, holding a hand to her heart.
Oh, Anton, you scared me.
Sorry, I chuckle. I was just admiring the view. She rolls her eyes. What's all this? I eye the kitchen table that's been laid for dinner.
I made dinner.
She grabs the bowl of salad off the counter, bringing it over to the table.
I hope that's okay.
It's more than okay. I sit down at the table. What are we having?
I made a vegetarian lasagna with homemade garlic bread.
A soft blush creeps up her neck. She's beautiful, sexy, has a smart-ass mouth, and can cook? This girl is turning out to be the whole damn package. Nina sets all the dishes on the table, and I get to work plating both of us up some food. I failed to mention that I've already eaten, not wanting to hurt her feelings. Plus, the lasagna smells incredible, and it's making me forget the dozen or so pelmeni I wolfed down barely 30 minutes ago. I get to my feet. Do you want some wine? Nina hesitates, but then nods, and I grab one of the bottles of red from the small selection I keep in the kitchen and grab a couple of glasses from the cupboard. How did your exam go? I pour us both a glass. Nina looks at me with a puzzled expression. I frown. What?
You're genuinely asking?
Yes, I want to know. Is she not used to people taking an interest in her? The thought has my chest tightening. She's the most interesting woman I've ever met, and she deserves to feel important.
Well, it went well, I think.
She reaches for her wine.
There were a few moves in the middle where I almost lost my balance because someone barged in late halfway through and knocked my concentration.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
She scoffs.
But I managed to save it, so I think it's fine.
And the rest of your day?
It was interesting.
How so?
Well, when a giant of a man is following you everywhere you go, people like to stare and ask questions.
Ah, so Yakov was the issue.
No, he was fine.
She sighs, pushing her food around her plate.
It just caused a lot of unwanted attention.
I bet. But hopefully it won't be for much longer.
Is there any update on those men that attacked me?
She looks hopeful. I shake my head, and a pang of guilt hits me as her smile fades. Not yet. I take a sip of my wine.
Oh.
It might be nothing more than a coincidence.
Maybe.
She mumbles. Just a classic case of wrong place, wrong time. I try to make her feel a little more at ease, though I know better than to believe in coincidences, especially when you're dealing with Igor Ivanov.
Chapter 9. Nina. Does Anton really believe the attack was nothing more than a case of wrong place, wrong time? If he does, that seriously fucks up my plans. If he dismisses the threat, he might send me back to the city, and I'll lose my all-access pass to him. While it wouldn't be the worst thing to have some distance between us, especially considering what went down last night, it will slow things down significantly, which could anger my father. I need to do something. Fast. Excusing myself from the table, I head into the bathroom just off the kitchen to send my father a message. I don't risk calling in case there's any hidden cameras around that could pick up my conversation. I quickly type out a text and attach my pinned location, trying to ignore the guilt weighing heavily on my chest as I click send. Remember why you're doing this. I try to mask the guilt on my face as I walk back into the kitchen and sit back down at the table. I have no idea what my father might do in response to my message, but knowing him, people will get hurt. Anton smiles.
Don't suppose you made dessert, too?
Anton insists on doing all of the clearing up after we've finished, considering that I cooked. So I make my excuses about being tired and head up to bed just to avoid him. I hate that he's being so nice to me, because it's really making it hard to hate him. I know it could all just be an act, but I find that hard to believe when he's not getting anything out of it. Except maybe the sex. But I refuse to count that because he was just as kind and selfless then, considering I came twice. This man is seriously confusing, and I can't afford to have another lapse in judgment like I did last night. Sex will only make things worse, even if it was the best I've ever had. Despite my racing thoughts, after soaking in the jacuzzi bath and slipping on a fresh pair of silk pajamas, I fall asleep the moment my head hits the pillow. But my blissful night doesn't last long as I jolt awake at the sound of a loud bang. What the hell? I groan, throwing the covers over my head. My room is still pitch black, and from the grogginess I feel, I doubt it's much past midnight. I'm not sure if I dreamed the loud noise. Was it a crash? Did Anton knock something over next door? Either way, I'm not ready to get up, so I screw my eyes shut and try to fall back asleep. Then the noise happens again, and I bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering in my chest as I realize what it was. It was a gunshot. Seconds later, the door to my room flies open, and Anton rushes inside, the light from the hallway casting him in shadow.
Nina, get up.
He hurries to my side. What's happening?
Get on the floor.
He hisses, half pulling me out of the bed. I cling to his strong arms as I crawl out of the bed, and we both sink to the floor. His face has drained of color, and he keeps looking over at the door.
I need you to crawl into the bathroom.
Crawl?
I need you to keep hidden.
Anton, what's happening? My voice cracks as I cling to him even tighter. What has my father planned?
Stay in the bathroom until I get back.
He goes to move, but I grab hold of his shirt. I don't know how many men my father sent here or what weapons they might have. For all I know, Anton might not come back, and the thought has a strangled sob escaping my lips. I throw my arms around his shoulders and bury my face in his neck, wanting to inhale his earthy scent, perhaps for the last time. Anton, I sob as the truth threatens to come tumbling out of my mouth.
Shh, it's okay.
He wraps his arms around my shaking body.
I will keep you safe, Nina. I promise.
My chest tightens at his words. At what cost? Anton grabs my wrists and gently removes my arms from around his neck.
I'll be back soon.
He climbs to his feet. I watch him leave before doing as I'm told and crawling into my bathroom, locking the door firmly behind me. I perch on the edge of the bath, nervously chewing on the skin around my nails as I wait for Anton. I'm tempted to call my father and ask him to call off his men, but it would look too suspicious. Besides, he'd only remind me of the fact that my ballet career is on the line, so there's nothing I can do but wait. The sound of someone trying to open the door makes me jump out of my skin, and for a moment, I wonder if it might be my father coming to get me himself and put me on a plane back to Russia.
Nina?
Anton calls out. I release the breath I've been holding and get to my feet. I quickly unlock the door and step back.
Hey.
He steps inside, closing the door behind him.
How are you doing?
I run my fingers through my messy hair as I fight back tears, suddenly feeling overwhelmed by what I might have done.
Nina, it's all okay.
Anton wraps his arms around my shoulders, pulling me against his chest.
Nobody is around.
But I heard gunshots, I mumble, sinking my fingers into his soft shirt.
I don't want you to worry about any of it. No one is hurt, and whoever it was is long gone. We're safe.
Oh, God, I sob.
We're safe, Nina. I've got you.
He whispers as he gently strokes my hair. The sweet gesture only makes me sob harder, but I'm not crying out of fear. I'm crying out of guilt.
Do you want me to stay with you tonight?
He murmurs, "Yes." Anton moves his hands to my cheeks and gently brushes the tears away with his thumbs. For a moment, I lose myself in his dark brown eyes, trying to see any hint of the monster that my father told me was there. But all I see is warmth.
Come on. Let's go to my room.
He takes my hand and leads me out of the bathroom. Being inside Anton's room feels strangely intimate. The room is lit by the 2 bedside lamps, casting the room in a pale yellow glow that makes me feel instantly calm. I glance around at the various framed pictures on the walls and on top of the dresser. His room is almost identical to mine, except with slate gray accents and no window seat. But the bookshelves on either side of the window are packed, and I find myself wandering over to scan the titles.
Looking for anything in particular?
I glance over my shoulder to find him leaning back against the closed door with his arms folded across his chest. Just trying to get a sense of who you are. I turn back to the books. Who is Anton Kozlov? Anton softly chuckles, and the sound sends a shiver running down my spine.
There's not much to tell. I'm a pretty simple guy.
Coming from the person who has a 10-bed mansion.
It's 8, but glad to know you're paying attention when I talk.
He teases.
And I meant simple in terms of what's important to me.
And what's that? I turn around. His eyes flick to my lips.
My family is everything. And so are my friends. I put them before everything.
Are we friends?
Do you want to be friends, Nina?
Anton's eyes darken as they roam over my body. I suddenly remember I'm wearing a skimpy pink silk cami and short set that shows off ample thigh and cleavage. My cheeks heat, and he chuckles.
I'll let you think about it.
I get a little breathless. So, what's your favorite food?
Pepperoni pizza from Antonio's.
Sunny or rainy days?
Rainy. Perfect movie and pizza weather.
He smirks. Telling someone the truth, or a white lie if it meant sparing someone's feelings?
Truth.
No hesitation.
Always the truth.
My throat bobs as I see how sincere he is.
My turn.
He pushes off the door, stepping closer to me.
Favorite color?
Pink.
That was obvious.
He chuckles.
Okay. What about your favorite movie?
Dirty Dancing. Come on, Kozlov, you're walking straight into these.
What would you do if you couldn't dance?
The question catches me off guard. I instantly picture my home back in Russia, and my stomach sinks. That's not an option. Ballet has been my whole world for so long. It was my way of escaping from my life. And if I couldn't do it anymore, it would be a death sentence.
Your passion is admirable, Nina.
I shrug, brushing off his compliment. I don't see it that way. My passion for ballet was born out of a need to survive in a world where I felt I wasn't wanted. I needed ballet like I needed air. Without it, I would die. That's what I have to keep reminding myself, but it's easier said than done when Anton Kozlov is looking at me like I'm his own source of air. How can this be the same man who murdered my brother in cold blood? As I look into his eyes, I see nothing but warmth and kindness, and perhaps a little arousal. These aren't the eyes of a killer, so there must be more to the story than what my father has told me, because so far, I'm not buying a single word of it. Did Maxime provoke Anton? Did Anton kill him in self-defense? Either way, whatever happened between him and Maxime, there must have been a reason for it. Anton crosses the distance between us and reaches out to cup my cheek.
You're lost in your thoughts.
He murmurs.
If it helps, there are other things that you excel at, Nina.
Like what? Anton bends down and brushes his lips against mine.
Kissing.
He whispers before crashing his lips against mine. My hands go to his chest to steady myself as Anton licks along my lower lip. I can't help the moan that builds in my throat at the taste of him. It's intoxicating, and my lower belly flutters in response, knowing just how good that tongue feels between my thighs. He angles my head to expose my neck. As he kisses and nips at the sensitive flesh, his free hand trails down my waist before squeezing my ass. Anton, I moan, pressing my breasts against his chest. The silky material rubs against my hard nipples, and I whimper, so desperate for more from him.
What other hidden talents do you have, Nina?
He murmurs, pulling me closer against him. I gasp, my back arching as his hardness rubs against my thigh. I want to show you, I pant as I grind against his cock.
I'm all yours, Laposhka.
I know I shouldn't, but the thought of getting on my knees and taking his cock into my mouth has me forgetting all my morals. Before my conscience can kick in, I guide Anton back toward the bed. Sit. Anton's eyebrows shoot up, but he does as I ask, and I move to stand between his muscular thighs. Do you want to see my other talent? I bend forward, resting my hands on his thighs. Anton's eyes glaze over as he looks at my chest, at my breasts that are spilling out of my cami.
Nina.
He chokes. My eyes flick to the bulge in his pants, and I have to squeeze my thighs together as my pussy starts to throb. I sink to my knees before Anton, and he leans back on his hands, watching me closely as I gently rub my palm along the outline of his cock. I didn't get a chance to admire you yesterday, I murmur as I gently squeeze his bulge. Anton hisses, and I squeeze him harder. But you felt so good.
Nina.
He groans. I chuckle, enjoying the feeling of being in control of his pleasure. I make quick work of unbuckling his pants, and when I reach into his boxers and pull his cock free, I let out a whimper at the size of him. I knew he was big from how well he stretched my pussy last night, but there's no way I'm going to be able to fit all of him in my mouth.
You don't have to.
It's as if he's sensing my hesitation. I want to taste you, I whisper, trailing my fingers along his shaft. The skin is like silk, and Anton shivers as I gently caress the sensitive underside. I bite my lower lip as I look up at him under my lashes.
Whatever you want.
Anton grunts, his thighs flexing.
We can stop at any point.
I nod before bending forward and swiping my tongue over the slick head, moaning at the salty taste.
Fuck.
Anton groans, and I smile before wrapping my lips around the head and sucking. My eyes flutter closed as I start exploring him with my mouth, licking up the underside of his cock before swirling my tongue around the head. He fists my hair, and I moan to let him know I can take more. He gently forces my head down, and I relax my throat so I can take more of him. When he finally brushes the back of my throat, his hips buck, and the sound he makes has my pussy growing slick with need. I squeeze the base of his shaft before working him in time with my mouth. My movements become sloppy as I suck and lick his thick shaft, swallowing the spurts of pre-cum that he spills into my mouth. The taste of his arousal on my tongue has my pussy clenching, so desperate to be filled by him.
Fuck, Nina. Your mouth is heaven.
He growls. I swirl my tongue around the head before sucking him hard. Anton tightens his grip on my hair and starts pumping his hips, groaning as the tip brushes against the back of my throat. My eyes start to water, but I'm so desperate to take him to completion, wanting to have him be the one to come undone at my touch, that I increase my pace.
Oh, fuck. That's it, Zeka. Oh, you're taking me so well.
I work my hand faster at the base of his cock, squeezing slightly harder to send him over the edge.
Are you gonna be a good girl and let me come in your mouth?
I moan before hollowing my cheeks and suctioning my mouth around the head as he thrusts.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come.
With one last pump of his shaft, Anton spills into my mouth, and I greedily swallow every last drop he gives me. When he finally stills, I lick his cock clean before getting to my feet. Anton's eyes are glazed as he watches me delicately wipe the corners of my mouth with my thumb and suck them clean. I moan. So good.
I think I need to return the favor.
Anton grabs me by the waist, tossing me onto the bed. I barely have a chance to catch my breath before he's sliding my shorts down over my thighs and burying his face in my pussy, licking my clit. Anton.
So fucking wet for me.
He growls before licking the length of my pussy. I'm so turned on after sucking Anton off that I can already feel my release start to build. Yes! I arch against his touch. Anton's fingers dig into my hips as he starts feasting on me. He moves between pumping his tongue inside me to flicking his tongue over my swollen clit, building up my release just enough to leave me panting with need, but not quite enough to send me over the edge. Anton, I groan, sinking my fingers into the comforter. He removes his right hand from my hip to gently tease my entrance with his finger. I whimper, my hips bucking as he sinks it inside to the knuckle.
Do you like that, Nina?
His breath tickles my clit. More, I gasp.
That's not what I asked, Lavoshka.
He chuckles. Yes, I grit out.
I thought so.
He sinks his finger all the way inside me. Wetness rushes between my thighs, and I reach up to cup my breasts, pulling the material of my top down so I can rub my nipples.
So fucking beautiful.
Anton grunts. I glance down to see him watching me, and I whimper at the desire in his eyes. He doesn't look away as he sinks another finger inside me, and my body arches off the bed at the surge of pleasure. Oh my God, I moan, squeezing my breasts as I grind against his face. His slight stubble feels incredible against my sensitive flesh.
That's it, Nina. Come for me.
He curls his fingers inside me. As he brushes against my G-spot, I'm not sure if I'm screaming or crying as my orgasm hits. My pussy clenches around his fingers as he continues to pump them inside my core while sucking on my clit, and my body trembles as I ride out my release. When I'm finally spent, Anton lifts his head and grins at me from between my thighs, his lips wet with my arousal. I don't think this is what my father meant by getting to know the enemy.
Chapter 10. Anton. I think I could easily get addicted to waking up with Nina's naked body wrapped in my arms. One of her thighs is draped over my legs, and her head rests on my chest, her dark hair fanned out around her. She looks so beautiful, and for a moment, I let myself imagine it. Waking up every morning with her, enjoying coffee in bed as she tells me all about her plans for the day, watching her blue eyes light up as she talks about ballet. It's ridiculous that I'm even having such thoughts. I barely know the woman, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for my heart from the way it's pounding in my chest as I watch her sleep. I'm almost grateful for the attempted attack on my property last night, as it led me to spending the night with Nina. I loved every second of her exploring my cock with her mouth, and from how wet she was, I know she enjoyed it just as much as I did. I couldn't wait to taste how turned on she was, and it barely took a few licks of her pussy before she was crying out with her release. She fell asleep in my arms almost instantly, and I don't think I've ever slept so well, all things considered. The fact that the gunshots stopped so abruptly concerns me. Whoever it was clearly wanted to make themselves known, but then, why didn't the attempted attack escalate further? Did they not expect me to have so many guards, or was it simply a warning? The moment the shots had stopped, I should have gone straight into my office to analyze the security footage, but I couldn't leave Nina alone when she was clearly terrified. I should have gotten her settled in my bed and then spent the rest of the night combing through the cameras. But it seemed Nina had other plans, and there was no way in hell I was going to walk away from the chance of having her on her knees for me. A few of my guards did search the grounds the moment we heard the gunfire, but they came up short. Whoever it was must have had some knowledge about my property to be able to escape so quickly, which is alarming to say the least. I tightened my arms around Nina, feeling uneasy. I promised her she would be safe here, but after last night, I'm not so sure. I'm eager to bring up my concerns with my cousins as soon as possible. I can't help but question whether Igor was the one behind the attack. It's unlike him not to shed blood in order to send a message. But if Igor wasn't the one behind the attack, who was? It seems my to-do list for the day is going to be a long one. Nina stirs in my arms, her breath tickling my skin as she exhales. She stretches out her legs, sighing softly, and the feeling of her warm thighs rubbing up against mine has my cock thickening. I'm desperate to flip her onto her back and wake her up with another toe-curling orgasm. But I know if I do, there's no way we're going to be getting out of this bed for hours, and I really can't ignore my responsibilities for much longer.
Morning.
She mumbles, snuggling against my chest. Morning. I stroke her back. How do you sleep?
So good.
She sighs, adjusting herself so that she's propped up on my chest. My cock throbs at the feeling of her breasts pressed up against me, but I fight the urge to reach down and fist my length.
How long have you been watching me sleep?
Her eyes are still glazed from sleep. Hours, I tease, reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear. A soft pink stains her cheeks as she watches me. You're very distracting.
Do you have somewhere better to be?
Her eyes twinkle. I grab her by the waist and pull her on top of me, smirking as she lets out a whimper as my cock brushes against her lower belly. Absolutely not. I claim her mouth. She instantly parts her lips, and I slowly slide my tongue against hers. My hands roam lower until I'm cupping her ass, and I gently move my hips so I can rub my slick tip against her warm skin.
Anton.
She moans against my mouth. She wriggles against me, and I groan at the feeling of her hard nipples rubbing against my chest. What do you want, Nina?
You.
I grin, sinking my fingers into her hips, about to lift her off and sink her back down onto my cock.
Nikolai?
I freeze at the sound of my mother's voice filtering in through the gap beneath the door.
Nikolai!
Shit! I slide Nina off me.
Anton?
Nina frowns.
What is it?
Stay here. I'll be right back. I quickly get out of bed and throw on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Don't go anywhere. I rush down the stairs to find my mother pacing around the foyer in her nightgown, looking confused. Mamulichka? I hover on the bottom step. She ignores me, walking over to the front door and peering out of one of the windows.
Nikolai is late.
She shakes her head.
Why is he always late?
She walks straight past me into the living room as if I don't exist. I run my fingers through my hair as I stare after her, noticing how slumped her shoulders are. Despite having access to the main house from her private wing, she very rarely ventures out of her rooms. Her nurses say it's because they've become familiar and safe to her, so I always make a point of going and visiting her in her rooms rather than bringing her into the main house. Except I didn't visit her last night after the gunshots. I curse under my breath as I realize my mistake. I should have gone and checked on her and Annie, but I was too busy worrying about the woman who is currently warming my bed. Last night should be a wake-up call. Not only did I fail to prioritize looking into whoever it was who attacked my home, the very home that my sick mother resides in, but I also failed to check in on her and her nurse after the attack. This is exactly why I can't get involved with Nina. I can't afford to let my responsibilities slide. Trying to ignore the growing pit of guilt in my stomach, I head into the lounge. I find my mother looking at all of the photos, and I know she won't recognize a single face. In the beginning, I used to keep most of them in her rooms to help jog her memory, but after a while, it only made her more frustrated. So now, she has a singular photo of her and my father on their wedding day beside her bed, as he is the only person she can't seem to forget. It's a testament to their love. Did you sleep okay? I come to stand beside her. My mother wrinkles her nose as she places the picture back on the shelf.
Annie fusses.
You like Annie?
Not when she fusses.
I try not to smile, but it's a good sign that she even remembers Annie's name. Most of the time she has no clue who her nurses are, despite seeing the same ones day in and day out. What do you want to do today? I could set your paints out for you. She waves a hand.
I am waiting for Nikolai. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't. I try to keep my tone light.
He was supposed to be home hours ago. We were going to have lunch at the deli on East 47th.
I know exactly which place she's talking about. I used to take her for lunch there every Sunday, but the place closed a few years back, and I can't bear to tell her. Not when I already have at least a dozen times. My heart feels like it's being cracked open as she stares at all of the photos with nothing but confusion in her eyes. You know what he's like, always running late. She frowns.
Something's happened to him.
Nothing has happened. Nikolai is safe. He called me earlier and said he's running late. The lie burns as it falls easily off my tongue, but it does the trick in softening my mother's expression.
Okay. That's very good.
Why don't we have a cup of tea while we wait for him? She nods, and I guide her back through to her rooms, where I get her settled in the armchair beside the fireplace and get to work making her a cup of tea. Just as I'm about to carry the cups through, Jen, her day nurse, appears, looking flustered.
I just went to go and change the sheets in her room and couldn't find her. I looked in your office in the main kitchen.
It's all right, Jen. She was looking at some of the photographs in the lounge. Jen's expression brightens for a moment, but I shake my head. She didn't recognize anyone. She offers me a sympathetic smile.
It's still good for her to see them. Now, do you need me to make you something to eat?
Thanks, but I think I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea with her and then head to work. She seems to be quite distressed this morning, but I'll stop by at lunch.
You're doing an amazing job, you know?
Jen pats my arm. She's nearly the same age as my mom, and she always fusses over me when I come to visit, always offering me food, even if I keep declining. I appreciate that. Jen offers me another smile before disappearing into the bedroom, and I get to work making some tea. Once again, my mother and I sit in silence, and I eventually excuse myself, promising her that I'll be by for lunch. As I close the door to her wing of the house and head back out into the foyer, I'm hit with a wave of grief that almost knocks the wind from my lungs. I sink into the stairs and brace my hands on my knees as I stare through the windows at the front lawn, wishing that I could turn back the clock. She's getting worse, and my brother doesn't even have the decency to pick up the phone and check in, let alone visit in person. The last time we spoke and I dared to bring up the subject of our mother, he said there was no point in visiting as she didn't know who we were anyway. That was almost 18 months ago. I sink my nails into my palms and try to take a few calming breaths. Sometimes I think of my cousins and the close relationship they have with one another, and wish that Nikolai and I could be like that. Well, we were. But then our father died, and it was like Nikolai couldn't bear to be around anyone that reminded him of the fact that he was gone, particularly our mother. When she started losing her memory and began asking for him all the time, it was too much for him to handle. But despite the pain and grief of it all, I could never abandon my mother like that, no matter how many times she forgets who I am.
Chapter 11. Nina. There's another woman in the house. From the way that Anton dressed and bolted out of the room at the sound of her voice, I felt a rising sense of panic as I considered the fact that whoever it was might not be welcome. For a second, I wondered if this was another surprise from my father. Cursing myself for being so paranoid, I climbed out of bed, threw on his discarded shirt from last night, and ducked out of the room. I know I shouldn't have eavesdropped on Anton, but I couldn't help myself. So, I hovered around the corner at the top of the stairs. I don't know what I was expecting to find, but it certainly wasn't Anton's mother. Why didn't he tell me she was living here? And where has she been that I haven't seen her yet? And she was asking for Nikolai. That's a name I do recognize. When I was researching the Kozlovs before I came over from Russia, I looked into Anton's immediate family. He lost his father almost a decade ago, and there was very little information on his mother after that, which makes sense. I also know that his younger brother Nikolai has been almost completely absent from the Kozlov Bratva. There's hardly any trace of him, which makes me wonder why Anton's mother was asking for him. Has he come back? I'm sure my father would be eager to learn of Nikolai's whereabouts. He did consider going after him as payback for Maxim's death, as an eye for an eye has always been my father's preferred method of revenge. But when we failed to track him down, he settled on taking out Anton instead. Though now I'm starting to wonder if maybe it wouldn't be better if Nikolai would materialize. Except he told her his brother had called. Is he lying to her? Why? After our conversation last night about truths and lies, I know that Anton doesn't take lying lightly, which means there must be a pretty good reason for him to be doing it to his mother if he is. What are you hiding, Anton? He must be trying to keep her calm, which makes me think she's confused. Perhaps she's ill, which could explain why she's living with Anton. Their voices eventually disappeared into what I assume is another set of rooms that I was unaware of, and I take that as my cue to head back into Anton's room to wait for him. As I climb back into bed and wrap the sheets around me, a growing sense of unease gnaws at me. It's clear from how he speaks to his mother that he loves her dearly. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but from the nature of their conversation, maybe she is suffering from some sort of mental illness. Anton's heart must be breaking to see her like this, as his family is everything to him. But he should feel some sense of peace to be able to take care of her himself. If he was as cold and calculated as my father claims him to be, he would have just put her in a home and not thought twice about it. But I'm failing to see any evidence of that side of Anton even existing. He could easily afford to send her to a facility, but he's choosing to put in the time and effort to make her as comfortable as possible. I can't imagine my family being so selfless. If my mother had been in such a position, there's no way Maxime would have cared for her like that, despite everything she did for us. Anton has the sort of relationship with his family that I grew up dreaming about. After my mother died, I lost all hope of ever feeling loved or wanted in the way that I did with her, and I'm envious of Anton in that respect. His brother might be absent, but he still has a large family to lean on when he needs to. I, on the other hand, have no one. The door creaks open, pulling me out of my spiraling thoughts.
Hey.
Anton closes the door behind him, coming to perch on the edge of the bed. He looks drained, so I reach for his hand. Was that your mom? Anton stares at our entwined fingers and nods. Is she sick?
She's...
He rubs his calloused thumb back and forth against my fingers. Sorry, it's none of my business.
It's okay.
He offers me a small smile that doesn't reach his eyes.
She has early onset Alzheimer's.
Oh, Anton, I'm so sorry. I squeeze his fingers tighter, and he looks at me with such sorrow in his dark brown eyes that my heart starts to crack. How long ago was she diagnosed?
2 years. She's only 63. She had so much life left to live, but it's like her brain and body are being pulled in opposite directions. There's nothing physically wrong, but her mind...
I can hear the emotion in his voice. This must be incredibly tough for him to see his mother deteriorate like this.
I had a section of the house renovated to look like the house that we grew up in, as the doctors warned me that a new environment might be too overwhelming for her to cope with. I wanted to make sure she was as comfortable as possible.
That's incredibly sweet of you.
It's the least I could do.
It's more than most people would do.
I couldn't bear the thought of putting her in a home.
He shakes his head.
She deserves better than that after everything she's done for me.
And you're giving that to her.
It doesn't seem to be helping.
His shoulders slump. I don't stop to think before climbing into Anton's lap and wrapping my arms around his neck. He moves his hands on my waist and leans forward to rest his forehead against mine. It is. It might not always feel like it, but it's helping her, Anton.
Half the time she barely knows who I am. And it's heartbreaking.
My eyes sting with tears. He shuts his eyes.
I feel selfish even saying that out loud.
You're allowed to hurt. He shakes his head.
My pain is nothing compared to hers.
Anton, I whisper, taking his face in my hands. I hope you know how amazing you are. I don't know a single person who would go to such lengths to care for their loved ones.
It's really not a big deal.
He shrugs.
She's my mother. I would do anything for her.
The more I learn about Anton, the more I realize that whatever it is that my father has planned for him, he doesn't deserve. He's the most kind and selfless person I've ever met, and whatever it is that happened between him and Maxime must have been justified. I'll do whatever I can to prove it, if only to convince my father to call off this vendetta before it's too late. She's lucky to have you as a son, I whisper, before leaning in and pressing a kiss to the corner of his mouth. His shoulders relax at my touch, so I continue to pepper kisses along his stubbled jaw. You're one of a kind, Anton Kozlov.
So are you, Nina Balakin.
He moves his hands to rub them up and down my thighs. My skin pebbles beneath his touch, and I'm suddenly very aware of the fact that I'm not wearing any panties. Last night with him was incredible, and we didn't even have sex. Exploring each other with our tongues and mouths felt incredibly intimate, and I don't think I've ever felt such intense pleasure in my life. Though the dull ache between my thighs serves as a reminder of what I missed out on. Maybe it'll be the perfect distraction for Anton, to get him out of his head for a while.
Anyway, enough about me. What about you?
He snaps me out of my lust-induced daydream. What about me?
Are you close with your family?
I can't stop the nervous laughter from spilling from my lips. That's the last thing I would describe my family as.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anton's brow furrows as he looks at me, and I have to look away. The last thing I deserve is his sympathy. It's really no big deal. I mean, when my mother was alive, we were inseparable. I was her mini-me in every sense, and that's something that can't be taken away from me.
Did she dance too?
She studied ballet a little as a child, but it was always more about the music with her. She played the piano beautifully, and I would always dance around it as she played. I smile at the memory. We always joked that one day when I was grown up, we would tour the world as a mother-daughter duo.
She would be proud of you.
Anton leans forward to rub his nose against mine. I'm not a professional dancer yet. I still have a long way to go.
But you're putting in the work to make that dream a reality, Nina. Not many would have the courage to do that.
My cheeks burn at the compliment. We'll see what happens, I mutter, ignoring the pang of guilt in my stomach. If I can't get my growing feelings for Anton under control, my father is going to ruin a lot more than just my dance career.
What about the rest of your family? Do you have siblings or cousins?
I don't. It's not a complete lie. After all, Maxime is dead, and Lev is, well, Lev. I am jealous of your cousins, though. It must be nice to have a big family and all those babies to snuggle. Anton chuckles.
Don't be fooled by the cuteness.
I'd say your cousins are more handsome than cute, but sure, I guess they're sort of cute.
I meant the babies?
He pinches my waist, and I squeal. There's a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, and I know that the dark cloud is starting to pass. So jealous, I chuckle.
Well, I can't be too jealous, seeing as you're wearing my shirt, which, by the way, you look sexy as hell in.
He sinks his fingers into my hips as he bends down to press a kiss to my neck. I shiver at his touch, arching my back as my nipples pebble against the soft material. Oh, this old thing, I gasp as his tongue licks along my jaw. My pussy starts to throb as I remember how it felt to have that tongue between my thighs.
I think I might have to donate all my shirts to you. You wear them much better.
Oh, I don't know about that. I run my hands over his broad shoulders. You're pretty sexy yourself. Anton's breath tickles my neck as he laughs.
Well, Pochka, there's no competition when it comes to you. Chapter 12. Anton. Nina is doing a wonderful job of lifting my spirits, but that might have something to do with the fact that she's straddling my lap wearing nothing but my shirt. I always feel deflated after spending time with my mom. I love her dearly, but it's exhausting, and that only adds to the permanent guilt that weighs heavy on my shoulders. When it comes to her condition, my feelings are irrelevant, so I force the guilt down and try to push through the pain of her not knowing who I am. She was particularly distressed today. I'm not sure where this sudden fixation on Nikolai is coming from.
She's barely mentioned him in the last few months, and I had almost hoped she had forgotten about him entirely, if only to save her the heartache. I hate that he's causing her so much pain, but I hate even more that he doesn't seem to care. Nina presses another kiss to my lips, bringing me out of my thoughts. It's like she can sense me spiraling and is working to keep me focused on something else. I part my lips, letting her tongue slowly explore my mouth. She's so sweet and warm, and a much-needed distraction. Despite feeling guilty for focusing on Nina instead of my mother, I am grateful to have her to confide in. I probably should have told her about my mom before bringing her to my home, in case she caught her wandering around the house. But that always leads to discussions about her condition. I'm not ashamed of it in the slightest. It's more that I don't want the sympathy or praise that tends to follow after explaining our unique living situation. I'm just doing my job as a son, nothing more. It's time to take my mind off the outside world and focus on the gorgeous woman on my lap. I reach for the buttons on Nina's shirt, unbuttoning the first and kissing the skin I reveal. My phone buzzes on the bedside table. I huff.
Don't answer it.
Nina traces my lower lip with her tongue. My cock strains against my shorts, and from the way Nina moves her hips against me, I know she can feel how hard I am. It might be important.
More important than this?
She takes my hand that is currently resting on her thigh and moves it higher until my fingers brush against her pussy. Fuck, I hiss at how wet she is. Nina chuckles before moving her lips to my ear.
Still want to answer the phone?
She nips at my earlobe. I gently graze her clit and smile as she shudders with pleasure. Fuck no. I flip her onto her back. I have much more important business to attend to. Which reminds me, I think we'll leave the shirt on. Thankfully, my phone remains silent, and Nina and I pick up where we left off last night for the majority of the morning. I take in the sight of Nina sitting at the kitchen table, her dark hair in loose, messy waves around her shoulders. She's still wearing my shirt, though she insisted on putting on some panties in case my mother decided to make another trip into the main house. You're so beautiful.
So you keep saying.
She chuckles as she stirs her coffee. I plate her up some eggs and toast and set it down in front of her. Eat up. Just as I'm plating up my own food, my phone buzzes on the counter beside me, and I notice a few notifications from Mikhail. I should probably deal with this. Are you good here for a minute?
You mean with this massive plate of food you made for me?
She glances down at the mountain of eggs. Gotta keep your strength up. I smirk as Nina rolls her eyes. I'll be back soon. As I head into my office, I call Mikhail. My cousin scoffs. Thanks for finally bothering to get back to me. I was busy. I pull out my desk chair, taking a seat. With a certain ballerina? What can I do for you, Mikhail? I thought you'd want to know that Rosa finally got back to me about Lev. I sit up straighter. What did she find? Rosa is Mikhail's personal private investigator, and for good reason. She's an absolute shark, and the fact that she's taken months to track down the long-lost Koslov sibling means that Lev sure as hell didn't want to be found. According to Rosa, Lev left Russia for the U.S. 5 years ago. Why don't you sound happy? Surely it's a good thing that he's at least in the same country as you. Well, that's the thing. She couldn't find any evidence on where in the U.S. he actually is. Seriously? There's no paper trail on him at all. Fuck. Yeah, fuck, Mikhail grunts. It's a complete nightmare. Rosa literally couldn't find anything else on the guy. I lean back in my chair as I rub my jaw as I try to think of what to do next. The lack of paper trail won't be a coincidence, but it makes our next move very tricky considering it gives us nothing to go on. That means either Lev is living completely off the grid, or he's using an alias. That's what I was thinking. Either way, he's likely wanting to avoid Igor, From what Maxime said, the guy treated Lev like shit, so he probably doesn't want to risk being found. Mikhail is quiet for a moment. Or Igor is the one controlling him. What do you mean? We don't know that Lev left Russia in order to escape Igor. If anything, Igor could have brought him over here to use as bait against us, but is keeping him hidden until it's the right time to use him. I curse under my breath. Maybe it's time we paid one of Igor's haunts a visit. He's bound to have a weak link working for him, and with any luck, with enough booze, they might be willing to share some privileged information. Mikhail hums. It's worth a shot. It's not like we've got much else to go on. I end the call with Mikhail after deciding on a time and place. I lean back in my chair and stare at my recent call log, my thumb hovering above Rosa's name. Before I can talk myself out of it, I dial her number and put the call on speaker.
What?
She barks. Rosa? It's Anton Koslov.
I know who it is, dumbass. I've got caller ID.
I was wondering if you could look into someone for me.
I can. If I'm willing to is an entirely different question.
I bite back a retort. I forgot how much of a nightmare Rosa is to talk to. If she wasn't as good as she is, she would have been fired a long time ago for her attitude. Would you be willing to look into my brother, Nikolai?
Anything in particular you want to know?
Where he is would be a good start.
It's very short notice.
You will be compensated.
I should fucking hope so. The headache your family causes me.
And if you could keep it to yourself that you're looking into this for me, I would appreciate it. Rosa grumbles some more before finally agreeing after I offer her triple her regular rate. My head feels full as I head back into the kitchen after ending the call with Rosa, my mood suddenly clouding over once more.
Everything okay?
Nina looks up from her phone as I head back into the kitchen and take a seat opposite her at the table. She's devoured her breakfast and is mindlessly scrolling through her social media accounts. Yeah, that was Mikhail. I need to meet with him in the city later.
Anywhere fun?
She looks hopeful. It's for business. Nina frowns.
Oh, I was hoping I could come with you.
Absolutely not. The last place Nina should be is one of Igor's clubs.
Why?
She folds her arms across her chest. Because it's too dangerous.
What if we bring Yakov?
That wasn't part of the deal, Nina. She narrows her eyes at me as she juts out her bottom lip. I want nothing more than to lean across the table and take it between my teeth, to hear her make that breathy sound that makes my cock ache.
Fine.
She looks hurt. I let out a breath as I try to think of a solution that doesn't involve Nina getting killed. How about this? I lean forward and rest my forearms on the table. What if I promise to take you out, just me and you?
Really?
We'll go somewhere romantic.
I hope you know that I have very high expectations.
I'm well aware. I chuckle. But I think even you will be impressed by my skills.
I already am, Kozlov.
I pick Mikhail up from his townhouse just after 9. Lucia is already in bed, asleep after having a few bad nights with Vivi, but Mikhail assures me that she would love for me to visit soon. Maybe you should bring Nina over too. I pull away from the curb. If you're going to spend the whole night giving me shit about Nina, I'm throwing you out of the damn car. Mikhail only laughs as he slaps me on the shoulder. And you used to call me the grumpy one. We decide to head to one of Igor's more seedier clubs near Chinatown, in the hopes that the men he'll have working there will be more willing to talk, or, if it comes down to it, more willing to be bribed. The place is fairly busy, and it reeks of stale booze and sweat. Mikhail and I force our way to the bar, where we order a couple of drinks that have no doubt been watered down to increase the profit margin. The bartender barely looks old enough to be serving alcohol, and Mikhail discreetly nudges me. Here goes nothing. Do you know who owns this place? The bartender shakes his head, his mop of dirty blonde hair falling into his eyes. No. Do you know someone who does? Why? Mikhail leans against the bar. We're looking to invest in some clubs in the area. Hang on. The bartender disappears into the back, and I feel a spark of hope. Perhaps this won't be a waste of a trip after all. A few minutes later, the bartender reappears with an older guy, perhaps in his late 50s, who looks like he hasn't seen daylight in decades. These guys want to talk to the owner. The bartender jerks his thumb toward Mikhail and me. What's this about? You cops? Because ain't no dodgy business going on here. We're potential investors. We just want to speak to someone about the place, that's all. Owner's not here. Could we talk to you? I'm busy. He reaches for the half-empty bottle of gin currently sitting on the counter and disappears into the back. This is going well. Mikhail picks his drink up off the sticky bar top. Come on, let's find somewhere to sit. Many heads turn in our direction as we wade through the crowded seating area to find an empty table. I glance down at my pristine black suit and frown. I think we're a little overdressed. Our $1,000 suits look completely out of place in this dive. I think it might be putting people off.
Not to the waitresses, it won't be.
Mikhail dips his chin in the direction of a girl who is definitely under the legal drinking age, with a skirt that barely covers her ass and bleached blonde hair.
Maybe you should work your magic on her.
Work my magic?
You know, smile at her and shit.
How the fuck are you married? I chuckle, taking a sip of my drink.
No idea.
It seems like any magic Mikhail thought I have doesn't work in this place. Whatever illegal dealings Igor has going on behind the scenes has gotten his staff members on edge at the sight of two guys in suits, despite us assuring them all we're not cops. After the third waitress reluctantly brings us fresh drinks, after we bribed her for information by offering her a job at espionage, Mikhail and I decide to back off so as not to draw too much attention. Mikhail shrugs. Hopefully one of them finally decides to take us up on our offer and start talking. This vodka tastes like shit. How the hell does this place stay in business? You know how. Mikhail chuckles. The same way espionage does? Fuck off. Mikhail's eyes dance with amusement. We might be cousins, but we give each other crap like we're brothers.
How's Nina doing?
Mikhail sets his glass down on the table. She seems to be okay, all things considered. She's not happy that I wouldn't let her come with me tonight, but I reminded her it's for her own good. Maybe she should talk to Lucia. She knows all too well what it's like to be under lockdown. I literally can't tell if you're being serious right now. I'm being deadly serious. You're a psycho, I laugh. We're not starting some club with our girls where they get together and talk about the times their men locked them up. That's sadistic. So you admit she is your girl? You're exhausting, you know that? What I meant to ask is, how are things going with her? Mikhail leans forward, resting his forearms on his thighs. It's going well. She's a pretty special person. I think of how she managed to dissolve the dark cloud that was threatening to consume me this morning, how easy it felt to confide in her about my family and have her listen and provide comfort. I've never met anyone like her, and I'm starting to think that I would be a complete fool to let her go. You seem surprised. Your skepticism has been rubbing off on me. Well, I'm genuinely happy for you, cousin. You truly deserve it after everything you've sacrificed for this family. I hope it works out with Nina. I appreciate that. My chest tightens. It feels selfish to even consider moving forward with Nina. But perhaps I should follow in Mikhail's footsteps. For so long he was closed off to the idea of a relationship. And then Lucia came along, and it was like she brought him back to life. I wonder if that's what Mikhail sees happening to me. This might be a dead end. Mikhail sighs as he glances around the club. People always come crawling out of the woodworks eventually, Mikhail. You just have to give them a good enough reason to.
Chapter 13. Nina. Today marks a full week of staying at Anton's place, and I'm starting to get worried. Not just at the fact that I'm still yet to see any signs of him being a murdering sociopath, but also because I think I'm starting to fall for him. Like, for real fall for him. It's not good. I used to pride myself on my self-discipline. I've been studying ballet for almost my entire life, sacrificing countless nights out and opportunities for delicious food in order to perfect my craft. And yet, when it comes to a 6'3" god of a man who should be arrested for the things he can do with his tongue, I fold like a house of cards. It does not bode well for my career as a Bratva spy. I've sent the last 2 calls from my father to voicemail, and have bought myself time by texting him vague updates that are mostly made up to try and keep him happy until I can figure out my next move. I'm starting to question whether it would be better to come clean and tell Anton of the threat my father poses and hope he can look past it. But there's no way I could betray my father like that. He'd do a hell of a lot worse than putting me on a plane back to Russia. Besides, how can I come clean and openly betray Anton's trust after everything he's done for me? I'm in deep, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to crawl my way out. Emma comes to my side and we gather our things after class. You've been quiet all day. Is everything okay? Just tired, I guess. I shrug into my long coat. It's been a long week. I hear you. Bea and Allie were thinking of heading back to espionage tonight to blow off some steam. Want to come with? You can bring your new guy if you want. She winks. I pretend to check my phone as I try to consider my options. I know Anton will be home pretty late, as he has meetings, but I doubt he'd let me go out drinking even if I took Yakov with me. I wonder if I could give Yakov the slip. I think of my giant bodyguard and immediately dismiss the idea. I'm exhausted. I think I'll just stay in tonight. Come on, don't be a killjoy. I'm honestly beat, but I can make it up to you. How? She says, narrowing her eyes. I unlock my phone and shoot Anton a quick text. The girls are heading to espionage tonight. Would it be okay to organize a bottle of champagne for them from me? He replies almost immediately.
All their drinks will be taken care of, and I've organized a VIP table for them. Tell Emma to give them my name at the door. X.
I show Emma the text, and she squeals. Oh, I like him a lot. Now all we need is for him to throw in a hunky bodyguard for the night. It's not a strip club. I laugh. My phone buzzes again with another message from Anton.
I'm happy for you to go tonight, but only if I'm there too. Just let me know so I can reschedule my meetings.
Even if he's willing to come along, the thought of the girls all bombarding him with questions seems unfair. He's had a pretty stressful week himself, and I know the last thing he'll want to do is crash girls' night, so I decide it's best just to pass on this one. I'm not feeling it tonight. Think I'll enjoy a nice bath instead. Anton.
Same rules apply with the bath.
You have meetings.
They're not important. You are.
And I wonder why I'm falling for him. Ooh, what's got you blushing? Emma nudges me with her elbow. Huh? Oh, nothing. I shut off my phone before she reads my messages over my shoulder. We gather the rest of our things and head out of the studio. Yakov is waiting for us outside, and Emma continues to try and flirt with him as we walk out of the main building. I apologize for my friend Yakov. I glance up at him. She's very persistent. What can I say? I like the quiet ones. She laughs. They're always the freakiest in bed. Emma? What? It's true. Oh my God. In all seriousness, are we ever going to hang out outside of this building? Why don't you come over to Anton's place on Sunday? Seriously? Yeah, it'll be fun. His house is incredible, and I'll stock plenty of snacks, and we can just veg out on the couch all day. I am so in. Text me the address. Or better yet, have Yakov come and pick me up. After saying goodbye to Emma, I follow Yakov to the car, and he holds the door open as I climb into the back seat of the blacked-out Range Rover. I know that most of my classmates likely think I'm insane, and it just makes me more grateful for the fact that I managed to make some friends before I landed myself a mountain of a bodyguard. "You really don't like talking, do you?" I ask after 10 minutes of silence. Yakov says nothing, his eyes focused on the road ahead. "Is that because Anton's ordered you not to talk to me?" Still nothing. "Or is it because of Emma? Because trust me, you not engaging is only making it worse." Not a word. For some reason, I can't help but smile. When we arrive back at Anton's house, Yakov drives us around the back of the property to park the car, and I quickly head inside. I didn't get a chance to eat lunch again, and I think my body might actually be breaking down my organs for food from the hunger pains I'm experiencing. Dumping my bag and coat by the stairs, I hurry across the foyer toward the kitchen when there's an almighty crash followed by yelling. "Oh no!" I sprint toward the kitchen. I find Anton's mother clutching shards of broken china as a housemaid tries to reason with her. "You made me drop them!" Anton's mother screams. "You idiot woman!" She crouches on the floor and starts trying to scoop up the broken china with her bare hands. "Mrs. Kozlov, let me do that." "You've done enough!" "Is everything okay?" The maid turns to face me, and her eyes widen in alarm. "Oh, Miss Balakin, I'm so sorry. I'll get this cleaned up." "Please, don't worry about the mess. Is everything all right?" The maid hesitates, glancing down at where Anton's mother crouches on the floor. "I was trying to polish the plates when she came in and started..." Her cheeks flush. "Please don't worry." Is her nurse not around? The maid shakes her head. "Jen has the day off, and Annie doesn't come in for another hour. Mr. Kozlov said he would be covering..." I'm sure there was just a mix-up with his schedule. So why don't you go and find a broom and I'll deal with Anton's mother. The maid doesn't need to be asked twice. She hurries into the laundry room, and I take the opportunity to move closer to Anton's mother, who is still trying to clear up the plates. "Mrs. Kozlov, can I get you something?" She glances up at me, and for a moment she looks confused. But then her face breaks out into a smile, and I can instantly see Anton in her. "Katerina, is that you?" She climbs to her feet. It's been so long." She throws her arms around me. I freeze as she hugs me tightly, unsure of what is going on. And who is Katerina? I'm not sure I want to know the answer. "Mrs. Kozlov, why don't we go and have a cup of tea in your rooms?" I pat her awkwardly on the back. "We can catch up." "Oh, that sounds wonderful." She finally loosens her hold on me. "And please, enough with the Mrs. Kozlov. It makes me feel ancient. You know you can just call me Maria." She hasn't stopped smiling, and I wonder if it would be best to call Anton and let him know the situation. Is she having an episode? Would it make her worse if I played along? But then I remember how Anton handled her the other day, and I decide it's best to play the part of this Katerina girl so as not to distress her. "Right, sorry." Just then the maid reappears with the broom, and Maria scoffs loudly. "I should take this out of your wages." I'm sorry, Mrs. Kozlov." "Sorry doesn't bring back the china that has been in my family for generations." The maid looks to be on the verge of tears, so I quickly usher Maria out of the kitchen and toward the lounge. I realize then that I have no clue how to get into her rooms. I look around the lounge, but the only door is the one that leads into the foyer. "I don't suppose you know how to get to your rooms?" She doesn't seem to be listening. She's wandered over to the bookcases and has picked up a framed photo of Anton with all his cousins, taken at Dimitri's wedding. "Such a handsome boy." She presses a finger to Anton's face. "He's so lucky to have you." When she glances over her shoulder at me, I realize her eyes are a lighter shade of brown compared to Anton's, but they crinkle at the corners in the same way his do when he smiles. I can't help but notice the fact that she looks completely different from how she was the other time I saw her. Instead of wearing a nightgown with her hair in disarray, she's dressed in a pristine cream pantsuit with her gray shoulder-length hair neatly styled. If her nurse isn't around, then somehow she managed to get herself organized, which is surely a good sign, right? Maybe I should call Anton on the off chance she's having a lucid episode. I'm sure he wouldn't want to miss it. They're all handsome boys, really, but I can't take credit for these four. Maria laughs. They're all my sister's children. But of course, you know that. She waves a hand. It's lovely how close they all are. I reach for another photo of Anton as a child. He's hugging his mother's leg and grinning at the camera, showing off his missing front teeth. How old was he here? 4 or 5? He knocked his front teeth out 2 days before. He was riding his bike too fast down the hill at the back of our house. I told him to be careful, but, of course, he went flying over the handlebars. Oh no! It's his own damn fault. I was more upset that there was blood all over his new shirt, and he scraped his knees up real nice, too. I look closer at the picture, and sure enough, his knobby knees covered in Band-Aids. Poor Anton, I chuckle. Never did it again, though, Maria shrugs. My sister's kids were the same. Never liked being told what to do, and always came home covered in blood. Not much has changed there. Oh, this is my favorite photo. She reaches for one of Anton with his arm around a slightly younger boy, who I assume is his brother, Nikolai. They're wearing matching school uniforms with their dark hair neatly styled. My boys were inseparable growing up. They look like they got into mischief together. Oh, they sure did. Anton tried his best to keep Nikolai in line, but it never really worked. She laughs. One time they stole all the lemons off the tree in our neighbor's yard. She was an older lady, and somehow the boys convinced her to buy them all back. I guess Anton's always been an entrepreneur. I chuckle. He sure has. I'm so proud of Anton. Maria sets the photo back on the shelf. He's grown into an amazing young man, despite everything he's gone through. I frown, wondering what hardships she's referring to. Before I have a chance to ask, the door to the lounge clicks open and Anton strolls in. I can't help but stare as he crosses the room wearing his signature black shirt and pants combo that shows off his powerful body. He's freshly shaven, which makes his jaw appear even more angular, and I'm eager to explore the thick column of his neck with my tongue.
What's going on?
He glances between me and his mother. Maria was just showing me some old pictures. Anton's eyebrows shoot up, but I offer him a reassuring smile. She's been telling me all sorts of stories about you.
Is that so?
His eyes fly to her.
Mamulichka?
Come over here, Anton. Maria waves her hand. Remind me where this one was taken. He moves to stand on her other side and reaches onto the top shelf of the bookcase for a picture of himself and Nikolai, with a man I assume is their father.
This was on Dad's birthday.
Anton hands Maria the frame.
Right after Nikolai and I stole the cake.
I glance over Maria's shoulder at the photo and burst out laughing as I notice the two boys sporting a mustache made of chocolate icing. Like I said, they were troublemakers. She shakes her head. I look at Anton closely and notice his eyes glisten with tears as his mother recalls that day with a fond expression. My heart aches for him. He must feel so helpless knowing that there's no cure for this disease. But I hope these lucid moments can bring him some comfort.
Chapter 14. Anton. The last thing I expect to find when I walk into the lounge is Nina chatting with my mother. I decided to pop back to the house between meetings to check on both of them, and when the maid came rushing out of the kitchen looking distressed, I knew immediately that my mother was having a bad day.
But then I heard Mama laughing, and I froze. It is a sound I have not heard in a long time, and it almost made my knees buckle. It seemed Nina might be working her magic on more than just me. Why don't we go and have some tea, Mamulichka? We can show Nina the secret door to your rooms.
Nina?
She looks confused. I look at Nina, but she shakes her head. Long story, she mouths, and I nod. I lead Nina through the hidden door behind the bookcase, and my mother eagerly gives her a tour of her rooms, pointing out the many paintings on the walls that she's done herself. Nina is nothing but patient as Mama chats away, and I give them some space as I make some tea for all of us. Lucid days are turning into lucid moments, but even those are becoming rarer and rarer. I'm grateful that I was able to be around for this one, because I know eventually she won't be able to remember me at all. Nina and I stay with my mother until Annie arrives at 4. I had completely forgotten that Jen was off today, and I'm pissed off at myself for making another mistake. I normally have the nurses' schedule synced with my work calendar, so I can make sure not to schedule meetings on their days off, but it seems my mind was elsewhere yet again. I'm quiet as Nina and I head back out into the main house.
I'm sorry if I overstepped.
Nina breaks the silence as we cross the foyer. I stop in my tracks and take a deep breath as I look down into her pale blue eyes. She looks anxious, and I silently curse myself for making her worry. Sorry if I'm being quiet. I reach out to stroke her cheek. Touching her seems to ground me, pulling me out of my thoughts and bringing me back to the present. I'm annoyed at myself for messing up the care schedule for today. Please don't take this as me being mad at you for spending time with my mom. Trust me when I say you didn't overstep, Nina. Not in the slightest.
She was so distressed, and I thought I could help.
I take her hand and squeeze it tightly. You did help. You were wonderful with her, so gentle and caring. Nina's cheeks flush pink, and she lowers her eyes, clearly embarrassed by the compliment. I reach out to cup her chin, and she shyly looks up at me under her lashes. You'll make an amazing mother one day. I rest my forehead against hers, and for a moment we let the sound of our combined breathing fill our ears. But then Nina wraps her arms around my neck and rises up on her tiptoes to softly kiss me.
I missed you today.
Her words bring a smile to my face, and I kiss her deeply, showing her just how much I missed her, too. My tongue tangles with hers, and she moans, pressing her body up against me. I wrap an arm around her waist, pulling her tighter against me as my other hand moves to her throat. I gently squeeze the delicate column of her neck, and she whimpers, the sound making my cock twitch. I'm desperate to take her straight up to bed, to continue exploring her incredible body. I'm curious to know the sort of positions we could try, considering how flexible she is. But I also don't want to push her. I'm well aware of the fact that she's staying at my house against her will, and I need to be careful not to make her feel pressured into anything. After all, she did turn down my advances that first night. I pull away before Nina can feel the evidence of my arousal.
Do you need to head back out tonight?
She sounds a little breathless. Her lips are swollen, and her eyes have a slightly glazed look to them that has me adjusting myself. I canceled the rest of my meetings. I try to ignore my thickening cock.
How come?
I thought we could watch a movie or something. Only if you want to, of course. I add, feeling suddenly embarrassed.
Really?
Nina's eyes light up.
You want to have a movie night?
It was just an idea.
It sounds perfect.
She bounces up and down on her toes.
We can make hot chocolate and popcorn.
I smile at the excitement in her eyes. Whatever you want, Lapuchka. Nina's cheeks flush pink, and she reaches up to kiss me again. I moan as she sinks her fingers into my hair, and she responds by pressing her breasts up against my chest. I'm treating Nina like she's my girlfriend, when I should be doing the exact opposite. But it's so damn hard to resist the life that's flashing through my mind when I wake up with her in my bed, or sit across from her at the breakfast table as we drink our morning coffee.
You might regret saying that.
She nips at my bottom lip. I already do. I press my erection against her lower belly.
Anton.
She grinds against me. As ready as we both are, I know Nina's come straight from a full day of classes and likely hasn't eaten yet. I promised her I would take care of her, and not just in the bedroom. Let's go and get you fed. She scoffs.
Is that code for a blowjob or something?
I bark a laugh. I meant actual food. I chuckle as I flick the end of her nose. Such a dirty girl. Nina grins before dropping her hands from around my neck and sauntering away, making sure to swish her hips with every step. Fucking hell, I hiss as I eye her perfect ass in those leggings. She glances over her shoulder, her dark bangs falling in her eyes, and I can't help but reach down and squeeze my length. She laughs before disappearing into the kitchen. She knows exactly what she does to me. As soon as I enter the kitchen, my housemaid turns to me.
Can I make you something, Mr. Kozlov?
Nina has taken a seat at the table and is resting her chin on her bent knees. That's quite all right, Danica. Why don't you finish early today?
But it's only just past 4. I was meant to be here until 9.
I'll still pay you for the full day, don't worry. Please, go and spend some time with your family. Danica looks on the verge of tears as she collects her bag, which was not my intention at all.
You're very kind, Mr. Kozlov. My children will be happy to see me home early.
She pats me on the arm. I offer her a warm smile in return and go to open the kitchen door for her. Nina shakes her head as I close the door behind Danica.
Okay, seriously, are you like a saint or something?
Excuse me?
I've never known someone to take such good care of his staff.
It's basic human decency, Nina.
I know. And yet so many people treat others like garbage.
I bite the inside of my cheek to try and fight my smile. She frowns.
What?
You're cute when you're annoyed. Her brows furrow harder, and I can tell that something is bothering her. Nina? What's wrong?
Who's Katerina?
I freeze. How does she know about Katerina? Why do you ask? I try to seem almost indifferent to the question, but my heart is starting to race. I hate talking about Katerina because it always leaves me feeling empty. Nina bites her lower lip, looking embarrassed, but I've made it clear to her how important honesty and truth is to me, so I gently tuck her hair behind her ear, silently giving her permission to speak whatever is on her mind.
Your mother thought I was Katerina. I didn't correct her because I thought it might upset her even more.
I see.
Sorry, I'm not very familiar with Alzheimer's, so if I was wrong to not correct her, I apologize.
You don't need to apologize. Often it's best just to go along with the narrative she's created rather than trying to correct her. I did that in the beginning, and it only upset her.
Okay, that's good to know. But you still didn't answer my question.
I trace my thumb over the pink blush staining her cheeks. I'm curious to know why she's so interested in Katerina. Is she jealous? The thought has me holding back a smile. But I can't find it in me to tell her the story, and I know telling her who she really was will lead to a whole lot of questions. So I just say, she was just someone that our family used to know.
A friend of the family?
I nod. Something like that.
Oh, okay.
Now, how do you feel about popcorn for dinner? I feel bad for not telling her the whole truth about who Katerina is, but the truth is that even after all this time, it still brings back painful memories. I know it would probably help to actually talk about her, but Nina is not going to be that person. Talking about your ex-girlfriend with the woman you're interested in is a complete mood killer. Nina smiles and gets to her feet. I pull the bag of kernels out of the pantry as Nina grabs the pot out of the cupboard beside the stove. I pour the kernels into the pot and set the lid back on. How was your day?
It was good. Long, but good.
So the girls are heading out tonight?
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Emma says thank you for organizing the table and everything. It was very sweet.
It was my pleasure. You know, it's not too late if you want to join them. Nina glances at me and bites her lower lip.
I'd rather stay in with you,
she whispers. I can't help but bend down to kiss her on the tip of her nose. Me too. Her breath catches, and I laugh, loving how she responds to the slightest touch. Once the popcorn is almost ready, I grab 2 huge mugs and start heating up milk for the hot chocolate. I think there's some whipped cream in the fridge.
Ooh, yum.
I smile as she skips over to the fridge, her movements so delicate and graceful that I can't help but stare.
Oh, I forgot to mention that I invited Emma over on Sunday for a girly afternoon, if that's okay. Sorry, I probably should have checked with you first.
She opens the fridge and pulls out the can of whipped cream. Warmth rushes in my chest at the thought of her feeling comfortable enough in my house to invite her friends around. You're welcome to invite your friends over anytime. I lean against the counter. And I want you to know how much I appreciate your willingness to follow my requests when it comes to your safety. I know it's not easy.
Getting to stay in a big fancy house with a hot guy isn't exactly a hardship.
She smirks. You think I'm hot? Nina scowls.
Just for that, you can show me just how much you appreciate me.
She shakes the can of cream, and my mind instantly fills with filthy thoughts.
And maybe we can see how willing you are to follow my requests. Chapter 15. Nina. I don't know why I'm so nervous for Emma to come over. Part of me still can't quite believe that another girl actually wants to hang out with me. I'm not sure it's something I'll get used to for a while. I fluff the cushions on the couch again and adjust the bowls of snacks that I've laid out. Danica very kindly went to the store yesterday and picked up various flavors of chips, as well as candy and basically every food that is off limits to a ballerina in training. But what my ballet teacher doesn't know won't hurt her.
You're nervous,
Anton says, and I jump out of my skin. You really need to learn not to sneak up on people. Anton grins before stalking over to me and wrapping his arms around my waist.
You don't need to be nervous.
He murmurs against my hair.
Right now, this is your home, and I want you to treat it as such.
Thank you. I snuggle into his chest. I've never really had girlfriends to hang out with before, and I want it to go well.
It's clear that Emma cares about you a lot, from the way she threatened to chop off my dick, so I think you're good.
I burst out laughing at the memory of Emma giving Anton the talk back when I first met him. You looked terrified.
I was.
Anton nuzzles into my neck.
I quite like my dick. And so do you.
Oh my God. A shiver runs down my spine as he licks at the sensitive skin.
Exactly.
I push at his chest. She's going to be here any minute. Heat starts to pool in my lower belly.
A minute is plenty of time.
Anton's gaze darkens, and my throat bobs. How can he get me so worked up with only a few words? I swear my body is becoming addicted to Anton, and that both terrifies and thrills me. Thankfully, the front door opens, and I hurry past Anton before he can talk me into ditching my friend. I find Emma in the foyer chatting Yakov's ear off. She's dressed in leggings and an oversized pink jumper with her mass of blonde curls piled high on her head. The contrast of her tiny frame next to Yakov is almost comical, but she's not intimidated by him in the slightest. If anything, I think Yakov might be the one intimidated by her. Nina! She drops her bag on the floor and throws her arms around my neck. Thanks for sending your hot bodyguard to come and get me. I think we made some solid progress on the drive over. I dread to think what you talked about. Anton chuckles behind me, and Emma's eyes flick to him. I don't fail to notice the once-over she gives him, and I'm overcome by a surge of possessiveness toward him. He's drop-dead gorgeous, but he's also completely off-limits to me, something I keep failing to remember myself.
Nina did say you requested him to pick you up.
Anton tucks his hands into his pockets. I sure did. He's yummy. Yakov looks like he wants the ground to open up and swallow him whole, and Anton laughs, the sound making my skin break out in goosebumps.
Well, I'll leave you two girls to it. But I just wanted to say, Emma, that you're welcome here any time, so please make yourself at home.
Thank you. This place is gorgeous. She looks around the foyer. I glance at Anton, and there's a faint pink blush staining his cheeks. Is he embarrassed? I never thought I could use the word adorable to describe Anton Kozlov, but the way he's blushing right now, as Emma gushes over the house, has me smiling so hard my cheeks ache.
That's very kind. Yakov and I will be in my upstairs office if you need anything.
They disappear up the stairs. I stare after him, frozen in a state of awe. He can't be real. Wait, does Yakov work for Anton? I thought you said he worked for your father? Emma frowns. Oh, Yakov's just helping Anton out with some security stuff for when I stay at his place. My father insisted. I thought my dad was protective, but yours is on another level. I feel for you, girl. I give Emma a quick tour of the downstairs rooms before getting settled in the lounge, where she takes one look at the table of snacks and the TV that covers most of the wall and lets out another squeal. I could get used to this. She plops herself down on the couch. I'm glad I wore pants with an elasticated waist. I laugh as I take a seat beside her and pour us both a glass of red wine that Anton kindly donated to us. I curl my legs up underneath myself, snuggling up on the couch. Did I miss anything on Friday? Allie got the number of one of the bartenders. Emma shakes her head as she reaches for the bowl of popcorn. But I think he only gave it to her because we were in the VIP section, and he thought we were loaded or something. Oh my God, don't tell her I said that. I won't, don't worry. And Bea was being her usual standoffish self. I mean, I don't blame the guys for not approaching her. She's both stunning and terrifying with that red hair and pale skin. What about you? Emma looks guilty as she takes a sip of wine, and I sit up straighter, suddenly intrigued. Oh my God, what did you do? I may have had sex in the bathroom. She visibly cringes. In Anton's bar? Yeah. I know it's super slutty, but if it's any consolation, I won't be doing it again. The sex was actually terrible. I'm surprised the guy even managed to get it in the right hole, if you know what I mean. Emma! I'm not even joking. Emma groans. I'm not sure if it was because we were drunk or in a bathroom stall, or if he was genuinely that bad, but it was almost enough to turn me off guys altogether. I laugh. It was probably a combination of the three. Nina, I swear, I don't know how I managed to find such crappy guys. An Espionage is an upscale bar. I thought I could bag myself an Anton. Speaking of which, here we go. What? I sip my wine. What's the deal with you two? I should have prepared an answer. I knew the question of Anton and me would come up, considering the fact that I brought Emma over to his house. Because he is insanely hot and rich and seems like a genuinely nice guy. He's the whole package, Nina. I know he is. I sigh, swirling my wine around in my glass to keep my hands busy. Are you a thing? Because if you're not, and he's available, I will quite happily take him off your hands. I'm working on it. I managed to steer the conversation away from Anton and me for the rest of the afternoon, peppering Emma with questions about her recent string of bad dates and hookups in various New York haunts. She happily gives me all the details, her foul mouth leaving my cheeks tear-stained from laughing so hard. After devouring a pizza and a bottle of wine, Emma decides to head home around 8. As much as I would have loved to continue late into the night, drinking expensive wine and talking about boys and ballet, we both have an early morning rehearsal for the winter showcase tomorrow, which we cannot afford to be hungover for. Yakov graciously drives Emma back to the city, and I head upstairs, running into Anton outside my room.
How was your afternoon?
He reaches out to stroke my cheek. The way he always has to touch me makes me think that he's just as in awe of me as I am of him, as if neither of us can quite believe that the other is real. It was so lovely. Thank you again.
Of course.
I'm going to go and take a shower. I need to leave for school at 6:30 tomorrow for rehearsals, so I should probably sleep in my room tonight. While it's not entirely a lie, I think a night alone to sort through my thoughts isn't such a bad idea. Getting possessive over Anton is not good, and while the last week of sleeping next to Anton has been incredible, I really need to turn my focus back to ballet. After all, when all of this is over, it might be the only thing I have left.
You don't trust me to keep my hands to myself?
Anton's eyes crinkle at the corners. I don't trust myself. I laugh. And I really can't afford to be tired tomorrow.
Okay, Lapochka. Sleep well.
Anton leans down to kiss my forehead. I sigh at his touch, my entire body relaxing at the feeling of his warm lips. I head into my private bathroom and turn on the shower. As I wait for it to warm up, I quickly scroll through the notifications on my phone. I'm just catching up on some messages from Allie and Bia when my phone starts ringing with an incoming call from my father. My stomach sinks as I glance over at the bathroom door, my heart rate increasing at the thought of Anton walking in. I cross the room and turn the lock just to be on the safe side. It's becoming so easy to pretend that Anton and I exist in this safe little bubble, getting to spend all day dancing and then coming home to a man who treats me like I'm his world is all I've ever wanted. And I hate that at some point, the bubble will burst. When I agreed to this plan, not that I was given much choice, I never expected to actually like Anton, or for him to be such a nice person. I thought he would be an asshole, which would make it easy for me to betray his confidence. But he's the exact opposite, and I have no idea what to do. I'm completely fucked. You shouldn't be contacting me, I hiss down the phone. What if someone overhears me and reports back to Anton?
That's your problem, not mine. You should know how to keep conversations private.
I sigh, biting back a retort. I don't have the energy to deal with my father, so I keep quiet, not wanting to antagonize him.
How are things progressing?
I'm working on establishing a connection. I'm grateful that the shower will likely muffle my voice. I perch on the edge of the bathtub, my eyes locked on the door, praying that Anton doesn't decide to come into my room looking to join me.
You need to work faster.
I can't, without risking it looking suspicious.
Then you need to trap him.
Trap him? What do you mean?
Get yourself pregnant, Nina.
You're joking. A hysterical laugh escapes me.
If you get yourself knocked up, he'll likely marry you, and that gives you your connection.
He can't be serious. My thoughts race as I try to think this through. In a fantasy world, marrying Anton sounds like a dream come true. But in reality, linking him permanently to my father is a death sentence. I can't do that to him. At least not without telling him the full truth first. And that would likely kill any chance of us having a future. Anton values truth and trust above all else, a fact that has my stomach twisting with guilt. I can't. No, this was never part of the plan.
I have a new plan.
Thanks for keeping me in the loop, I huff. This is my fucking life we're talking about here. I can't just get knocked up. What about ballet?
What about it?
I can't dance if I'm pregnant. My voice is thick with tears as my dream starts to slip through my fingers.
I've never known someone to be so fucking self-absorbed. That's all your mother's doing. She coddled you and left me to deal with the consequences.
My eyes sting at his words. I hate it when he talks about my mother because it's never with kindness or fondness. There has to be another way. If you want me to marry him, I could try—
There is no other way. Getting pregnant is the only way to guarantee he will marry you.
Why is it so important that he marries me? What exactly do you plan on doing to him?
How about you leave the important things to me and focus on what you're good at?
Is that all I'm good for, then? Getting married and knocked up?
I guess we'll find out.
He hangs up the phone. I stare at the screen. I should be used to never feeling good enough. I've had over 2 decades of feeling completely inferior to my brother Maxime, or invisible in my father's eyes. Nothing I ever do is good enough, which is likely what got me in this mess in the first place. I thought that somehow going along with my father's plan would finally redeem me in his eyes, but I know I'm only fooling myself. My father has made up his mind about me, and now Anton is going to be the one to suffer. I know that family is everything to Anton, and the thought of tricking him into marriage and a baby would be the worst kind of betrayal. I can't do that to him, which leaves me with only one option. I need to tell him the truth about who my father is.
Chapter 16. Anton. It's days like today that I regret ever opening up a bar. It's been one thing after another, which means I spend all day glued to a desk trying to fix everybody else's mistakes. I only meant to pop into espionage to have my weekly meeting with the general manager, but that turned into double-checking the stock, as well as reviewing some security footage and talking to the police due to an assault allegation against one of our regulars outside the bathrooms on Saturday night. Thankfully, it was only hearsay, but I still made sure to go through every piece of evidence we had before the police dismissed it. By the time I walk through the front door, it's past 9, and I'm desperate for a drink, and hoping that Nina is still up and willing to join me. Seeing her beautiful smile will definitely help my mood. "Nina?" I call out as I walk across the foyer.
Up here!
My pulse spikes at the sound of her voice, and I quickly jog up the stairs. "Where are you, Zyka?"
In your bedroom.
I walk in to find Nina's naked body sprawled across my bed. She's lying back against the pillows with her arms up over her head, looking nothing short of angelic, with her dark hair loose around her shoulders. My eyes roam over her peaked nipples, my mouth watering at the thought of sucking on the sensitive buds before moving lower. Her legs are pressed firmly together, shielding her beautiful pussy from me, and I groan.
You had a long day.
She rolls onto her stomach, giving me the perfect view of her ass. Yeah. I undo a few buttons before pulling my shirt over my head.
I thought you might need cheering up.
My cock strains against my zipper. "You gonna let me take you from behind again, Lapochka?" She wiggles her hips, and I reach down to squeeze the bulge in my pants.
I have another idea.
She glances over her shoulder at me with hooded eyes. "Oh, yeah?"
I have some homework to do for class.
She rolls back over.
You see, I couldn't quite get this move right.
She lifts her right leg and takes hold of her ankle. Fucking hell. I palm my length as I forget how to breathe, watching her straighten her leg and pulling it back so it's almost flush against her body, giving me the perfect view of her pussy, which is already gleaming with her arousal. My mouth waters at the thought of burying my face between her thighs and tasting her. Nina grins before taking hold of her other ankle and stretching her legs out to either side in a perfect split.
I feel a little tight.
She bites her lower lip as she watches my reaction.
The sound I make is nothing short of feral as I imagine fucking her like this, knowing how deep I'll be able to reach at this angle. It's a miracle I don't spill in my pants. She's breathtaking. Somehow I manage to focus long enough to take off my pants, my cock already leaking as I eye her naked body. I'm sure that won't be a problem. I wrap my hand around the base of my cock and pump my length. Nina watches me with glazed eyes, still holding the splits as I climb onto the bed. Christ, Nina. I run my slick tip along the length of her pussy. Her eyes roll as I brush her clit. I don't know whether to fuck you or taste you.
Fuck me.
She arches her back.
Please.
I quickly grab a pillow and position it under her hips to angle them so I can sink even deeper. This is going to feel incredible, so I'll need to pace myself so I can make sure Nina still comes first. Lining my cock up with her entrance, I thrust my hips hard and sink my cock all the way inside her. Nina cries out as I fill her, and I take a moment to let her adjust to the size of me.
Anton.
She whimpers, her expression turning from one of pleasure to agony as I refuse to move inside her. I don't want to hurt you, Nina. I'm fucking deep at this angle.
You won't. I'm very flexible.
I know. I chuckle as I stroke along her inner thighs. But if it gets too much, I need you to tell me.
Anton.
She screws her eyes shut.
Fuck me.
I can't help but laugh at how desperate she is. I love that I can bring her so much pleasure, and I don't think I'll ever get used to her screaming my name as I make her come. Oh, I intend to, I murmur, before sliding out of her tight heat and thrusting back in.
Yes.
Nina clenches around my cock. Fuck, Nina. I thrust into her again. She offers me a lazy smile, her eyes half closed as I place my hands on her thighs, keeping them in place as I pump my hips. Look at you. So beautiful.
You feel so good.
Her skin is starting to flush a soft shade of pink. I look down to where our bodies are joined and watch as I pull my cock free. It's gleaming with Nina's arousal, and I have to grip my teeth as my balls start to tighten and a spurt of pre-cum leaks from the tip. I need to slow down, otherwise I'm going to blow my load before Nina gets her release, and that is not how I like to do things. Reaching between us, I start rubbing slow circles on her clit as I thrust deeper inside her. Nina's eyes widen, and her mouth falls open in a silent cry as I apply more pressure to her clit. Do you want more, Nina? I slowly pump my hips. Nina makes a strangled sound as she glares at me, and I chuckle. I keep my eyes locked on hers as I get her release building.
So good.
She moves her hands to cup her breasts. I love watching you, I murmur as she starts playing with her nipples.
Yeah?
She glances down at her breasts that are small and perky. They're the perfect mouthful, and I can't wait to give them some attention myself. She tweaks the hard peaks and gasps, her back arching from the rush of pleasure. Her pussy clenches around my cock, and I grunt, Fuck! Keep doing that. She laughs before pulling harder on her nipples. Her pussy becomes even slicker, and I run my thumb through her wetness before rubbing her clit faster. Nina moans, moving between kneading her breasts and tweaking her nipples as I work her clit in time with my thrusts. The need to come is almost unbearable. Come on, Zyka. That's it. I rub her clit harder. Come on, my cock.
Yes. Oh my God.
My movements are becoming sloppier as my spine starts to tingle. I can barely think straight as my cock moves in and out of her slick heat.
I'm coming.
She moans, her eyes screwed shut as her mouth falls open.
Yes, yes, yes.
Her body shudders, followed by a rush of wetness between her thighs. Her pussy pulses around my length as she climaxes, and one more pump of my hips has my cock spilling.
Holy shit! I empty myself inside her.
Once we're both spent, I collapse on top of her, and Nina wraps her thighs around my waist, holding me against her. She sighs.
That was incredible.
I grunt, and she laughs.
Did that cheer you up?
I think it might have killed me. I can barely think straight, and the fact that I'm still inside her isn't helping. She moans as she licks at my neck.
I could stay like this forever, with you buried inside me.
That sounds like heaven to me. I capture her lips with mine. Eventually, I pull myself off Nina and collapse onto my back and pull her against my side, and she rests her head on my chest. I don't think I've ever felt such peace as I do right now, lying in bed after having the most incredible sex with the woman of my dreams, because there's no denying that Nina is just that. She squeezes up to me.
Can I ask you something?
Of course. I stroke up and down her arm. I can't seem to stop touching her.
The man responsible for the attack on me. Do you know his name?
That was not what I was expecting her to ask, but I knew we were bound to have this conversation eventually. It's not been 100% confirmed, but if it's who I think it is, then yes, I do.
Can you tell me?
I hesitate. Why?
I think I'll feel better if I know his name.
She moves out of my arms to sit up against the pillows.
Then he's a real, concrete person, rather than some threat that seems to linger in the air. That probably makes no sense.
No, I get it. You sure you want to know? She nods, biting her lower lip. His name is Igor Ivanov. He's been at war with my family for decades, and he's about as bad as they come. Nina's eyes widen, and I reach out to stroke her cheek. I don't want to frighten you, Lepochka. He won't ever get to you.
That's why you've gone to such lengths to keep me safe, isn't it?
I nod.
What has he done that's so terrible?
For one, he murdered my aunt and uncle. Nina's breath hitches, but she stays quiet. Along with many of the men that work for my family. Almost a year ago, he kidnapped my cousin Mikhail's wife and threatened to kill her and her unborn child in front of him.
Oh my God.
Nina sobs, covering her mouth with her hand as her eyes well with tears. I can stop if this is too much. Nina shakes her head.
I want to know as much about him as possible.
This is just between us, but my cousins found out they have a half-sibling. Their father had an affair with Igor's ex-wife, Katya, and there was a son. Igor recorded Katya as having a stillbirth and took the son and basically tortured him for most of his life. We've been trying to track him down for almost 2 years. Nina's body is shaking, and I decide that's probably enough information. I cup her cheeks and wipe her tears away with my thumbs. But he won't ever hurt you, Nina. I promise. She nods as tears continue to stream down her cheeks. I'm sorry for upsetting you, Lepochka.
I'm the one who asked.
Unfortunately, there are bad people in this world. But then there are angels like you who are nothing but good and pure. I bend down to kiss her lips. Nina only sobs louder. I pull her into my arms and hold her against my chest as she cries. I hate that she's shedding tears because of Igor Ivanov, but she has every right to know the reality of this situation. I won't ever deny the truth to her.
Have you ever killed anyone?
She whispers once she's calmed down. For a moment, I consider lying, but I can't deceive Nina like that. She deserves to know who I really am. Yes, I stroke her cheek, but only when it's absolutely necessary. It's never out of entertainment or enjoyment. I take the fact that she's not pushing me away or looks repulsed by my honesty as a good sign.
What counts as necessary?
Nina frowns. Protecting those I love. Nina goes quiet, and I worry that my confession might be too much for her, but I wanted to be as open and transparent with her as possible. Secrets can ruin relationships, and if Nina and I have a chance at something real, It's best she knows what she's getting herself into. Are you okay? I continue stroking her hair, hoping that this small touch reminds her of who I really am.
I'm okay.
She whispers.
But I need to talk to you about something.
You can always talk to me. About anything. She nods, biting her lower lip. My phone buzzes among my pile of clothes on the floor. I hesitate, but Nina shifts out of my arms.
You should take that.
It's probably just Mikhail or Daniil. I reach over the side of the bed for my pants. I pull my phone out of my pocket and see Rosa's name flashing on the screen. Shit. She's likely calling with an update on Nikolai, and I'm eager to learn of my brother's whereabouts. But I'm also aware of the conversation that Nina and I have just had, and the fact that she was wanting to share something with me.
Anton, it's okay.
She climbs out of bed, reaching for her pink silk robe that's slung over the armchair.
We can talk later.
You needed to talk. My phone continues to buzz in my hand, but there's no way I can send Rosa to voicemail.
Really, it's fine.
Nina ties the belt of her robe around her middle before walking over to the door.
Take your call. We'll talk more later.
I feel like an ass as Nina disappears out of the room, and I make a silent vow to make it up to her later. What have you got for me, Rosa?
Thought you were ignoring me, Kozlov.
I was in the middle of something.
You always are.
She scoffs.
I'm calling to let you know that I managed to find some basic info on your brother.
What do you mean by basic?
His current address that he's been living at for the past year, as well as an updated phone number. I'm emailing them over to you now, along with my invoice.
Where's he been living?
If you check the email, you'll find out. I have to go, Anton.
She cuts off the call. I quickly open up my email and click on the latest one from Rosa. I hold my breath as I scan the attached file with Nikolai's new number, as well as his current address, and notice a New York zip code. You fucker. Not only has he been in the same country as me for the past year, but also in the same state. I fight the urge to launch my phone across the room. I could almost excuse him for not visiting our mother when I thought he was abroad, though he sure as hell has the money to afford regular flights. But the fact that he's been so close and not bothered to visit, let alone help out, has my blood boiling. I need a fucking drink. I'm in a blind rage by the time I pull up outside Espionage. Back so soon? Reed asks as I stalk straight past him into the bar. No amount of alcohol will make me feel better, but I'm going to try anyway. I approach the bar, signaling to Alex, the bartender, to pour me a vodka. Keep him coming until I say otherwise. Reed steps to my side at the bar. Want company? Fuck no. I take my drink, stalking over to one of the private booths at the back of the bar. 3 double vodkas down, and my mind is yet to quieten, and my body is almost vibrating with anger. I go round and round in circles, trying to decide whether to just pay my brother a visit. But I know that will only end up with one of us in the hospital and the other in jail. The empty glass is cleared away, and another is set down in front of me. I open up my phone and stare at the number that Rosa emailed across, fighting the urge to call, as I drink. And drink, and drink, until I can't hold back any longer and dial Nikolai's new number. It doesn't even ring once before going straight to voicemail. You're a fucking piece of shit, you know that? I yell down the phone, not caring that people can hear me. Not that you have a fucking conscience, but Mama's been asking after you for weeks, wondering where the hell you are. How is it that you get to be the golden child, whereas I'm nothing but a stranger to her, huh? How is that fair? I'm putting my life on hold to make sure she's cared for, and you just threw in the towel the moment it got hard. You're a fucking coward, Nikolai. I just thought you should know how disappointed I am in the man you've become.
Chapter 17. Nina. Anton doesn't come back for hours. I'm sitting on my bedroom floor wide awake when he stumbles past. He curses as he crashes into something, and I have no doubt that he's been drinking. Whatever that call was, it must have been bad. But I don't have the capacity to go and comfort him, not when my head is so full of dark thoughts. My father threatened to kill an innocent woman and her unborn child. His blood runs in my veins. He is a part of me. I barely make it to the toilet before I hurl my guts up. My head is pounding as my alarm buzzes in the next room. I must have eventually fallen asleep as I wake up curled in a ball on the bathroom floor, though I feel anything but rested. My stomach aches from throwing up so much, and my limbs are heavy and weak. It's going to be a long day. Thankfully, Anton doesn't appear in the kitchen, as I'm making myself a coffee to take with me on the drive to the city. And for once, I'm grateful that Yakov isn't a talker. I need time to process all that Anton told me. The Kozlovs know about Lev. My father would no doubt want to hear about this, but he is the last person I want to talk to. How can he have the audacity to call Anton a monster after the things he's done? The fact that Anton told me about his own past shows me exactly the sort of person he is. He wanted me to know the truth. He didn't want to trick me or blindside me by letting me fall for his charm and wealth. He wanted me to see him for who he really is.
Yes, I've killed, but only when it's absolutely necessary, to protect those I love.
There's no way he killed Maxime in cold blood. It must have been in self-defense or to protect someone, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to prove it. After my classes break for lunch, I head to the cafeteria with the girls to get some food. They're all busy dissecting their night out at Espionage last Friday, but I'm barely listening. Nina, is everything okay? Bea glances at my untouched tray of food. Yeah, I think I just need to use the bathroom. I'll just be a sec. I catch Yakov's eye at the next table, and he gets up to follow me. After ducking inside the girls' bathroom, checking that all of the stalls are empty, I lock myself in the one farthest from the door, in case Yakov is listening, and dial an old friend from back home. Mila, it's Nina. Hey, Nina. Haven't heard from you in a while. How's New York? Mila's father and boyfriend both work for my father, so we sort of became friends. But I wouldn't call us close. It's good. I don't suppose you're with Pyotr right now? Yeah, he is right here. Why? I need to ask him some things about the target I'm looking into. Mila is quiet for a moment. But then I hear some muffled talking, and then her boyfriend Pyotr deep voice sounds down the phone.
Nina?
Hey, Pyotr. I just need to know some things about the day Maxime died. I swallow the lump in my throat. Maxime might have been an ass, but he was still my brother, and I'm not sure I'm ready to hear all the gory details of his death. But I don't have much of a choice if I want to help Anton.
Like what?
Well, you were there, right? It was before my father sent you back to Russia?
Yeah, it was the last job I did. Why all the questions, Nina?
I'm looking into Anton Kozlov for my father, the one who killed Maxime, and I want to make sure I know the full backstory, so any information you can give me would be really helpful. I can't fail at this, Pyotr. We need to make sure this man pays for murdering my brother. Pyotr sighs, and I anxiously hold my breath as I wait for him to tell me what happened.
It was fucking chaos. But I remember one of their guys getting Maxime in a headlock, and then Mikhail ordered them to stand down once he realized who it was.
Really?
They thought they could use him as bait, so he and the guy you're looking into, Anton, tied him up and threw him in a car. They just took off and left the rest of the men to deal with the aftermath. I got out of there as quickly as I could to try and follow them.
So, what happened?
They took him to some warehouse, and we waited outside as they dragged Maxime inside. We called for backup because we had no clue what we were walking into. For all we knew, it was a setup and there could have been 24 men inside, all with machine guns.
Did Maxime know at this point that it was all over? My throat burns with bile as I imagine how terrified he must have been when he realized who took him. Mikhail Kozlov has a reputation for a reason.
But before backup could even arrive, Mikhail appeared, dragging Maxime back toward the car.
He was alive at this point? I blink. This isn't what I was expecting to hear at all.
Maxime? Da, he was alive. Battered, but alive.
He was battered. I whisper as I try not to picture the scene that is building in my mind of what Mikhail might have done to him.
Broken nose, black eye, nothing serious.
I almost choke on a laugh as I'm flooded with relief.
They were likely trying to get information out of him.
I don't understand. How the hell did he end up dead? It sounds like they were trying to keep him alive.
Mikhail threw him to the ground, and as he was opening the trunk and talking to Anton, Maxim stole Mikhail's gun out of his pocket and went to shoot Mikhail.
Oh my God.
That's when Anton shot him. I doubt he meant to fire a killing blow, but honestly, it happened so quickly. 1 minute Maxim was alive, and then he wasn't.
Oh God. I choke.
Sorry, Nina. I know this must be hard to hear. It was tough to watch. Maxim was a good friend.
He should still be alive. He shouldn't have been so stupid to try and shoot Mikhail. If he just went along with what they wanted... I run a hand over my face as I try to stay calm. There's no point in dwelling on what could have been. It doesn't change the fact that my brother's dead, and Anton is responsible.
I agree. But Maxim was hot-headed.
Act now, think later, just like our father. Pewter chuckles.
Exactly.
So, Anton was trying to save Mikhail. My eyes well with tears.
Looked that way, yeah? I'm sorry this happened to you, Nina. Truly.
I appreciate that. Thanks for talking me through it. I hang up the phone. He was trying to save Mikhail's life. I swallow a sob as relief washes over me. Anton's been genuine this entire time. A small part of me was terrified to learn that it might have all been an act, one that I was stupid enough to fall for. But he's not the villain. He's one of the good guys, and I need to make sure it stays that way. I need to talk to my father in person. Somehow I need to persuade him not to seek revenge against Anton, which is not going to be an easy feat, but I have to try. I can't let Anton suffer for trying to save his cousin's life. We need to talk. I found out something that will be very useful to you. Send a car to the emergency exit of the main building at 2. My father doesn't reply to my text, so I just have to hope that he does as I ask just this once. But that's not my only issue. Somehow I also have to ditch Yakov. My final class of the day is held in one of the small private studios on the first floor of the main building. Our class is split up into groups of 5, with each group in one of the studios that all link together. If I can somehow sneak into the adjacent studio, I'll be able to dip out of the emergency exit at the back of the building to meet the car my father hopefully sends. I follow behind Ali as we head into the studio. We're currently rehearsing for the winter showcase, which is still weeks away, but agents from various ballet companies will be coming to watch to scout potential dancers. It's a huge opportunity, and one I should not be wasting. Ali moans as we drop our bags in the corner. A 3-hour practice? Who thought that was a good idea? I'm already dead on my feet after the fundamentals class this morning. I'm barely listening. The 4th-year student who is choreographing this particular piece hasn't arrived yet, so if I'm going to make my move, it needs to be now. I glance at the door that joins us with the next studio. Ali, I need to ask a favor, I whisper under my breath. Sure, what? I have an appointment I really need to go to, but Yakov doesn't know. Can you cover for me? Allie frowns, glancing at the clock on the wall. Please. I hope she can read the urgency in my tone. Just tell Cassie I went to the nurse or something if she asks. I'll try and be back before the end of class. What's this for, Nina? Allie looks worried. I can't tell you. My heart is racing in my chest. I can't afford to waste this chance to speak to my father, as I'm not sure when I'll get another. Okay, fine. Allie sighs, reaching for her point shoes. But you'll need to catch up. You're a great friend. Thank you. She waves me off, and I quickly gather my things and hurry toward the door. It seems the next class's choreographer hasn't arrived either, so I quickly dart across the room, ignoring the puzzled looks from my classmates, and duck out the emergency exit. The brisk fall air hits my skin as I step outside, scanning around for a car. My eyes land on a blacked-out Range Rover that flashes its lights as I look in its direction. Oh, thank God, I breathe. My body is a bundle of nerves on the drive over to my father's house. The man he sent to pick me up is quieter than Yakov, if that's even possible. So I spend the 20-minute drive rehearsing what I'm going to say to my father when I see him. He is not a reasonable man, so my best option is to try and convince him that I have information that will make him question his plans regarding Anton. Once we arrive at my father's estate, my driver escorts me to his office. I know where it is, but it seems he's under strict instructions not to leave me alone. I find my father sitting behind his enormous desk, nursing a glass of scotch and barking at some poor guy on the phone. He doesn't glance my way as I walk over to the couch and take a seat. The room is dark and lifeless, a stark contrast to Anton's place. For a moment, I feel a twinge of sadness at the thought of one day not living there with him. In the short time I've been there, it's felt more like home than anywhere else I've lived. Eventually, my father hangs up the phone and turns his attention to me. I try not to shrink under his intense gaze. My father is an intimidating man, even when sitting behind a desk.
What is this about, Nina?
I have some information for you that I didn't want overheard. I try not to fidget. I don't want to give him any reason to suspect that I'm lying.
Well, spit it out.
I overheard Anton talking with Alexei. I try to keep my voice even. They are expecting you to retaliate soon. They think the planned attack on me outside espionage was your way of reminding them that you haven't forgotten what happened with Maxime. Anton believes you'll take something he cares about as payment.
They don't suspect who you are, then.
He narrows his eyes at me. No. I sink my nails into my palms as my pulse quickens.
Good.
They're ready for an all-out war against you, and they will fight dirty. They're going to target all of your clubs and businesses. They want to destroy it all. The best approach is to attack the one weakness my father has, the fear of losing power. If he believes the Kozlovs are planning on taking him down once and for all, it should be enough to turn his attention away from Anton specifically.
I'll look into it.
My stomach sinks. If he looks too much into it, he'll learn that I'm lying, and then all of this will have been for nothing. You should act quickly.
I can decide that for myself.
My father's nostrils flare. Just as I'm about to reply, a knock sounds on the door, making me jump in my seat.
Yes?
My father looks irritated. Akeem, his second in charge, peers around the door.
You wanted to talk.
I should be used to feeling invisible. It's been this way my entire life. But I can't deny it still stings. Perhaps that's because I've been made to feel like the center of the universe by Anton for the past few weeks. I should get back to school. I get to my feet. Akeem steps into the room, not bothering to hold the door for me. Asshole. The door slams shut behind me, and I take a moment to breathe. Whenever I'm around my father, I feel like there's a 10-pound weight on my chest. It's never relaxed or comfortable. I'm always on edge, trying to read his expressions or tone. It's exhausting, and I crave the comfort and ease of being at Anton's house, sitting with him on the couch as we watch movies and fall into an easy conversation about our days. I can only hope that my father decides to act on impulse, and that Anton and his family are as prepared as I've made them out to be. Otherwise, I might have just given more than just Anton a death sentence. I'm about to head back down the stairs when Akeem's voice filters through the door, and his words have me halting my steps.
The plan has changed? Yes, Nina is going to get herself pregnant.
I shake my head.
You want Anton to knock up your daughter? Surely that seems counterproductive. It's not. Not when I plan on slaughtering the child right in front of him.
My body jolts at my father's words. What did he just say? Akeem laughs, and the sound almost has my knees buckling beneath me as my throat burns with the urge to vomit.
And then I will kill him.
My father continues.
That way the last thing he will feel is the pain of losing a child.
I shake my head, barely able to register the words that just came out of my father's mouth. He's planning on killing his own grandchild? The fact that he would inflict such pain on his own blood, on me, just to satisfy his need for revenge, is disgusting. I knew my father was capable of horrific things, but this is nothing short of evil.
Until I can confirm what Nina told me to be true, things will still go ahead as planned.
My father continues.
And Nina is aware of this? She knows what she needs to do. She has a duty to this family, to me, and she knows the price if she fails.
I stumble away from the door, not wanting to hear another word. I can't let him do this. I can't let him hurt another person. I hurry up the second flight of stairs that leads to my father's private rooms. He has a second, smaller study off his bedroom, where I know he keeps some of his private files. He has never trusted computers or technology for fear of being hacked, which works in my favor. I need to find something that I can give to Anton that will help take down my father once and for all. Behind the desk in the smaller study is a bookcase overflowing with books and files, but I know my father doesn't keep his most personal documents on display. I pull out a stack of first editions by Tolstoy in the original Russian that he brought over from our house back in Russia. I always wanted to read the delicate books, which is what led to me finding my father's secret notebook, filled with contacts he keeps hidden in the back of War and Peace. Inside is a list of every man who has ever worked for my father, including any aliases they might work under. This list is the key to my father, and I need to get it to Anton. I kneel on the floor and pull out my phone, taking photos of each of the pages of the small book. My hands shake uncontrollably as my father's words play on repeat in my mind.
I plan on slaughtering the child.
Oh, gods. I sob as I snap a picture of the final contact, my brother Lev, before quickly putting everything back the way I found it and hurrying out of the room. I'm in way too deep, and I need to find a way out of this plan now. By the time I'm being dropped back at school, the rehearsal is about to end, so I hurry through to my studio where I fall in line behind the rest of the class as they file out of the studio. Allie looks over her shoulder at me, and I mouth, "Thank you," at her. She nods before hurrying away toward the exit. I feel bad for asking her to cover for me, but I had no choice. Yakov is waiting outside the studio as usual, watching everyone closely for any sign of a threat. "Hey," I greet, trying to appear normal despite my racing heart and sweaty palms. Yakov frowns, eyeing me closely.
We better get home.
You speak? I blurt, taken aback. I actually thought you might be mute. He only narrows his eyes before ushering me toward the exit. I'm lost in thought as I sit in the back seat of the car on the drive back to Anton's estate. If my father decides to act on my false information, Anton needs to know what he's facing. But there's no way I can tell him without revealing who I am and the fact that I've been lying to him this entire time. He'll hate me for it, but I can't in all conscience sit on this information that could potentially wipe out his entire family. I just have to hope that he'll be willing to forgive me when he finally learns the truth.
Chapter 18. Anton. I forget that I can't drink like I did when I was in my early 20s. All day, I haven't been able to shake the pounding headache or the constant feeling of nausea in my stomach. The alcohol was meant to take away my problems, but instead, it just gave me new ones. I'm grateful that Reed forced me to hand over my keys and drove me home himself last night. I was easily double the limit, if not more, and the alcohol, mixed with my rage, is not a good combination to have behind the wheel of a car. I barely remember getting to bed, and the way I woke up at 9, still fully dressed in my shirt and slacks, tells me that I was out cold. Nina was long gone by the time I ventured downstairs after taking a shower, but I'm glad that she didn't see me looking so rough. It would have only brought up questions that I was in no mood to answer. After several cups of coffee and a long workout in the gym to sweat out the last of the alcohol, I'm almost back to normal, though the anger is still simmering just below the surface at the knowledge that Nikolai is currently in New York. I lock myself away in my office and busy myself with mindless tasks to pass the time. I turn my phone off, not that I expect a call from Nikolai, but I don't want the temptation of leaving him another voicemail. I said all I needed to say. Now it's up to him to decide if he has the balls to reply or not. The sound of the front door opening a few hours later and Nina's soft voice echoing around the foyer as she thanks Yakov has my chest swelling. I've been counting down the hours until she would be home, eager to see her, to hold her. Leaving an email half-written, I quickly head downstairs to greet her. "How was your day?" Nina blinks up at me with tired eyes. I know she had a long rehearsal this afternoon, but from the dark purple shadows beneath her eyes, it looks as if she didn't sleep well last night. I guess that makes two of us.
Fine.
She sighs, not meeting my eyes. I frown at the lack of sparkle in her blue eyes. Even after a long day of dancing, she normally looks tired, but there is still that spark in her eyes from the excitement of getting to spend every day doing what she loves. But there's no trace of that excitement today. Has something happened? I reach out to stroke her cheek. She flinches at my touch, and I pull back. Nina?
Sorry, I'm just exhausted.
She wraps her arms around her small frame. It's okay, Lapochka. She offers me a small smile, but it's forced. I can tell from the way her eyes don't light up or crinkle at the edges. As much as I want to press her for answers, I know she'll talk to me if she wants to. Why don't you invite Emma over again at the weekend? And maybe the other girls, too. It'll be good for you to socialize outside of class and have some fun. I feel guilty for keeping her in the house. I know seeing Emma last Sunday really cheered her up, and I want to make sure that she makes time to see her friends, even if it's just at the house.
Anton, I'm fine.
I know, but still, staying here all the time can't be easy for you. After all, you came to New York to experience a new life, and I'm aware that you're missing out on a lot of experiences by being shut away in this house. Nina's gaze lowers to the floor, and her shoulders hunch over slightly. I ache to reach for her, to pull her against my chest and hold her as she works through whatever is spinning around in her head right now. But I also want to respect her boundaries, so I shove my hands into my pockets and wait for her to speak. She nods slightly.
I'll speak to Emma.
Something must have happened. Did she have a falling out with her friends that she doesn't want to tell me about? Is that why she's being so vague and quiet?
I'm going to shower,
she says before I have a chance to ask any more questions. I step to the side to let her pass, hating how defeated she looks. I stand at the bottom of the stairs, watching her until she disappears, my heart aching for her. I hate seeing her so sad, but I don't know how to cheer her up if she won't tell me what's wrong. Perhaps Yakov overheard something that might give me a clue to Nina's sudden mood. I find him in the kitchen getting a glass of water, his usual scowl plastered on his face. Did anything happen at school today? Nina doesn't seem like herself. No, Yakov grunts, setting his glass down on the counter. You didn't overhear anything about her classes or friends? She was quiet most of the day. Yakov shrugs his huge shoulders. Her friends just talked and talked about nothing of interest. He looks annoyed by this, but I won't feel guilty for forcing him to listen to a bunch of 20-something girls all day, every day, not when his salary is incredibly generous. It might not have been of interest to you, but what of Nina? I press, growing frustrated. They just talked about their night out at espionage on Friday. Unless you want Emma's vulgar descriptions of what she did in the toilets, I can assure you, none of it impacted Nina. Something must have happened. I run my fingers through my hair. She went to the bathroom quite a lot. Yakov grunts. It's probably her time of the month. I hadn't thought of that. I'm not used to having a woman around all the time, and I had forgotten such things. Yeah, maybe. I silently curse myself for not stocking the place with the right supplies. Do you need me for anything else? Otherwise, Alexei needed me for a job in the city tonight. No, we're all good here. Yakov nods before stalking from the kitchen. Just as he's walking out, Danica appears carrying a basket of freshly ironed laundry. She sets the basket down on the table.
Mr. Kozlov, can I make you some food?
Actually, Danica, would you mind running to the store for me? After giving Danica a list of things that Nina might need, including an extortionate amount of chocolate, I start work on dinner. I decide to make chicken parmesan, a recipe that never fails to make me feel better. My mother always used to make this for me whenever I was feeling down, and while I'm aware that food isn't always the answer, I want to show Nina that I'm thinking about her. Sometimes it's enough to know that someone cares, to know that you don't have to suffer alone. Danica knows it's one of my favorites and keeps the ingredients on hand most of the time. I pull out some chicken breasts from the fridge before heading into the walk-in pantry to find the other ingredients. As I'm butterflying the chicken, a thought hits me out of nowhere, and I almost slice the knife right through my hand as I realize my mistake. You idiot, Anton, I mutter under my breath as our conversation last night comes flooding back to me. All the things I told her about Igor Ivanov, about me. No wonder she was being so standoffish. She had wanted to talk last night, and I had stupidly taken that call from Rosa that led me to spiral so deep into my own thoughts that I had completely disregarded how Nina might be feeling. I was too wrapped up in my own shit to realize that Nina might require some comforting or just some level of connection from me after what I had shared with her. And I did the complete opposite. I'm such an asshole. It's a miracle she even came back to the house at all. You better hope that this is some magic chicken parmesan, I mutter under my breath as I prepare the chicken. I always forget what temperature to set the oven on, so I pull my phone out to check the recipe to find it still turned off. I hold down the side buttons until it springs to life, the screen flooding with notifications from Alexei and Mikhail. As always, if it's important enough, they will call, so I set my phone down and get to work prepping the sauce. It seems my cousins have the ability to read minds, as no sooner have I poured in the can of tomatoes does my screen light up with an incoming call from Alexei. I figure whatever it is must be important, so I slide my thumb across the screen and put the call on speaker. What is it, Alexei? Did you turn your phone off? I've been trying to reach you for hours. Yeah, I needed some peace and quiet. Don't we all? Alexei mutters. What do you need? I had a meeting with Frederick today. Your PI? Yeah. He's been looking into Lev for me, and one of his informants came through with some interesting information. I pause stirring the sauce as I glance over my shoulder to check that none of my staff, or Nina for that matter, are around. Go on. He assures me that he can provide proof that Lev is the one who killed our parents. For a price, of course. Fuck, I hiss. What kind of price? If he speaks out against Igor, he wants protection and money. And they always do. Why are you telling me this? While I appreciate that Alexei always keeps me in the loop on family business, I'm curious as to why he's coming to me with this, rather than one of his brothers, considering this information concerns his parents, not mine. I want you and Mikhail to go and speak with the informant and see if his intel is worth anything to us. I appreciate you trusting me with this. They were practically your parents, too, Alexei says, before hanging up the phone. While I had a great relationship with my own mother and father growing up, my aunt and uncle always felt like bonus parents to me. Our family was incredibly close, which is why my cousins have always felt more like brothers to me. My phone rings again, and I roll my eyes as I answer without glancing at the name, knowing it's likely Alexei having forgotten to tell me something. Anton? The spoon in my hand falls to the ground with a clatter, splattering tomato sauce all over the white-tiled floor as my brother's voice comes through the speakers. Anton? I'm here. I reach for my phone, taking it off speaker. Nikolai is silent, and for a beat, I wonder if he's hung up, but I hear the sound of traffic in the background that tells me he's still on the line. Is he seriously going to make me talk first? I take it you got my voicemail? Nikolai huffs a laugh. Yeah, I did. I don't regret what I said, but I apologize for being drunk while I said it. Never had you down as a drunk dialer, brother, but I deserve a hell of a lot worse than an angry voicemail. You're right about that. I'm sorry I haven't gotten in touch sooner. It's strange to hear his voice. It's been at least a year since we last spoke, but I honestly can't remember the last time I saw him in the flesh. It can't have been long after my mother got her diagnosis, as that's what finally pushed Nikolai away. Mama's been asking for you a lot. I know I shouldn't guilt-trip my brother, but he should know the reality of what's been happening during his absence. I didn't think she'd remember me. She remembers you fine. Nikolai is quiet for a moment, and I silently curse. Snapping at him won't make him want to come back. It will only push him away further. She misses you. We all do. I appreciate that. Do I even want to know how you got my new number? Rosa. Nikolai laughs, the sound so nostalgic that I feel a smile tug at my lips. I've missed that sound. Why am I not surprised? Nikolai chuckles. Bet she's pissed at me too. She's pissed at everyone. Nikolai laughs again, and I rub my hand over my jaw. You've missed a lot. I know. I never meant to, but every time I thought about coming to see you, to see Mama, I just found a reason not to. I appreciate that it's not easy to see her like this, but she needs her family more than ever. How bad is she? It varies day to day. She's deteriorating quickly, Nikolai, but I'm sure seeing you will cheer her up. I promise I will come and visit Mama soon. I've heard that before, Nikolai. I know, but I'm trying to be better. I'll believe it when I see it.
Chapter 19. Nina. How the hell am I meant to tell Anton the truth about who I am? Should I write him a letter? Leave it in a voicemail? Blurt it out in the middle of sex to soften the blow? My mind is racing, and I feel so nauseous that I have to sit down in the shower and put my head between my knees to try and stop myself from throwing up. The thought of losing Anton is unbearable. My heart feels like it's being ripped out of my chest, and I silently sob as I picture the look on his face when he finds out who I am, who I've been this entire time. He deserves so much better than me. I sit on the floor of the shower until the water runs cold. Even then, I don't get up straight away. The cold water helps to clear my head a little, so I continue to sit under the waterfall shower until my skin turns purple with cold. Only then do I emerge, wrapping a fluffy towel around my shivering body, and go in search of some pajamas. Dressed in a pair of flannel pajama pants and an oversized jumper, I head downstairs toward the kitchen to get something to eat. I'm hoping that Anton has decided to go and work in his office so I can avoid him for a while longer. But I find the kitchen door closed and Anton's voice filtering through. It seems I never learn as I lean against the door, listening. I place a hand over my mouth to muffle my cry of surprise as Alexei says someone is accusing Lev of killing Alexei's parents. There's no way Lev could have done this. But then again, how well do I really know Lev? Growing up, my father always made sure that I was never around Lev long enough to form a proper bond with him. I barely knew him, and what I did know vanished after his accident. He defied my father's orders and paid the price, and will likely be paying it for the rest of his life. He experiences blackouts where he remembers nothing. My father used my safety as an excuse not to let me see him, but I never bought it. He didn't want me to learn that he was the one who did this to Lev. But I'm not stupid. I saw the fear in Lev's eyes whenever he looked at my father. You don't forget seeing fear like that. I always wished it had been different with Lev. I used to believe that we would be able to have a proper sibling bond. I cared about him in a way I never cared for Maxime. And when my father kept him away, I always vowed that I would fight for him. He was my brother, after all. When I was 15, I reached out to Lev, and we reconnected, mostly over our hatred toward our father. But it was a connection that we both craved. We were the only true family each other had, and I was grateful to be there during his bad days. I even managed to convince him to get professional help, and for a short time, I thought things would finally work out. That one day, Lev and I would be able to cut ourselves off from our father and start again, somewhere far away from this life. But then, without warning, Lev cut me out of his life, and I haven't seen or heard from him since. That was years ago, and I always wondered what happened to him. I still do. Could it be possible that Lev killed Anton's aunt and uncle during one of these blackouts? The thought makes me sick to my stomach. I think I've had enough of listening in on people's conversations for one day. I turn my back on the kitchen door and head back upstairs to my room to wait for Anton to finish his call. Perching on the edge of my bed, I reach for my phone where it's charging on my bedside table and scroll through the pictures of my father's contacts until I come to Lev's name. I've lost count of how many times I've thought about calling him over the years, but the number I've had for him hasn't been in use since the day he cut me out. I always wondered if he thought it would be too difficult to escape our father if I was with him. It was a way to make it hurt less, to believe that he was better off without me. There's only one way to find out. I transfer the number into my contacts and dial it before I can talk myself out of it. I hold my breath as it rings and rings and rings. "Answer me, Lev," I whisper, as if somehow he can hear that it's me through the phone. "Please." Eventually, the call rings out, and the dial tone echoes in my ear. I let out a breath as I shut off my phone as tears prick my eyes. When did everything become so complicated?
"Nina, I've made dinner."
Anton calls up the stairs. I jump to my feet and wipe at my eyes, trying to erase any sign of tears. I don't want to risk Anton asking questions. If it weren't for the fact that I'm absolutely starving, I would have hidden out in my room until morning.
"Nina?"
"Coming!" I plaster a smile on my face. As I make my way down the stairs once more and cross the foyer toward the kitchen, I catch a waft of something, and my mouth instantly fills with saliva as I breathe in the delicious smell. The door to the kitchen is open, and I notice that the lights have been dimmed and soft piano music filters through the speakers. I find Anton carrying 2 plates of food over to the table, which has been laid with a crisp white tablecloth, candles, and a fresh bouquet of pink roses. "Anton," I gasp as I take in the sight of the romantic dinner he's put together. "Did you do all this?"
I thought you might need cheering up.
Anton sets down the food before crossing over to me. He looks as if he's going to wrap his arms around me, but hesitates.
My mother always used to make me chicken parmesan when I was feeling down. So I thought I'd make it for you.
It smells wonderful. I eye the plates of food, one of my favorites. Thank you. The smile on my lips is genuine as I look up at Anton, his skin cast in a soft orange glow from the candlelight. He takes that as his cue to close the distance between us, and I let him wrap me in his strong arms, pulling me against his chest. I know I shouldn't. It's selfish of me to seek comfort from him, but when I breathe in his earthy scent, my mind empties of everything except him. The feeling of his warm hands on my waist, the sound of his heart beating in his chest, like a lullaby that could send me into a dreamless sleep. I don't want to let him go.
I'm here for you, Nina. I hope you know that.
Anton whispers as he strokes my hair. I screw my eyes shut as I fight a sob.
Now let's eat before the food gets cold.
Should I change? My cheeks burn as I glance down at my very casual attire.
You look perfect.
He murmurs before pressing a kiss to my forehead. Anton pulls my chair out for me and I take a seat at the table, eagerly reaching for my fork to tuck into the food. Silence falls between us, though I'm desperate for some conversation, if only to distract me from my spiraling thoughts. How
old were you?
We both blurt out questions at the same time, and Anton chuckles, waving his hand at me to continue, but I shake my head. You go. I take a bite of food to stop myself from speaking further.
How old were you again when you started dancing?
Anton rests his forearms on the table. He's rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, and I eye the few tattoos he has covering his skin. I'm desperate to ask him about all of them. I have no doubt that each and every one has a deep meaning behind it. I was 3. I push the spaghetti around the plate. I feel Anton's eyes on me, but I keep my attention focused on my plate.
I just can't get over how amazing it is that you've stuck at something so long. It really is impressive, Nina.
Thank you.
Where are you hoping to end up? Do you want to travel or join a particular company?
The American Ballet Company is the goal. It's the best school in the country, and it's right here in New York.
So you want to stay in New York?
I think so. It's starting to feel like home. I meet Anton's eyes across the table, and the smile he gives me is breathtaking. The dimple appears in his cheek, and his eyes crinkle at the edges, which adds a certain softness to his otherwise sharp features.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, I just have one more question.
Okay.
How hard is it really to balance on those pointy shoes?
They're called point shoes, I chuckle. And it's pretty easy once you know what you're doing.
Do you have a pair handy?
Yeah, I think so. Why?
Could you get them for me?
I have no idea what Anton is up to, but I'm grateful for the distraction he's providing. So I quickly head out of the kitchen in search of my bag. I find it abandoned by the front door, and I root around in it for the pair of point shoes that are already quite battered and scuffed after using them all week. Back in the kitchen, I hand them over to Anton, who, to my surprise, starts trying to squeeze his large feet into them. What are you doing? He haphazardly ties the ribbons around his ankles.
I want to try.
He grins, getting to his feet.
I want to show you how flexible I can be.
There are other ways to show me. I chuckle as I sit back down and watch him bend his knees. His trousers hug his muscular thighs as he squats before trying to rise up on his tiptoes with his arms over his head. But he quickly loses balance.
Fuck, this is hard.
He tries and fails again. I can barely contain my laughter as I watch him attempt to plie. You're very graceful.
How do you wear those things? They're so uncomfortable.
That's because they're 5 sizes too small. Anton tries to arabesque and topples into me, and I burst out laughing as I try to catch him. Please stop. You'll hurt yourself. I laugh as I push him away.
Are you not turned on by my dancing?
He feigns a look of innocence. Not in the slightest.
Maybe I need to try harder.
He reaches for the buttons on his shirt, and I squeal as he shrugs out of it and tosses it aside before trying to plie again. You're ridiculous. He starts prancing around the kitchen.
Perhaps. But it's making you smile, and that's what matters.
He looks at me over his shoulder. My cheeks warm as I eye the rippling muscles of his back, my fingertips itching to explore them. When I hear the buckle of his belt, I squeal and cover my eyes. Are you giving me a striptease?
Do you want a striptease?
Anton's voice sounds rough with need. Oh my God. I peek through my fingers to see him in nothing but his boxers and my damn point shoes. Anton?
I think it's working.
Anton smirks as he catches my eyes drifting to the prominent bulge in his pants. You couldn't be more wrong. I laugh, but the sound is forced, and my mouth is suddenly bone dry.
Nina?
I keep my hands over my eyes as Anton kicks off my shoes and stalks toward me, my pulse quickening with every step he takes. His warm hands wrap around my wrists to move my hands away from my face, and I let him pull me to my feet.
I like having you here.
He brushes my bangs out of my eyes.
Not that I wish for your safety to be compromised, but I've really enjoyed getting to know you.
Me too, I whisper, my heart simultaneously swelling and cracking at the same time as I gaze into his rich brown eyes. Anton, his lips brush against mine, and my thoughts vanish. His tongue licks along my bottom lip, and a shiver courses through my entire body. My lips part on instinct, and Anton slides his tongue against mine. I lose all sense of control. My arms are around his neck, and he's lifting me off the ground in an instant, the dinner instantly forgotten. We barely come up for air as he carries me upstairs to his room, where he sits down on the edge of the bed and I straddle his lap.
I can't seem to get enough of you.
He kisses along my jaw. I need you. I grind against his erection. My fingernails claw at his shoulders as I desperately try to ease some of the ache building between my thighs.
I'm right here, Lapochka.
He bites down on my neck. I cry out at the sharp pain, but then his tongue gently licks at the hurt.
Stand up for me, Nina, so I can get you out of these clothes.
Anton peels off my clothes piece by piece, kissing along every bare inch of skin he uncovers until I'm so wet and aching for him that I'm practically sobbing with need. As he finally pulls down my panties, his face inches from my pussy. I sink my fingers into his hair, and he takes that as his cue to lean forward and lick along my center, tasting just how ready for him I am.
Christ, Nina.
He hisses before sinking his tongue inside me. My legs almost buckle, and I grip his shoulders to steady myself as he continues to fuck me with his tongue. His stubble feels incredible against my pussy, and I grind against his face, so desperate for more.
Fuck, that's it.
He grunts. Anton. He runs his tongue along my pussy before wrapping his lips around my clit and sucking on the sensitive bud. His fingers quickly replace his tongue, and before I can catch my breath, my orgasm hits, and I'm screaming with pleasure.
Do you know how hard it is for me not to come in my fucking boxers when you make those noises?
He climbs to his feet and wraps me in his arms.
It's like you're trying to kill me.
My body is limp with pleasure as Anton lifts me in his arms and sets me down on the bed before removing his boxers. When he settles himself between my thighs, I push against him so that he rolls onto his back, and I climb on top of him.
Like this?
His fingers dig into my hips. I nod as I reach for his cock and line him up with my entrance, sliding his slick tip back and forth through my folds.
Easy, Nina. Take it slowly, Lapochka.
I lower myself onto his thick cock. My body shudders as I sink down on him all the way. I brace my hands on his chest as I take a breath, trying to adjust to the size of him.
So fucking tight.
Anton groans.
I think you're made for me, Nina.
Yes, I pant as I rock my hips. I'm yours. Anton's eyes darken and he lifts me off his cock.
That's it, Lapochka. Ride my cock.
He growls as he pulls me back down, filling me once more. Anton, I slowly lift myself off again. He grips me by the hips and slams me back down as he thrusts upwards, the tip of his cock hitting me so deep that my eyes roll back. His muscles flex beneath my fingertips as we increase our pace, both of us panting and moaning as our release builds. I'm so wet from my previous release that the sound of Anton sliding in and out of me has my cheeks heating, but it only seems to add to Anton's enjoyment. The look on his face is feral as he watches me ride him, his hands moving from my hips to my breasts to my neck. Everywhere he touches me leaves a burning heat, and I'm slick with sweat as my pussy clenches around his cock. When he finally brushes his thumb against my clit, I lose all control. Yes, oh God, don't stop, I moan.
So beautiful.
Anton mutters as he applies more pressure. I screw my eyes shut, barely able to breathe as my entire body tightens.
That's it, Nina. Come from me, Zyka.
It's all the encouragement I need. For a split second, my breath catches, and then my release hits, and I collapse on top of Anton as my pussy pulses around his cock. He grunts as he wraps his arms around me and continues to fuck me through my release before emptying himself inside me. After Anton cleans us both up, he climbs back into bed and pulls me against his chest, his breathing soon turning heavy with sleep. I had hoped that the 2 orgasms would be enough to knock me out almost instantly, but instead, it does the exact opposite. The lingering ache between my thighs from Anton only serves as a reminder of the deep-rooted guilt that is taking up permanent residence in my chest. Chapter 20. Nina. Emma groans as we walk out of class the next day. I can't believe Madame LaCroix has set us another assignment when she knows we're rehearsing for the winter showcase. When does she think we'll have time to practice? I nod. I knew the IOD would be hard, but this is... I can't find the words. I'm that exhausted. And not just from dance. I lay awake all night listening to the sound of Anton's breathing, as my guilt slowly started gnawing at my insides. But thankfully, all my friends are working just as hard, so my dark circles blend right in. I'm regretting all my life choices. Why couldn't I have a creative talent that involves sitting on my ass? Screw you, Mom, for wanting to live your dream through me. I was happy until you stuck me in a tutu. Emma continues her rant as we follow the stream of students heading outside. It's a rare sunny day for October, and we both sling our heavy coats over our arms as our skin is still slick with sweat after our class. Yakov falls into step behind us, his towering form casting a shadow over me as we walk toward the parking lot. I glance around to try and spot Beatrice's red hair in the crowd. Are we meeting Allie and Bea? Allie has to go straight to work, and I think Bea is staying behind to work on her choreography for her solo. I nod, chewing on my lower lip. The thought of going back to the house and running into Anton is making me anxious. I've proven time and time again that I can't be trusted around him. The moment I see his beautiful dark eyes and that dimple appears in his cheek, I forget all reason. And the next thing I know, I'm naked and on my back, when I should be sitting him down and telling him the truth. I turn to face Emma. I shouldn't use my friend as a buffer, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Why don't you come over and we can practice tonight? Oh my God, that would be amazing. Will Anton be okay with that? It's like he said, you're welcome anytime. He really is a gem, Emma sighs. Why couldn't I have been the one to fall into his lap? Then I could be living in a mansion right now. I'm not living there. Emma rolls her eyes. When was the last time you spent a night in your own bed? I frown, trying to rack my brain. Exactly. He's got you wifed up, my friend. She laughs, linking her arm through mine. I try to laugh, but it comes out as more of a hysterical squeak, but Emma doesn't seem to notice. She chats away about various classmates and gossip she's overheard as Yakov drives us out to Anton's estate. I'm grateful that she doesn't mind my less-than-enthusiastic responses, as I'm focusing more on the sound of her voice rather than the words themselves to keep me from spiraling into my own dark thoughts. As we approach the house, Yakov drives us around the back, and Emma and I gather our things before heading through the kitchen door. Hi, Danica. Is Anton home? He's in his office. Danica switches the basket of laundry to her other hip. Can I get you something to eat or drink? Ooh, I'd love... Emma chimes in, but I elbow her in the ribs. We're fine. Thank you, Danica. She smiles before disappearing into the laundry room. What was that for? Emma scolds. I'm starving. We can make our own food, Emma. Yes, but we don't have to. That's my point. Let me enjoy the perks of my bestie having a sugar daddy. I roll my eyes and walk over to the fridge to start pulling out containers of fresh veggies, as well as some hummus. We could rehearse outside if you wanted. I grab 2 glasses and fill them with water. It's still warm, and the patio is flat enough. Sounds good, Emma says with a mouthful of carrot. That way we won't get too sweaty. We carry our supplies back through the kitchen door and around the back of the house. It's almost 4, so the sun is still high overhead, and there's barely a cloud in the sky. I set down the tray of snacks on the outdoor table and take a moment to look around. I've not had much of a chance to explore the sprawling grounds, which are just breathtaking in the early fall. At the edge of the patio is a set of steps that leads down to an enormous pool which has its own external pool house on the left that's bigger than most people's houses. A seating area with heaters and a fire pit is on the right, ideal for curling up with a book and a glass of wine on a warm summer night. Emma grabs my arm. Screw practice. Let's take a dip in the pool. I bet it's heated. Unless you and Anton have done the nasty in there, in which case I'll pass. Ew, Emma, no, we haven't had sex in the pool. Why the hell not? Hang on, you just said it was gross. I said it was gross for someone else to swim in water that's filled with all your bodily fluids. Not that I wouldn't be up for fucking a hot man in the pool. Oh my God. I groan, my cheeks burning. Now you're thinking about it, aren't you? Emma laughs, slapping me on the arm. You're very welcome. Can we please just rehearse? Once I have the music playing through the speakers on my phone and Emma and I change into our point shoes, we start working through the routine. After an hour, we've both stripped down to our sports bras and leggings, our bodies still slick with sweat despite being outside in the middle of October. The air is starting to chill, and I sigh with relief as it cools my skin. I keep messing this part up, Emma grumbles as I pause the music at the same part for the 5th time. It's like I suddenly lose the ability to count the beats in my head. You're overthinking it, Emma. Just stand with your eyes closed and listen to the music. Your body knows what to do. Emma does as I say, and I rewind the music before pressing play. I watch Emma's face start to relax as the music filters through the speakers, and my own fingers twitch as I count along in time to the music in my head. When it gets to the part that she messes up, a frown appears between her eyebrows, and I watch her shoulders stiffen. You've got it in your head that you can't do this part. I pause the music once more. Your entire body tensed up. I know. Emma shakes out her arms. I don't know what to do. We just need to recondition your mind. You say that like it's easy. I chuckle. Let's work through it without the music first until you're confident in the steps. Then we'll add the music back in. I count Emma in, and she works through the steps, her balance still faltering at the same part, and she lets out a groan. Stand still and visualize the movements. I count her in again, and I see her mouth along the timings. Her brow stays relaxed, and I smile. And again. We do that a few more times before adding in the movement. By the time I turn the music back on, Emma's moving through the routine flawlessly, and I grin as I watch her. Once the music finishes, Emma lets out a cheer before high-fiving me. You did it! I clap my hands together. Why can't you be our teacher? Emma laughs. You're way better than Madame LaCroix. Oh, I don't know about that. Let's do it one more time just to make sure. But Emma isn't paying any attention to me. She is looking to whatever is just over my right shoulder. We have company, Emma whispers, jerking her chin, and I whirl around to find Anton walking toward us. The moment his eyes lock with mine, all the air leaves my lungs. It seems no matter how much time I spend with Anton, I still can't get used to how gorgeous he is. I can't stop my eyes from roaming over his powerful body, my pulse quickening as I remember the feeling of his weight on top of me. His eyes darken, and I know he's imagining the same thing as he takes in the sight of me in my sports bra and leggings. My nipples pebble through my bra, and his tongue darts out to wet his lower lip. Hey, Anton. Emma's voice snaps us both back to the present.
Nice to see you again, Emma. Sorry to interrupt, but could I borrow Nina for a minute?
His voice is smooth like velvet. Sure thing. She flashes me a wink. Anton holds out his hand for me to take and leads me across the patio.
See that pool house over there?
I turn to follow his gaze. Yeah?
I never use it.
I frown. That's a shame. It's got a beautiful view.
That's what I was thinking.
Anton places his warm hands on the tops of my arms, rubbing them.
How would you feel about turning it into a studio?
A studio? For what?
For you to dance in.
I'm sorry, what? Anton chuckles and turns me around to face him.
Say the word, and I'll have someone convert it into a ballet studio for you.
Anton, that's... Wow. I mean, that would be amazing, but... I glance over my shoulder at the pool house, and my chest tightens. How long do you expect me to be here?
That's entirely up to you.
He runs his thumb over my lower lip.
But if I had my way, you would never leave.
My eyes widen as his words sink in. Are you asking me to move in?
Would you say yes if I did?
He murmurs, bending down to brush his lips over my cheek. My brain seems to be short-circuiting, and I can't think of any words, let alone a cohesive response.
I'm on my way out to meet Mikhail. So think about my proposal and we'll talk later, okay?
Oh, okay. He smiles, his entire face lighting up as he gazes at me. He taps the tip of my nose and winks before walking away, leaving me frozen in shock, the lingering feeling of his lips still on my cheek. It takes Emma slapping me on the arm to jerk me out of my trance. Ow! I cry. Emma grips my arm as she bounces up and down. What the fuck? Did he seriously just offer to build you a studio? Yeah, I whisper. He is so perfect. You need to lock him down fast, Nina, before someone else does. It's only been a few weeks. It would be crazy to even consider moving in, right? Emma shrugs. People have done crazier things. I want to say yes. I wrap my arms around myself. What's stopping you? My own cowardice? I'm scared. That's understandable. It's a big step. But you'll know in your gut if it's the right one. Emma smiles. And if it turns out it's not, I'll burn the place to the ground. I thought you were going to chop off his dick. Oh, I'll do that too. Don't you worry. I huff a laugh as I gaze at the pool house. He wants to build me my own ballet studio. I press a hand to my heart. I want nothing more than to say yes. The thought of this place being my home, with Anton at my side, has my eyes stinging with tears. It's everything I've ever dreamed of, and it's at my fingertips. The only thing standing in my way is the truth, and it's going to hurt like hell when it finally comes out.
Chapter 21. Anton. The look on Nina's face when I offered to build her a ballet studio will be burned into my memory forever. I might as well have offered her the moon from how shocked she was. I was standing at the window of my bedroom, watching her and Emma dance when the idea came to me. I have the funds to convert this space, and it's not like it's being used. I'd be more than happy to give it to Nina to use as a studio. Perhaps she sees it as nothing more than a gesture of good faith, seeing as she's staying with me for her own protection. But I want it to mean more than that. She deserves everything, and I want nothing more than the chance to give that to her. Somewhere along the way, my fear of growing close to someone has faded. Perhaps it's because I've seen Nina with my mother, and it eased some of the anxiety that I had. I always thought I would have to keep those two parts of my life separate, but Nina's shown me that it's possible to bring them together. I'm spending just as much time with Mama, if not more, and still spending hours every night worshiping Nina. It's a win-win situation. For me, at least. I'm convinced that the universe made Nina Balakin fall into my lap all those weeks ago because I was being too stubborn to admit to myself that I was lonely, that I missed having someone to share a meal with or warm my bed. Perhaps I just needed a little helping hand, and I couldn't be more grateful. She's filled my life with light, and I want to show her just how grateful I am. If Emma wasn't currently keeping Nina company, I would have thrown her over my shoulder and carried her into the pool house under the guise of showing her just how serious I was. But I have business with Mikhail that can't be pushed, so I try to forget how delicious she looked in her tight leggings and bra with her skin slightly flushed. Thankfully, my hard-on calms down by the time I pick up Mikhail from his townhouse half an hour later, and I turn my focus to the task at hand. You ready to do this? I put the car in drive. Mikhail's jaws clenched as he stares straight ahead. He's so still he could be carved from stone. No. I can go alone if you want. I pull away from the curb and swing the car around. After the informant he asked me to speak to gave us a recent address for Lev, I figured that as the head of the family he would want to go and check it out himself. But according to Alexei's wife Bianca, he's been trying to delegate more so he can spend more time with his family. Alexei asked me to go, Mikhail says, his voice gruff. What if Lev's there? Are you sure you can trust yourself to hold back? I think of what happened with Maxime and pray that we don't walk into a similar situation. I could really do without killing my cousin's half-brother because Mikhail decides to lose his temper. No. Mikhail's hands ball into fists. Mikhail, I warn. I don't need a lecture, Anton. We drive the rest of the way in silence, but I'm used to Mikhail's moods. He gets caught in internal battles with himself, and there isn't anyone or anything that can snap him out of it, except maybe his wife Lucia. Eventually, I park outside a desolate-looking apartment block. Many of the windows are boarded up, and the red bricks have faded to a dirty brown color. This is it? Mikhail peers out the window. It looks shady as fuck. I really hope this isn't a waste of time. I check my pockets for weapons. There's no way I'm not going in there without a loaded gun. For all we know, this could be a setup, and we're walking into a building with dozens of Igor's men inside. And I really don't feel like getting shot today. I have a beautiful woman to get home to. I follow behind Mikhail as we head inside. The front door to the apartment block is hanging off its hinges, and the moment we step inside, I'm hit with the smell of piss and stale vomit. Fucking hell! I cough into the crook of my arm. Let's get this over with. The stairwell is littered with beer bottles and cigarette butts. The fact that a son of a Koslov Pakhan lives somewhere like this, when the rest of his family resides in luxury penthouses and mansions, makes me feel uneasy. We climb the stairs until we reach the 4th floor, and as we approach apartment 4C, Mikhail and I both ready our guns. Mikhail glances at me, and I nod once, signaling for him to do the honors. With a deep breath, he slams his foot into the door, and it flies open. The place is virtually empty, and it smells stale, as if it hasn't been lived in for a long time. There's barely any furniture, with only a single bed in one corner and a moth-eaten couch in the other beside the small kitchenette. The refrigerator is making a loud humming noise that makes me think it might explode at any moment. He's not here, Mikhail huffs as he glances around. Looks like he hasn't been for a while. I walk over to the bed. It's unmade, with a pile of clothes screwed up at the end. Fucking waste of time, Mikhail grunts as he kicks the couch. We don't know that. Check the cupboards to see if he left anything behind. Mikhail mutters a few choice words under his breath, but after that we search the place in silence. I pull the covers off the couch cushions, as well as stripping the sheets off the bed, while Mikhail searches the kitchen. We find a few photos and some empty magazines, but that's it. I say we should still take this stuff with us. I bundle up the clothes that were piled on the bed. The photos could be useful. I'm starting to think this whole half-brother thing is just an excuse to distract us. Mikhail takes one last look around the damp apartment. He stuffs the photos inside his jacket before heading out the door without another word. I don't hear anything from Mikhail about what we found at Lev's apartment in the few days following our search, though I doubt it will be long until Alexei calls a meeting to discuss our next move. I just hope he doesn't decide tonight is the night to do it, because I have very important plans. Nina messaged me earlier to let me know she'll be home around 4, so I've made sure that everything is in place for when she gets home. Alexei put me in touch with a small designer in New York, and she sent over a dress for Nina to wear tonight on our date. I wanted it to be a complete surprise, so I've taken care of everything, from the dinner reservation to the evening entertainment. Nina's been surprisingly quiet after I suggested she take over the pool house as a studio, and I'm worried I might have frightened her off with ideas of moving in. So, I figured we should probably go on a real date first, before bringing the subject up again. At 6 o'clock, I park outside the house and grab the large bouquet of pale pink roses from the passenger seat. As I climb the front steps, my palms start to sweat. Am I nervous? From the way my heart is pounding in my chest as I ring the doorbell, I'd say that I am. But then again, I haven't taken a woman out on a real date in over a decade, and I want this to go well. I want to show Nina that I'm willing to give this a try if she is. The soft clink of heels approaches the door, and the next thing I know, Nina's standing there, looking like a goddess, and the air leaves my lungs. The floor-length midnight blue dress I picked out for her hugs her toned figure perfectly. The narrow straps show off her delicate shoulders, and the neckline is low enough to accentuate the soft swell of her breasts. She's kept her hair loose around her shoulders and her makeup minimal, and I can't seem to take my eyes off her.
You rang the doorbell?
She looks confused. I'm picking you up for our date. My mouth suddenly dries as I try not to stare at her like a starving animal. These are for you. Her face lights up as she takes in the enormous bouquet.
They're beautiful.
She reaches for them and inhales deeply.
Thank you, Anton.
You're welcome. I will say I have great taste. I openly admire her. She glances down at the dress and blushes. Do you like it? Nina looks up at me under her lashes and nods.
I love it.
She whispers.
I love all of this.
She eyes my tux, and her blush deepens as if she's skipping ahead to the end of the evening in her mind, and I smirk. This is just the beginning, Nina. Our first stop of the evening is an intimate Italian restaurant in Soho called Antonio's. There's barely a dozen tables, with each one lit by candlelight. I was tempted to book the whole place out, but part of the charm of this place is the ambiance. There's even someone playing a small piano in the corner, and you can easily spend the whole night here drinking good wine and enjoying the music. I don't miss the way all eyes turn to Nina as we walk to the only remaining free table. I tighten my arm around her waist, and she laughs under her breath at my possessiveness.
I'm here with you tonight.
She looks up at me, pressing a quick kiss to the corner of my mouth. Am I being that obvious?
Yes.
She laughs.
But I like it.
I pull out her chair, and when she sits down, I gently lean in and press a quick kiss to her shoulder. Her skin pebbles from my touch, and I inhale the sweet floral scent of her, before reluctantly dragging myself away to take the seat opposite.
Oh, this is where your favorite pizza is from.
Nina chuckles as she scans the menu. You remembered?
Of course I did.
My chest swells as I stare at the woman sitting opposite me. How could I have gotten so lucky? After we order and the waiter brings us 2 glasses of champagne, I raise my glass.
What are we toasting to?
She bites her lower lip. You. She blushes as we clink our glasses together.
Who knew you were such a romantic?
She leans forward to rest her elbows on the table. I promised you I would take you somewhere romantic.
Can I tell you something?
She nibbles on her lower lip. Of course, Laposhka.
I've never been on a date before. My father never allowed it.
I reach for her hand and gently stroke my thumb along her knuckles. And I feel immensely honored that I get to be the one to take you on your first date. Once our food arrives, Nina relaxes a little more and starts to tell me all about the winter showcase that her school is putting on. I stare at her, completely mesmerized as she talks. My eyes move from her soft, pouty lips to her long, delicate neck, down to the swells of her breasts. I want nothing more than to rip that dress right off her. But unfortunately, I made other plans for after dinner. I keep my hand on Nina's thigh as we drive through Soho. I give no indication of where we're going, wanting to see the look of surprise on Nina's face when she realizes the next part of the evening. When we eventually park outside the Lincoln Center, Nina's eyes widen as she takes in the posters hanging up outside.
We're going to the ballet?
It's too early for the Nutcracker, so we're seeing Swan Lake instead, as I know it's one of your favorites. Nina throws her arms around my neck and kisses me deeply.
I don't deserve this.
Her voice comes off thick with emotion. You deserve the world, Nina. Nina's smile only gets larger as we're led into our private box, which gives us a perfect view of the stage. Once the show begins, her expression is one of complete and utter awe as she watches the dancers move across the stage, the music from the orchestra echoing around us. But I find myself more entranced by Nina than the ballet. You're so beautiful, I whisper in her ear. She turns to face me, her blue eyes alight with wonder as she smiles at me. Kiss me. Her eyes flick to my lips, and she leans in to brush her mouth against mine. I wrap my left hand around the back of her neck, holding her in place as I slide my tongue into her mouth. I can taste the champagne on her tongue, and I swallow my groan as my cock thickens in my pants. How is it that this woman can get me so close to the edge with just one kiss? I feel for the slit in her dress and gently slide my hand along her bare thigh. I stroke her soft skin. I knew there was a reason I chose this dress.
Anton?
She warns, squirming slightly at my touch. No one can see us. My fingers trail along her inner thigh. But I can stop if you want me to.
I don't want you to stop.
She gasps. I smile against her mouth as my fingers roam higher. Watch the show, Lapochka. Nina's eyes flutter, but she turns her head, her eyes fixed on the stage as I gently graze my fingers over the damp seam of her panties. Her body jolts as I brush her clit over the material, and I chuckle. Don't draw attention, Nina. She nods, her throat bobbing as she tries to concentrate on the performance. I push her panties aside and bite back a curse at how slick and ready she is. I wet my finger with her arousal before gently circling her clit, my eyes focused on her face as I tease her sensitive bud. Always so wet for me. It makes me want to take you right here. I want everyone to know how well you ride my cock. Nina's mouth falls open in a silent gasp, and a smug smile tugs at my lips as I watch her eyelids grow heavy. She's so damn beautiful, and I can't get enough. As I sink a finger inside her tight heat, her mouth falls open as she clenches around me, and I have to shift in my seat as my cock strains against my zipper. Nina's eyes flutter closed for a moment as I slowly pump my finger inside her as my thumb grazes her clit. That's it, Lapochka. The soft curve of her breasts rises and falls with each breath. My mouth waters as I think about pulling the straps of her dress down and sucking on her nipples. Do you want more? She nods, her throat bobbing as she does her best to keep her attention on the ballet. I lean in to lick along the smooth curve of her neck as I sink another finger inside her. She lets out a soft whimper as I slowly curl my fingers to graze that sensitive spot, and I know it won't be long before she's coming undone. I start pumping my fingers inside her. You're doing so well. Nina moves to grip my arm, her fingernails digging into me as she tries to swallow her moans. With each pump of my fingers, her pussy is getting slicker, and I know she's desperate to come. But I'm taking my time.
Anton.
I know, Zyka. I tighten my hand around her neck as I softly nip at her ear.
I don't know if I can be quiet.
She gasps. I chuckle. Unless you want to get us banned from the ballet, you're gonna have to be.
I'm close.
She moans, turning to face me. I capture her mouth with my own, sliding my tongue against hers as I pump my fingers inside her. I'm right here, Nina. I murmur against her lips. You can come, Lapochka. I've got you. Nina's head falls back on her shoulders, her brow furrowed, and her mouth open in a silent cry as she clenches around my fingers. I hold her against me, ready to capture her mouth with my own in case she can't hold back her cries of pleasure. But she manages to stay silent as I work her through her orgasm. When she finally relaxes, I slide my fingers out of her slick pussy and bring them to my mouth. I lick my fingers clean. I think I'm finally starting to see the appeal of ballet.
Chapter 22. Nina. As first dates go, Anton has set the bar incredibly high. I'm grateful that he wasn't put off by the fact that I had so little experience in the dating department. If anything, I think it turned him on more that he got to be the only one to spoil me. And spoil me he did. I had a feeling, when I saw the box on my bed after I came home from school, that Anton had planned something. What I didn't expect to find was the most beautiful dress, and for him to come and pick me up from his own house wearing a tux and carrying a bouquet of flowers. The moment he smiled, he stole the breath from me. Anton Kozlov is like a knight in shining armor, and I sure as hell don't know what I did to deserve him. As he takes my hand and leads me out of the theater, I feel like my heart is going to explode. Glancing up at him and catching sight of the dimple in his cheek and the soft lines at the corner of his eyes as he smiles, my own well with tears. For the first time in my life, I feel seen. No one has ever put so much thought and effort into creating a night filled with all of my favorite things. "Anton," I whisper, and he turns to look down at me. I reach up to cup his cheek, wanting to feel the warmth of his skin beneath my fingertips. As I gaze into his brown eyes, it hits me. I'm falling in love with this man, and that realization is both terrifying and thrilling. He smiles at me before turning his head and kissing my palm. In a moment like this, it's hard to believe that this relationship is doomed to fail. On the outside, we appear so blissfully happy, but the reality is, we can never have the happy ending which we both deserve, and I have my father to blame for that. I don't want to face that reality. It's why I keep finding excuses to put off telling Anton the truth. It's out of selfishness that I cling to the love and affection he shows me, not wanting to let him go. I almost tell Anton right then, not about my father, but how I feel about him. There is no other way to express how much tonight has meant to me. "Nina!" a female voice calls. I pause, the 3 words on the tip of my tongue vanishing in an instant. "Nina!" I glance around, wondering if someone from my class is here, but I don't see anyone I recognize. A soft tap of my shoulder has me whirling around, and I almost lose my balance when I come face to face with a woman who I have no business running into, especially not with Anton. "Valeria!" I take in the jet-black bobbed hair, now streaked with gray, and angular features of my mother's best friend. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Valeria laughs, showing all of her teeth. "Oh, it's wonderful to see you, Nina." "You too." My stomach tightens as I glance at Anton. Valeria follows my gaze and blinks as she takes in Anton's towering frame. "I'm Valeria," she says a little breathlessly, holding out her hand for Anton to take.
Anton.
I breathe a sigh of relief when he purposefully leaves off his last name, likely from habit. Kozlov is not a name you throw around lightly. I have no doubt that Valeria is aware of who the Kozlovs are, and I could really do without answering those sorts of questions tonight.
How do you know Nina?
I was best friends with her mother. Nina was always like a daughter to me.
She reaches out to pinch my cheek, and I try not to recoil at the touch. You look so much like her. I nod, forcing a smile.
I didn't realize you were in New York. Otherwise, I would have reached out. But, knowing your father, he was always very controlling.
How long have you been here? I prefer not talking about my father. Anton looks at me curiously, but I purposefully avoid his gaze.
A few years now. Ever since the divorce, I craved a fresh start, and New York seemed like the perfect place.
You seem happy.
Oh, I am. Truly. Leaving Sergei was the best thing I ever did. No offense, dear, but men are sometimes more hassle than they are worth.
None taken.
Anton chuckles.
Though, if my husband looked anything like you, I would have been more inclined to keep him around.
She strokes his arm. I find myself moving closer to Anton. We really should be going. I have an early start in the morning.
It was just lovely seeing you.
Valeria kisses me once on each cheek.
You have my number, darling. Call me and we'll go for a drink.
I'd love that. I lie. She smiles again at Anton, barely listening to me as she squeezes his arm. And you can definitely call me anytime. She flashes me a wink as if to say, I'm happy to share if you are. I tighten my hold on Anton's arm as I look over my shoulder and watch Valeria disappear into the crowd of people streaming out of the theater. When I'm certain she's definitely gone, I quickly lead us toward the line of cars being driven around the front of the theater. She's like a vulture when it comes to men.
Don't worry. I only have eyes for one woman tonight.
Anton pinches my waist. It takes the entire car ride back to Anton's place for my heart to stop pounding in my chest. I can't seem to stop playing out all the potential conversations we could have ended up having on the front steps of the Lincoln Center. Valeria could have blurted out my father's name, and it would have all been over in an instant. That realization has my blood turning cold. I need to tell Anton. He has to hear the truth from me. The gravel crunches beneath the tires as Anton pulls up outside the house, and I force myself back to the present, determined not to let the run-in with Valeria ruin this perfect evening. Anton walks around to my door and helps me out of the car. This dress is incredible, but it does make it hard to get in and out of a car as low to the ground as Anton's. I take his hand, and we walk toward the front door together. Is this the part of the evening where you kiss me goodnight? I bite my lower lip. Anton smiles, his eyes flicking to my lips. He looks incredible in his tux, the jacket highlighting his broad shoulders and thick arms, and I'm desperate to get my hands on him.
I didn't want to presume.
His gaze heats as he glances lower to where my hard nipples are peeking through my dress. I hold my breath as he steps closer to me and takes my face in his hands. He tilts my head up before bending down to kiss me softly. At the first touch of his lips against mine, my body seems to melt. I sink my fingers into his shirt, pulling him closer against me as I part my lips. He moans as his tongue slides against mine, sending a shiver down my spine. He forces me backward until I'm pressed up against the door, and his powerful thigh pushes between mine.
Nina.
He groans before dipping down to kiss my neck. I gasp at his warm mouth on my skin. I cling to his shirt, arching into his touch as he licks along the column of my neck.
Is this what you had in mind?
His voice is rough. I moan, my body trembling with need as Anton rubs against me. He's rock hard, and I whimper as my pussy clenches. The need I have for him is insatiable. I don't normally sleep with guys on the first date, but I think I can make an exception.
I'm a lucky man.
He laughs, reaching around me to open the front door.
Now let's go upstairs before we give one of my guards a show.
By the time we reach Anton's room, the straps of my dress are hanging off my shoulders, and my breasts are on full display as Anton backs me over to the bed.
Oh, look at you.
He practically growls, bending down to take my right nipple into his mouth. I cry out at the touch, my fingers gripping his hair to hold him in place.
I'm tempted to keep this dress on. You look incredible in it.
I moan, arching my back more as he moves to suck on my other breast. Whatever you want. His teeth graze the sensitive bud.
What do you want, Nina?
His breath tickles my nipple. He straightens, his eyes molten as he stares down at me. I have to arch my neck to look up at him and move my hand to cup his erection. I squeeze his length. Anton grits his teeth as I run my palm along the outline of his cock, and I have to press my thighs together as my pussy starts to throb.
I love how much you crave my cock.
I rub him harder, smiling, my breasts growing heavy as I feel how big he is. It feels so good. I reach for his belt buckle, but Anton grips my wrist and shakes his head.
There's something I need to do first. Turn around, Nina.
His voice is thick with need, his throat bobbing. I reluctantly drop my hand and turn around. Anton gently brushes my hair over my shoulder, the soft brush of his calloused fingertips against my skin making me shiver in anticipation. He takes his time unzipping my dress, and soon the material is in a pool at my feet, and Anton is on his knees, biting and licking up the backs of my thighs. I gasp as his stubble grazes my skin.
Bend over, Nina.
I screw my eyes shut, trying to calm the growing need that is pulsing between my thighs as I bend over the end of the bed, and Anton gets to work removing my panties.
I was so fucking desperate to taste you tonight.
He growls, sinking his tongue inside me.
I almost got on my knees for you in that box and feasted on you like my own personal dessert.
Oh, God. I moan, my head falling forward as I rock back against Anton's face.
So fucking wet and sweet.
He laps at my arousal. I cling to the comforter as my legs start to shake. The feeling of his warm tongue inside me, mixed with his rough stubble against my inner thighs, has my eyes rolling. Oh, fuck. Yes. I rock my hips. His hands roughly knead my ass as he continues to fuck me with his tongue, so deliciously slowly that I can feel my arousal drip down my thighs. Anton, I whimper. He moves his fingers to start rubbing my swollen clit to send me over the edge, and I'm desperately gasping for air as my release hits. My body shudders, and I cry out as I come on his tongue, but Anton doesn't stop. He continues to lick and suck at my pussy until I'm so sensitive that I have to pull away. I crawl onto the bed, my ass still high in the air as I try to catch my breath. Anton chuckles as he removes his clothes, and then his weight is pressed against my back, and his cock is brushing my entrance.
You're incredible,
he whispers, before kissing between my shoulder blades.
My beautiful Nina.
A strangled sound escapes me at his words, and I flip over onto my back and pull him against me, wrapping my legs around his waist. My eyes sting as I cling to him, wanting to feel the weight of him on top of me. It's as if my body knows it might not ever get the chance to experience pleasure like this again, and I want to make the most of it.
Nina.
He strokes my cheek as he gazes down at me.
What is it?
I reach out to cup the back of his neck and bring his mouth down to mine in a soft kiss. Like this, I whisper against his mouth. He gently strokes my cheek as we kiss, wiping away a stray tear that falls. He says nothing, but from the way he gently guides himself inside me, filling me so completely, I know he understands what I need. He buries his face in the crook of my neck as he slowly pumps his hips, his breathing coming in heavy pants as he stretches me so perfectly. I wrap my arms around his shoulders, breathing in the musky scent of him as we move together. Neither one of us speaks, the sound of our bodies coming together filling the silence. It's more intimate than any other time we've been together, and I close my eyes, focusing on the feeling of Anton moving inside me. He takes it slow as he kisses along my jaw, and then my neck. I arch into him, my nipples brushing against his chest, and I moan as I rub against him.
So sensitive,
he murmurs as he bends down to suck on the hard buds. I tighten my legs around him. I need to feel his hands on my body, his breath on my skin. I can't get close enough, and Anton can sense my desperation from how he tightens his arms around me and captures my mouth once more.
I've got you,
he murmurs against my lips as he pumps his cock inside me harder. We keep our eyes locked on each other as we chase our pleasure. Anton's eyes go wide as I clench around him, and his brows pull together in a look of pure agony as he fights the urge to come. He's breathtaking in every sense, and I want to see him come undone. Please, I beg, come with me, Anton. He rests his forehead against mine as he pumps his hips faster, grunting with each thrust of his cock inside me. He's hitting me so deep that my eyes roll, and I can barely breathe. Oh, yes, Anton, as my orgasm hits.
Oh, fuck.
His body shudders. I bring his lips to mine as my pussy pulses around him, taking every last drop he gives me until he eventually collapses on top of me, completely spent and satisfied.
That was...
He gasps, gazing down at me.
Fuck, that was...
I know. I push his slightly damp hair back from his face.
Let me clean you up.
He kisses the tip of my nose. I whimper as he slides out of me, my pussy so slick and swollen that I know I'll be able to feel him for days to come. I lay back and let him clean up the evidence of our shared pleasure from between my thighs, and then he settles himself in the bed beside me, pulling me into his side and gently stroking my hair. He kisses the top of my head.
Are you tired?
Not even a little. He laughs.
I'm happy to go again, but you'll need to give me a minute, Lapochka.
I laugh, burying my face against him as I press my thighs together. Thank you for tonight, I whisper. It was perfect.
You're more than welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I haven't gone to the ballet in so long. Dancing it is one thing, but getting to watch it is just... I don't have the words to describe how it makes me feel.
I can see why it's your dream.
Do you have any dreams, Anton?
Well, I own my own bar. I guess that was a dream at one point.
What about now? Do you have a new one? Anton is silent for a moment, his fingers gently tracing circles on my arms as he thinks.
I've always wanted to travel.
Anywhere in particular?
Everywhere. I'm jealous of my brother in that sense. He's gotten to see the world and well, I've been here.
I don't miss the hint of resentment in his voice as he talks about Nikolai. From the pictures downstairs, you seemed like you were close.
We were inseparable. But after my father died, Nikolai was never the same. It was like he was scared of ever feeling that kind of loss again, so he pushed everyone away rather than feel the pain. And then, when my mother got sick, he withdrew from everyone completely.
I snuggle closer to Anton, wrapping my leg around his waist as I stroke my fingers over his chest. Your mom is lucky to have you. In fact, any girl would be lucky to call you theirs.
What about you?
He strokes my arm. What about me?
Are you happy to call me yours?
I swallow the lump in my throat as I fight the urge to tell him yes. I want nothing more than to call him mine. Instead, I maneuver myself on top of him and kiss him. Anton groans as he moves his hands to my hips, his cock already hard beneath me, and I rub against him, my pussy already slick with need. Right now, this is the only answer I can give him.
Chapter 23. Anton. My romantic evening was nothing short of a success. I've never seen Nina smile so much, and I want nothing more than to spoil her like that every day for the rest of my life. But unfortunately for me, her schedule at the IOD has ramped up, and she's had extra rehearsals the last few days, and by the time she staggers through the door, we share nothing more than a quick kiss before she collapses into bed. So I've been spending the last few evenings having dinner with my mother, which has been nice. She's been having more good days recently, so we've managed to share some good conversations. But tonight, I want to turn my attention to Nina,
so I decide to head over to a bar near the Institute to meet her after work for a drink. However, I'm not alone, as 2 of my cousins have decided to join me, so my long-awaited alone time with Nina has turned into a family reunion of sorts. I'm surprised you're both allowed out, I tease my cousins as a fresh round of drinks arrives at our table. Mikhail scowls, but Dmitri chuckles. Zara practically pushed me out of the door. She wanted to have a bath in peace to catch up on some boring reality show. What about you? Mikhail shrugs. Lucia says I should socialize more. I bark a laugh. I do like your wife. How's that little angel of yours? I haven't seen her in a few weeks. Mikhail's lips twitch as he pulls his phone out and shows me some updated pictures of Vivi, which prompts Dmitri to start showing me videos of Ben and Sasha toddling around. I don't think this is what the girls had in mind when they told us to come out and drink. Dmitri shuts off his phone. But I just can't help myself. They're stinking cute. They really are. I smile, though a heavy weight starts to settle in my stomach as I check my watch. Nina should be here any minute. She had a late rehearsal tonight, and it's almost 8, and she'll likely want something to eat. I stop a passing waiter and order some small plates for the table, as well as some water. Once the waiter leaves, I turn to find both my cousins smirking at me. What? Dmitri laughs. You are such a mother hen. I'm not. You're fussing, Mikhail mutters, sipping his vodka. It's cute. I am not cute. I sit up straighter, rolling up my shirt sleeves, purposefully flexing my tattooed forearms. And now you're posturing. Mikhail shakes his head. Like I said, it's cute. Remind me again why I'm voluntarily spending my evening with you? Oh yeah, because your wives made you come out tonight. Mikhail scowls and I laugh. I'm excited to meet this girl. Dmitri flashes me a knowing smile. Be on your best behavior, please. I warn them both. Don't scare her off. Dmitri holds his hands up in mock surrender, and Mikhail rolls his eyes. This could be a disaster. By the time we finish our second round of drinks, I spot Nina walking through the door with Yakov, and that weight in my stomach disappears. Her cheeks are flushed from the cold, and her dark hair is a little windswept. I get to my feet, ignoring the sniggers from Dmitri, and make my way through the packed bar toward her. I nod at Yakov once, and he takes that as his cue to stand down for a minute. He steps away into the crowd toward the bar, causing a few heads to turn in the process.
Sorry I'm late,
Nina says a little breathlessly, flicking her bangs out of her eyes.
Allie insisted on running through the piece one last time for luck, and I didn't have time to change.
I glance down at her outfit, but she's huddled inside a long coat. You're not late. You're right on time. I press a kiss to her forehead. She lets out a contented sigh as her arms wrap around me.
I've missed you.
I'm always here, I whisper against her hair. Now, as much as I would like to take you straight home, I have a couple of people who are desperate to meet you. I did forewarn Nina that Mikhail and Dmitri would be joining us, in case she wanted to make an excuse and head home with Yakov, but to my surprise, she was more than willing to meet some of my family. Wrapping an arm around Nina's waist, I lead her back through the crowd toward our table. Dmitri's eyes light up when he spots us, but I shoot him a look that reminds him to be on his best behavior. Nina, these are my cousins, Mikhail and Dmitri.
It's lovely to meet you.
She holds out her hand. Dmitri climbs off the stool and comes around to wrap her in a bone-crushing hug. Welcome to the family, Nina. Dmitri, I hiss, pulling Nina free. Her eyes are wide, but her lips pull up into a wide smile as she looks back at me. He's not very well trained, I mutter under my breath, and Dmitri laughs. It's nice to meet you, Nina. Mikhail leans over to offer his hand. Nina eyes the tattoos covering his knuckles curiously before shaking his hand. I help Nina out of her coat and get her settled on the stool between Mikhail and me. Next to Mikhail, she looks so delicate and innocent. She's still dressed in her pale pink leotard and matching shrug, with a pair of black leggings and pink ankle warmers over her sneakers. You look beautiful, I whisper in her ear before taking a seat. Her cheeks flush pink. I rest my hand on her thigh, squeezing it once for reassurance. She shuffles a little closer toward me.
Have you been waiting long?
Long enough for these two to get out the pictures of their kids. Dimitri's eyes light up, and he reaches for his phone. Dimitri? I warn, but Nina places a hand over mine.
I want to see.
Dimitri smirks at me. I can't take my eyes off Nina as she laughs at the videos of the twins walking into various pieces of furniture. Her entire face lights up with happiness. And I picture it then, what it could be like in a few years' time, both of us sitting around with my family, sharing videos of our own children. The scene plays out in my mind so clearly it could almost be real, and I realize then how much I want it to be. How are you enjoying school? Mikhail asks after the food arrives, and Dimitri has reluctantly put away the videos of the twins.
I love it. I feel like I'm living a dream.
Dimitri scoffs. And then you go back to Anton's house and realize it's actually a nightmare. Nina laughs. I scowl. Watch it.
Anton has been wonderful.
She glances at me. I flash her a wink, and she grins. That doesn't sound like the Anton I know, Mikhail mutters, his dark eyes lit up with amusement. I'm more than happy to share the story of how I picked you up from Coney Island Beach if you need reminding of how wonderful I am. Mikhail's eyes go wide.
What happened at the beach?
Nina pops an olive into her mouth, looking between us. Nothing, Mikhail states, all traces of amusement gone from his face. His wife left him naked and stranded, and I was the one who came to his rescue. Nina gasps before bursting into laughter. I would have paid good money to see that, Dimitri chuckles. Lucia has a wicked sense of humor. I nod. That she does. I hate you both. Mikhail downs the rest of his drink. Don't mind him. He gets grumpy. Dimitri slaps Mikhail on the shoulder. Mikhail huffs. Can we get back to teasing Anton, please? I shrug. Or we could just have a civilized conversation like regular adults.
I like the teasing Anton idea.
Nina chimes in, and Dimitri throws his head back and roars with laughter. Mikhail nods. Has he told you about the time he crashed Alexei's car and tried to hide the scratch along the side with a huge vinyl sticker of my face? I rub my jaw. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Alexei was so pissed. It was his favorite car. Dimitri looks like he's about to self-combust from how hard he's laughing, and Nina's shoulders shake as she tries to stifle her giggles. I'm more than happy to be the brunt of the jokes if it means I can hear Nina laugh, so my cousins continue to share various stories from our youth that mostly involve me annoying Alexei, but Nina seems to be enjoying herself. She leans into me.
I just need to use the bathroom.
I wave at Yakov, who's still over by the bar nursing a glass of water, and he comes over to escort her. Nina rolls her eyes, but doesn't object as he leads her through the crowded room toward the toilets. So, what do you think? I ask once Nina is safely out of earshot. She seems nice, Mikhail says. Dimitri nods. I like her. She's not too serious. I think the girls would like her too. The thought of Nina meeting Bianca, Zara, and Lucia makes me smile. Mikhail frowns. Something about her feels familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Dimitri chuckles. Met many Russian ballerinas in your past, brat? Fuck off. Mikhail turns in his seat to face me. Have there been any more threats toward her? I shake my head, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as I think of Igor getting his hands on Nina. No, but something's coming. Igor is not exactly known for giving up, and he's been a little too quiet for my liking. Dimitri takes a sip of his drink. Maybe the bastard has finally come to his senses. He knows any retaliation is going to result in a war, and he will lose. Perhaps, I muse, but I don't like the idea of him just being out there biding his time. I hate the feeling of constantly looking over my shoulder. Dimitri shrugs. That just comes with the territory. What do you mean? I mean, when you finally got a girl that, you know. He smirks, and I roll my eyes at what he's implying. You always fear that something or someone is going to come and take her away. I scoff. That's really reassuring. Thanks, Dimitri. You're welcome. Now, how about another round? Nina patiently sits through another hour of Dimitri's endless talk and teasing before she stifles a yawn, and I decide it's time to get her home. Yakov takes over my empty seat to discuss some business with Mikhail as I escort Nina out of the bar toward my car, where I settle her into the passenger seat. She lightly naps on the drive back to the house, and I keep my fingers interlocked with hers the entire time. When I eventually put the car in park, I gently untangle my fingers and head around to her side, where I lift her into my arms. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open. "Don't wake up," I whisper as I adjust her in my arms.
I'm awake.
She snuggles against me.
I'm just comfy.
I smile down at her peaceful face before carrying her inside the house. "Do you want to go to bed?"
I'm hungry.
She mumbles, and my chest vibrates with silent laughter. That food was meant for you, but it seems my cousins didn't get the memo.
It's okay. I liked them enough to share my food.
That's a big compliment. Nina smiles lazily at me as I carry her into the kitchen, where I set her down on the counter and get to work fixing her something to eat. She's still wrapped in her huge coat, so I crank up the heating and put some water on to boil for some tea.
Thank you for introducing me to your cousins. I know how close you all are, so it means a lot to me that you wanted me to meet them.
You made a very good impression. They liked you a lot, and their approval means a lot to me.
I'm glad.
She fidgets with her fingers. Do you ever wish you had siblings or cousins? Or do you like peace and quiet? I hand her a mug of ginger tea. Nina nibbles on her lower lip, her eyes fixed on the mug of tea in her hands.
Maybe.
She shrugs out of her coat, setting it down beside her. Surely being an only child made you closer to your parents. But I remember you saying you weren't that close with your father. Were your parents divorced, or... Nina noticeably cringes at my question, so I let my voice trail off. Sorry, I'm prying. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. I silently curse myself for bringing up her family again. I remember from the last time I asked her that she was reluctant to talk, so I know there's a story there. But pushing her to tell me isn't the way to get her to talk. She'll open up when she's ready.
I'd rather focus on your big happy family.
She offers me a small smile.
Having all those cute babies around, I just want to spend every second snuggling them.
Maybe I could take you around to meet Lucia and Vivi. I think you two would really hit it off.
I'd like that.
Something like sadness flashes in her eyes, and I decide to pivot the subject to something more lighthearted. So, how did the rest of your rehearsal go?
It went so well.
Nina's face lights up.
Emma nailed her solo, which was just amazing to watch. She's been working so hard on it. And Madame Lacroix said that if I keep going the way I'm going, it's likely that I'll get the lead in the spring production of Sleeping Beauty.
That's amazing! I take the tea from her hands, setting it down on the counter so I can pull her into a tight hug. I'm so proud of you.
It's not set in stone, but it's a good incentive to really work hard over the next few months. Getting a solo would be an amazing opportunity, especially because scouts and agents come to these shows.
Can you show me what you've been working on? I've never seen you dance.
Well, I haven't got my pointe shoes on.
You can borrow my pair, I tease. She playfully slaps my arm.
I can do it barefoot. I might just be a little off because this isn't the best flooring.
She slides off the counter and searches for her phone in her coat pocket. You'll be amazing either way. She blushes as she kicks off her sneakers and presses play on the music. I lean back against the counter as Nina begins to dance, her elegant limbs moving to the music. I watch her slowly move into a trance-like state losing herself to her movements as she leaps and twirls across the floor. I can't take my eyes off her, completely mesmerized by the way she moves her body, by how beautiful she looks. Her eyes flutter closed as she moves to spin on one foot, lifting her other up toward her face. My mind fills with images of the last time I saw her in that position, completely naked and bare from me, and I have to grip the edge of the counter as my cock twitches. She swiftly moves into an arabesque, a huge smile breaking out across her face as the music reaches its crescendo. I'm crossing the floor and taking her face in my hands before the music even finishes, too desperate to get my hands on her. She squeals as I back her against the table and devour her mouth with my own. "You're incredible," I groan as I force my thigh between hers and grind my erection against her. She moans, arching her neck as my tongue slides against hers. "You've got me all worked up." She grinds against my thigh. "Does that feel good, Laposhka?" She whimpers as I press my cock against her harder, letting her know just what she does to me.
Anton.
She sinks her nails into my shoulders to try and steady herself. I grind my teeth as my cock throbs in my pants. I'm desperate to be inside her, but not yet. My own release will have to wait a little longer. I trail my hands down her neck before cupping her breasts, the hard peaks of her nipples poking through the thin material of her top. I gently circle them with my thumbs, and Nina moans louder as she rubs her pussy against my thigh. Leaning forward, I suck on her lower lip as I continue to explore her body. When I reach her leggings, I dip my fingers into the waistband and start pulling them down over her thighs.
Anton.
She gasps against my mouth.
Someone could walk in.
"This is my house," I growl as I run my finger along the damp seam of her panties, "so I can pleasure my woman wherever the hell I like."
Chapter 24. Nina.
"Now take off your panties, Nina."
I do not have to be asked twice. I shimmy the delicate lace down my thighs, and Anton grunts when he takes in the sight of my already glistening pussy. Knowing that my dancing got him so worked up had me aching for him almost immediately. I love that he can't seem to get enough of me. He really is the perfect man.
"That's better,"
he murmurs as he runs his finger along my center.
"Always so ready for me."
He circles my entrance, wetting his finger before running it through my folds and brushing over my clit. My hips jerk at how sensitive I am, and Anton dips his head down to kiss me softly.
"We can go slow if you need to. We've got all the time in the world, Nina."
"Oh, okay." He grazes my clit again. I screw my eyes shut as my pulse starts to quicken. Anton keeps the pace slow as he gently strokes my pussy before rubbing my clit in slow circles. My head falls forward to rest against his chest as I try to catch my breath as I grow wetter between my thighs. "So good," I moan. Anton holds my head against him, his fingers tangled in my hair as he sinks 2 fingers inside me. "Oh, yes," I rock against his hand.
"That's it, Nina."
Anton circles my clit with his thumb. He pumps his fingers inside me as I grind against him, my moans growing louder as my release builds. But I need more. I need him. I move my hand to cup his cock through his pants, and Anton's hips buck as I squeeze his enormous length. "Can I touch you?" I lean back to gaze up at him. Anton's eyes are glazed as I stroke him, and I almost come just from the look on his face.
"I'm all yours, Lapochka."
Anton untangles his fingers from my hair and quickly unbuckles his pants. I reach inside to pull his cock free, and when I wrap my fingers around his cock and stroke him, we both moan in unison.
A rush of wetness coats Anton's hand as he fucks me with his fingers. Oh my God, I moan as I work him harder, my thumb brushing over his slick tip. My mouth waters with the need to taste him, but taking him like this means I can see the look of pure ecstasy on his face as I stroke his length.
That's it, Nina. Such a good fucking girl.
Anton thrusts into my hand.
You do that so well.
I love touching you. I rub my thumb along the sensitive underside of his cock.
And I love touching you.
Anton chuckles as he leans forward to kiss me softly on the lips.
But I especially love making you come.
He curls his fingers inside me, grazing my sensitive inner walls. My entire body trembles, and I sink my teeth into my lower lip to stop myself from crying out.
Don't hold back, Lavochka.
I'm coming. I tighten my grip on his cock. Anton grits his teeth as he rubs my clit faster while still pumping his fingers inside me. Anton! I scream as I collapse against his chest, his cock still in my hand as I clench around his fingers.
That's it. Fuck.
He grunts as he works me through my orgasm. Pre-cum coats my hand, and I start stroking him again. But Anton shakes his head as he slides his fingers out of me.
I want to come inside you.
He spins me around, bending me over the table. He wastes no time thrusting his cock inside me so hard the table slides against the floor, but neither of us cares. His movements are brutal, and I'm limp with pleasure as my hips grind against the edge of the table as he fucks me hard. He's taking everything he needs, and I'm loving every second. I press my cheek against the cool wood, my eyes fluttering closed at Anton's grunts as he slides in and out of my pussy.
So perfect.
He needs my ass. I push back against him, moaning as he hits me so deep that my eyes roll. More. I rub my aching nipples against the tabletop. Anton chuckles as he reaches around to rub my clit. Yes! I cry out.
Christ, Nina. Look at you.
He pounds into me.
Fuck.
He tangles his fingers in my hair, tugging my head back so I arch against him. I can barely register the sounds I'm making as Anton sends me over the edge. My pussy pulses again, and Anton groans as he spills inside me. I roll my hips as he continues to move inside me until we're both completely spent.
Let's get you in the shower.
Anton slides out of me and lifts me into his arms. He carries me out of the kitchen, despite the fact that his cock is hard and leaking, and I'm completely naked from the waist down, and his release is dripping down my thighs. I really hope we don't run into any staff before we reach the bathroom. I wake up to the sun warming my face, and I sigh as I feel a slight soreness between my thighs. We didn't stop after the shower. Anton decided to take me 2 more times, once in the armchair in his room, where I rode him until I was screaming his name, and once more in the bed before we both collapsed with exhaustion. I stretch out my arms, wanting to feel Anton's warm body, but I frown when I find the bed empty. Anton? His side of the bed is still warm, and I snuggle into his pillow, breathing in the smell of him. Perhaps he just went to the bathroom, but I don't hear the sound of running water. Anton? I call again, louder this time. I don't know why I'm suddenly panicked at the idea of waking up alone. I've done it my entire life. But I've been spoiled over the past few weeks, waking up in Anton's arms, and I miss his warmth and the sound of his heartbeat as I rest against his chest. Throwing back the covers, I spy Anton's discarded shirt from yesterday on the floor, so I quickly pull it on and head downstairs, where the smell of freshly brewed coffee hits my nose.
Did I wear you out last night?
Anton teases as I stroll into the kitchen. He's at the stove cooking some eggs, wearing nothing but a pair of black joggers that sit low on his hips. A little, I stifle a yawn, but it was so worth it. I wrap my arms around him. Anton's body vibrates with silent laughter, but he wraps an arm around me as he continues to move the eggs around the pan.
I certainly have no regrets.
I should dance for you more often. Though maybe not today. I think you might have actually broken me. I glance up at Anton and roll my eyes as I catch the smug look on his face. He kisses me on the top of my head.
Go and sit down, and I'll bring you some coffee.
I moan at the first taste of the coffee, and Anton's eyes darken as he eyes me in his shirt. Don't get any ideas. I stretch my legs out on the adjacent chair.
But that table brings back so many good memories.
You are insatiable. I smile as I sip on my coffee. Anton flashes me a wink before sauntering over to the fridge to grab a packet of bacon. I sit quietly, enjoying watching him move about the kitchen. There's such a lightness to him as he cooks, and I wonder if that's how I look when I dance. If so, then I can definitely see why he couldn't keep his hands off me. I'm surprised there isn't drool running down my chin as I take in the hard lines of his body, the way his muscles ripple with each movement. But my fantasies soon dissolve when the bacon hits the pan and the kitchen fills with the aroma of sizzling meat. My stomach churns and my mouth instantly fills with saliva, and not in a good way. Oh no, I fight the urge to vomit.
Nina?
Anton looks over his shoulder. I force a smile, trying not to grimace at the smell of the bacon. What the hell is happening? I'm fine, I lie, forcing a smile. Anton doesn't look convinced, but he turns his attention back to the food, and I do my best to ignore the nauseous churning of my stomach. Thankfully, sitting at the table does the trick, as I'm flooded with memories of last night, and my cheeks burn as I remember how desperate Anton was to have me after watching me dance. I was nervous when he asked me to dance for him. It felt so intimate to show him that side of me, a side that very few get to experience outside of my teachers and classmates. But the sex that followed was unlike anything we've shared. It was truly mind-blowing.
Stop thinking dirty thoughts.
I blink as Anton sets a plate of eggs and bacon down in front of me. I wasn't. My cheeks burn.
Liar.
Anton chuckles, tucking my hair behind my ear and kissing my forehead.
But I was thinking very dirty thoughts, too.
I shiver at his touch.
Now, eat up before it gets cold.
He takes the seat opposite me. I nod, reaching for my fork and scooping up some eggs. As I bring them to my mouth, I fight the urge to gag. I glance nervously at Anton, but he's fixated on his food, half of his plate already gone. Swallowing the bile in my throat, I force myself to take a bite and chew. But I can't hold back the groan as the eggs almost immediately make a reappearance, and Anton looks up from his food, his eyebrows pulled together in a frown.
Are you not hungry?
He eyes my untouched plate of food. I try not to wrinkle my nose at the sight of the eggs, but in truth, the smell is making me want to hurl. My stomach is in knots, but it's not surprising considering the web of lies I found myself tangled in. My stomach doesn't feel too good.
Is it your time of the month? Because I had Danica make sure to have the bathroom stocked for you. But if there's anything else you need, just let me know.
Oh, that's, thanks. My cheeks burn brighter, but Anton has a point. I've been taking my pill religiously, but other than a little spotting, I've had nothing. Anton touches my hand.
Can I make you something else? There's fruit or maybe some pancakes?
Normally, I would be begging for pancakes with bacon and eggs. I should be starving considering all the late-night activity. But right now, nothing sounds good. I stare down at the plate of food as I try to rack my brains. I put my absent period down to stress, but the fact of the matter is, I've always run like clockwork, regardless of lifestyle factors. I never miss a period. This cannot be happening. I know the pill is only 99% safe, but surely... Well, this is just fantastic. My father may have gotten what he wanted after all. Chapter 25. Nina. There's only one way to know for sure whether what I fear is true. But I can't exactly walk into a drugstore to buy a pregnancy test when Yakov won't leave my side. I can't risk this getting back to Anton. At least not until I know for sure what the situation is. Me. I need a favor. A big one. Emma. Hit me. Me. I think I might be pregnant. The 3 dots appear telling me Emma's typing, but then they disappear. I stare at my phone shaking in my hands as I wait for her to reply. Part of me wonders whether I would have been better off just coming clean to Anton about my concern first, but a baby complicates things a lot. Especially when my father has such horrific plans surrounding any potential Kozlov offspring I might bear. Thankfully, Emma replies before I can sink too far into the what-ifs. Say no more. I've got you. I get to school over an hour before my class actually starts, but Emma is already there, bouncing up and down on her feet as she clutches her bag to her chest like it's evidence in a murder trial. I think of the pregnancy test and my heart starts to pound. Her eyes immediately flick to Yakov and she grimaces. "You're being obvious," I mouth as we approach, and she nods, quickly moving her bag to her shoulder. "Come to the bathroom with me?" Her voice gets a little high-pitched. I don't have a chance to reply. Emma just links her arm through mine and all but drags me toward the bathroom. "We might be a while, Yakov. Got girl talk to discuss away from prying ears." Yakov grunts and moves to stand outside the door to wait for us. Emma doesn't let me go until we're safely on the other side of the bathroom by the hand dryers. "Want to tell me what the hell is going on?" She half whispers, half hisses, as she sets her bag down on the counter and pulls out a CVS bag. "Think it's pretty obvious what's going on," I mumble as I take the bag. "Did you buy the whole stock of tests?" There are numerous boxes inside. "I thought it's better to have a few backups, just in case." Emma brushes her curls out of her face. "Now, what do you need here? Moral support? A lecture on safe sex?" My lower lip starts to tremble as I set the bag back down and take a breath. "Oh, Nina," Emma pulls me into a hug. "We don't know if there's anything to be upset about yet." "I know." I wipe my eyes. This is a lot. "I'm happy to hold your hand while you pee on the stick. I'd say it's a pretty good bonding moment, one I take very seriously." I let out a watery laugh as tears start streaming down my face. "Come on, let's get this over with." Emma grabs one of the boxes and follows me into the farthest stall. I thought she might be joking about holding my hand, but she locks herself inside with me as I pull down my leggings and settle myself on the toilet. "I can't believe I'm doing this." She hands me the stick. "If it makes you feel better, I doubt you're the first girl to pee on a stick in this bathroom." "No, it doesn't," I mutter as I position the stick between my legs. We're both quiet as I do my business, and then Emma takes the stick out of my hand and unlocks the door. Now we wait. She pulls out her phone to set a timer. She puts the pregnancy test face down by the sink, so neither of us will be tempted to check. These next 2 minutes will decide my entire future. I think I might be sick. My stomach twists with nerves. "You're definitely pregnant," Emma chuckles. So not funny. Part of me wants to applaud you for locking down the rich man. But seriously, Nina, what are you going to do if it's positive? What about ballet? I hadn't even thought of that. I'd been so caught up in what my father would do if it turns out I was pregnant that I hadn't stopped to consider what this would cost me. I swallow the lump in my throat as my future starts to slip away. If I'm pregnant, there goes my chance at a lead role in the spring, or of graduating at all. Oh, God. It was all too good to be true. I should have known better than to think that life would work out okay in the end. Is this not even a little bit of a good thing if it ends up being positive? I mean, you and Anton seem seriously loved up. The way he looks at you, it's something out of a movie, Nina. I nod, wiping my cheeks with the back of my hand. I love him, Emma. Emma's mouth breaks out into a huge smile, fist bumping the air. I knew it! I cringe, my cheeks burning red. Have you told him that? No. What? Does he know about any of this? I didn't want to say anything until I knew for sure what was going on. I was a bit nauseous this morning, but I've played it off as having bad period cramps. Emma rolls her eyes as she places her hands on her hips. You won't be able to use that excuse for much longer. I know men know fuck all about women's bodies, but I think even Anton knows that a period doesn't last weeks. It won't get that far. I'll tell him tonight one way or another. So he's coming home to an I love you and a baby? Big day for Anton. Emma chuckles. He's going to be one smug daddy. Can we not start with all the daddy jokes just yet? I run my hands over my face. I can't even comprehend that a baby might actually be in my future. I'm cut off as the door starts trying to open, but Emma hurries over to shoulder it shut again. Occupied, Emma yells as someone starts banging on the door. There's 5 stalls. I will personally tackle each and every one of you bitches that tries to come in here, so you better fuck off. I almost laugh as I imagine the terrified look on the face of whoever was trying to get past Emma, but it comes out as more of a sob. I can't do this, Emma. My pulse quickens as panic starts to set in. Surely the 2 minutes are nearly up. You are not alone, Nina. Emma crosses over to me, placing her hands on my shoulders. I stare into her crystal blue eyes and almost crumble as I realize how sincere she is. You're a good friend. I know you'd do the same for me, she shrugs. Emma's phone buzzes and we both freeze. I can't look. I cover my face with my hands as Emma reaches for her phone. This is it. There's no going back now. Emma picks up the stick, and I wait for a cry of joy, but it never comes. Emma is deathly quiet, which only means one thing. It's positive, isn't it? I peer through my fingers. Emma bites her lip before showing me the stick with the 2 very prominent pink lines. I'm pregnant, I whisper, dropping my hands to my side. Yeah. Emma hands me the test. I'm pregnant. I'm hoping that if I say the words enough times, it might actually start to sink in. How did this happen? I perch on the edge of the counter. Well, I take it that you and Anton did the deed without a condom? Yeah, but I'm on the pill. I thought I was covered. But what? I was taken to his house when I wasn't expecting, and I think I might have missed a day. Besides, a few weeks back, I was sick. It was right after we slept together. Either of those could be the cause of this. It's like the universe wanted you to have a baby. My father sure did. But this is something I can't bear to think about. So, how are we feeling about this? Emma perches beside me on the counter. I have no idea. This is a lot. I can't tear my eyes away from the 2 pink lines. At this very moment, a tiny life is growing inside me that is part of Anton. The man who has turned my life upside down in the best way. A tiny flutter of excitement sparks at the thought of telling him. I saw the way his eyes lit up the other night as his cousins shared pictures of their own kids, and I know he's desperate to have a family of his own. The way I see it is you have 3 options. Emma pulls me out of my thoughts. 3? Plan A is the happily ever after package with Anton, where you move into his huge mansion and you have tons of babies and grow old together, surrounded by your pots of money and stunningly beautiful grandchildren. That sounds like a fairy tale. I can picture it all so clearly, that life that I could have with Anton. One that would bring us both so much joy and happiness. But that life is one built on a lie. Plan B is Anton fucks off, and this kid ends up being raised by 4 slightly unstable, completely broke dancers who will give this kid a raging alcohol problem and an eating disorder by the time it's 14. 14? Seriously? Comes with the territory. Emma shrugs. And Plan C? Plan C is I make you an appointment, and we can pretend like this never happened. Anton never has to know. I shake my head. That's not an option. I can't do that to Anton. He has a right to know the truth. The weight of my deceit starts to settle on my chest once more. Perhaps, but it's ultimately your decision, Nina. This is your life we're talking about here. You've dreamed of being a ballerina since you were a child, and you're so close to living that dream. Are you sure you're ready to give that all up? I have no idea. I'm so confused. Well, whatever happens, you have me, Allie, and Bia. Your baby couldn't ask for better godmothers. I know I don't know Anton very well, but from what I do know, he seems legit. So I know he won't be going anywhere, too, whatever you decide. On one hand, the idea of having a baby with Anton sounds more like a dream than a nightmare. He would make the most wonderful father, and I know he would love this child unconditionally. Our baby would have the life I always dreamed of, surrounded by love and family.
I plan on slaughtering the child right in front of him.
I barely make it to the toilet in time before I vomit. The truth is so much bigger than just me now. It could mean the difference between life and death. It might cost me Anton, but ultimately, he's the only one who can truly protect our baby from my father. The choice has been made for me. Tonight is the night I tell Anton the truth about everything.
Chapter 26. Anton. My day has been a whirlwind. Nina left ridiculously early for class, and I can't help but worry that something's wrong. She's barely eaten, and her complexion has been almost gray. She assures me it's just how she gets during her cycle, but that doesn't stop me from being concerned. I suggested perhaps she should stay home and rest today, but she shut that suggestion down immediately, saying that she can't afford to take any time off. I appreciate that her ballet is important to her, but I wish she didn't have to choose between her health and her dream. But I won't be the asshole who tells her what to do. So I put Yakov under strict instructions to bring her straight home if she starts looking unwell. So far, I've heard nothing from either of them, which I'm taking as a good sign. My mother, on the other hand, has been putting poor Jen through the ringer, and I already have had to turn the car around twice on my way into the city to go and help calm her down. By the time I got to my meeting at the Russian tea rooms, the men I was meeting to discuss opening a second bar were already on their 4th drink and were more interested in the waitresses than profit margins. It was a complete fucking waste of my time, but I try my hardest not to be annoyed. Ultimately, my mother needed me, and she always comes before work. One day she won't be around, and I'll have nothing but work to focus on. Except maybe Nina. I finish the last of my drink and say goodbye to my colleagues after picking up the tab. As I'm waiting for the valet to bring my car around, my phone buzzes in my pocket, and I smile at the sight of Nina's name flashing on the screen. Nina.
Are you coming home soon? I need to talk to you about something.
My smile falters. Why do I have a feeling that whatever it is she needs to talk about isn't good? Me. On my way, Laposhka. Be home in 30. X. I've barely made it out of Midtown before a call comes through from Mikhail. You need to get your ass over to Alexei's place. My cousin orders before I even have a chance to say anything. In Queens? I glance at the time on the screen. Yeah, we're all here. Can't this wait? I groan. There was something I needed to do. No, it can't. This is urgent, Anton. It always is, I mutter. I hang up on Mikhail and dial Nina to let her know I'll be home later than planned, but my call goes to voicemail. I try not to worry. It's likely she's in the shower, so I leave her a message and vow to get back home as soon as I can. The drive over to Queens is long. I hit rush hour traffic, and every minute that passes feels like an hour. Whatever this meeting is about, it better be worth stealing my time away from being with Nina. I park up alongside Dmitri's BMW and what looks to be a brand new Porsche Cayenne. Seriously, Daniil? I scoff as I eye the top-of-the-range model. He goes through cars like Dmitri used to go through women. I check my messages one last time to see if Nina's gotten back to me, but there's nothing, so I reluctantly shut my phone off rather than leaving her another message and climb out of the car.
Hey, Anton.
Bianca greets as I walk through the front door. She's carrying a squirming Leo on her hip who sticks his tongue out at me as I offer him a smile. She frowns at him.
No, Leo, we don't do that.
I stick my own tongue out at Leo when Bianca's not looking, and the toddler grins at me. He looks so much like Alexei, it's scary, with his dark hair and brown eyes. It's weird to think that one day he will take over from his father, and the next generation of Koslovs will be by his side, including my own children, hopefully. Where is everyone? The house seems eerily quiet, considering I was told all the brothers are here.
They're upstairs in Alexei's office.
Bianca tilts her head toward the stairs. Any idea what this is about? I reach out to tickle Leo under the chin.
Not a clue. But Mikhail didn't look very happy when he arrived.
Mikhail never looks happy.
That is true.
She chuckles.
Anyway, I should get this little man in the bath. Say goodnight to Uncle Anton.
Sweet dreams, little man. I ruffle Leo's hair before heading up the stairs toward Alexei's office. The mood of the room is somber when I enter, and I instantly go on alert as I look at each of my cousins in turn. The four of them are sitting opposite each other on the two couches, each one nursing a drink. I take it that Igor's made a move? I look at Alexei. He goes to respond, but then he glances at Mikhail, and I frown when no one speaks. What the hell is going on? Mikhail sets down his glass on the table and gets to his feet. You might want to sit down, Anton. I'd rather you just tell me what the fuck is going on. I feel like I've walked into an intervention from the way that both Dmitri and Daniil are refusing to meet my eyes. Bianca wasn't kidding when she said Mikhail looked unhappy. There's always a certain air to him that is cold and aloof. But there's something else lurking in his eyes as he approaches me. Pity? Disgust? Mikhail? My hands start to shake as I watch him reach into his jacket pocket and pull out a crumpled photograph. This is one of the photos I found in Lev's apartment the other day. He hands it to me. I frown as I look down at the picture of Igor standing between two teenage boys. I spot Maxim immediately on the right. He looks to be around 15, and he's already the spitting image of Igor, except for his massive dark hair. He has the same sneering smile and wicked gleam in his eye as his father, and I feel a smug sense of satisfaction at having put a bullet right in his chest. My eyes flick to the other boy, and I figure this must be Lev. From the way he's cowering away from Igor, whose tattooed hand is gripping his shoulder, it's clear that the two boys were treated far from equally. Despite Lev looking exactly how each of my cousins did in their early teens, tall and lanky with untidy dark hair, the dark shadows under his eyes and slightly grayish complexion make me wonder about the demons he's fighting, both on the inside and outside. But then my attention turns to the final person in the picture, a young girl around 10 who's hovering slightly behind Maxime with dark brown hair, big blue eyes, and a smile that lights up the room. "Nina," I breathe. For a moment, the rest of the picture disappears and I lose myself in her smile. She's wearing a pink leotard and tutu, and she's clinging to Maxime as she balances on point. She's clinging to Maxime. "So, it's definitely her?" Daniil asks. I blink, looking away from the photo to find all my cousins staring at me. "What the hell is this?" I wave the photo in the air. "That's what we want to know." Alexei gets to his feet. "Did you know?" "Know what?" "That Nina is Igor's daughter." The words hit me like a punch to the gut, and I stumble backward a step. "Of course I didn't fucking know!" I roar as I ball my hands into fists. "This has got to be some sick fucking joke." I wish it was, Anton. Mikhail reaches out to grip my shoulder, but I push his hand away. I shake my head, my stomach twisting as the dots start to connect. You're wrong," I choke out. It looks like Igor perhaps sent Nina as a way of getting revenge for Maxime, which means you need to watch your back because he's planning something. My entire body is shaking with rage as reality sets in. She fucking played me. I have to go. "Anton," I don't bother sticking around to hear what Mikhail has to say. I'm suffocating, and I pull at the collar of my shirt, which feels uncomfortably tight as I storm out of the office. There has to be another explanation for this. There's no way the last few weeks have been built on a lie, because I'm not sure I can survive the heartbreak. I find Nina sitting at the kitchen table with her knees pulled up to her chest. Her cheeks are stained with tears as she pushes her food around her plate. She's still dressed in her dance clothes, with her hair pulled back into a ponytail to show off her long neck. She looks so delicate and fragile. No one would ever assume that she would be working for one of the most dangerous men in Russia. "You've got some fucking explaining to do," I growl as I storm into the kitchen and toss the picture down on the table beside Nina's plate. She jumps at the sound of my footsteps, dropping her legs down and leaning forward to take a look at the picture. I fold my arms over my chest, waiting for her to deny it's her. But then, I notice her body tense, and I know it's all true. I fucking knew it. I run my hands through my hair. I'm a fucking idiot.
"Anton."
She turns the photo over, as if she can't bear to look at the evidence of her betrayal. "I want you out of my house." My voice shakes with rage. "No!" Nina shakes her head, her eyes welling with tears as she looks up at me.
"Please, let me explain."
"I think this picture explains it all, don't you?"
"Anton!"
Nina sobs. The sound of my name on her lips has me swallowing bile.
It's not what you think.
"Please, tell me what I think, Nina."
Igor is..."
She swallows, shaking her head. "Tell me the fucking truth." Nina flinches.
"He's my father,"
she whispers. I swallow the laugh that builds in my throat. None of it had been real. What Nina and I had was nothing more than a revenge plan, and I had blindly fallen into her trap. Nina gets to her feet, and I automatically step backward. I don't feel guilty at the flash of hurt in her eyes, not when my heart feels like it's being cracked in two.
"He sent me here to seduce you,"
she mumbles, wrapping her arms around her body as she nervously chews on her lip. "He'll be very proud of how well you did." I fold my arms over my chest. I was nothing more than a game to her, a way to seek revenge for her brother. If the whole ballet dream doesn't work out, perhaps you should apply for an acting scholarship at Juilliard.
"Anton, please."
Her voice cracks.
"It's not like that. I'm in love with you."
She sobs, reaching for me, but I shake her off, not registering her words. I've wanted to hear them for so long, but now they just sound empty. "Get the fuck out of my house." My voice sounds cold.
Anton!
Get out! I yell, slamming my hand down on the table, causing the glasses to rattle. Nina jumps, her hands going to her stomach as her face crumples.
I'm pregnant.
My blood turns cold as I stare down at Nina. Her face is completely drained of color, and she looks like she's on the verge of breaking down. But I can't bring myself to comfort her, not after what she's done, not just to me, but to my family. Was I really that naive to fall for the big blue eyes and comforting touches without bothering to look into who this girl really was? I should have known better. I knew it was too good to be true, and yet I never once questioned why I felt that way. Igor must be having the time of his life, having me as such a willing pawn in his twisted game. You really think I'm going to fall for that? I scoff. You might have played me for a fool, Nina, but that stops now. I'm fucking done. Nina flinches at my words, her hands not moving from her stomach as her entire body trembles.
It's true. Please, you need to hear me out.
She sobs, but I hold up a hand to silence her. I've heard plenty. I want you gone within the hour. Danica can help pack up your things. I stalk from the kitchen without a backward glance. Yesterday, hearing her tell me she loves me and that she's carrying my child would have been like a dream come true. But now, it's like I've walked right into my worst nightmare.
Chapter 27. Nina. When my mother died, my heart broke. I swear I could actually feel the muscle start to shred and my body begin to bleed out internally. Maybe I was going crazy with grief, but the pain I felt was so real. I remember wondering if it was true, if you could actually die from a broken heart, because surely death was inevitable. No one could be in that much pain and not be dying. Over time, my heart started to stitch itself back together. It wasn't perfect. There were still cracks, which sometimes meant I would be hit with a wave of grief when I least expected it. When I heard the music that she used to play on the piano when walking around a store, or caught a waft of someone's perfume as they passed by and realized it was the same one she wore. I thought grief was something that would eventually pass. But it turns out you just learn to live with it. That is, until something cracks you open once more, and you wonder if this time will be the final time, if this will be the one to finally break you for good. I keep waiting for Anton to turn around, to tell me he understands and that he'll hear me out. But then the front door slams, and all the air leaves my lungs as I realize he's not coming back. Oh, God. I sob, clutching my throat as my legs give out beneath me, and I have to cling to a chair to stop myself from falling. He's gone. If I had told him the truth earlier, would it have made a difference? Or would he still be just as hurt as he is now? Either way, it's not going to change the fact that he found out. And what makes it worse is that I wasn't the one to tell him. He deserves so much better than this. I don't know where he got that photo, and I don't want to know. All I care about is the fact that my own cowardice has just cost me everything. Katarina, why are you crying? I freeze at the sound of Maria's voice. She is the last person I should be speaking to. I'm not. I wipe at my cheeks, forcing a smile. I'm fine, Maria. Maria doesn't look convinced. She has a deep frown between her eyebrows as she looks at me curiously. Have you and Anton had a fight? She puts her hands on her hips, giving me that typical motherly look. I don't know what to say to her without upsetting her. Come here. I'm frozen as she suddenly wraps her arms around me and hugs me tightly. You and Anton are meant for each other, Katarina. Whatever it is that is forcing you two apart now, I promise you will work through it. She gently strokes my back, and fresh tears start to pour down my cheeks. I'm not so sure, I choke. Maria pulls back and cups my cheek, her face filled with kindness as she looks at me. It's the look my mother used to give me when I couldn't nail a particular ballet move and would be inconsolable as I feared my dream would never come true. This feeling will pass. One day, you will look back on this and realize you had to go through this pain in order to find what is meant for you. I think I've ruined it. Maria laughs softly. Anton can be stubborn, but he will come back. He always does. I wipe my cheeks on the back of my hand and force a smile. I hope you're right. I know I am. Now I need to go and finish making pelmeni for Nikolai. My heart aches as I watch her shuffle out of the kitchen in her slippers, knowing that Nikolai isn't coming. Is it a blessing that she's unaware of the truth? That she spends her time living inside a fantasy world where her son comes over for dinner and her husband has only popped out to grab the paper? Perhaps. Though I hope for her sake she doesn't wake up to realize that the world has turned dark and those she loves are no longer at her side. When I can no longer hear her footsteps, I decide it's time to head upstairs to pack up my things. My body feels heavy as I move around my room. The memory of Anton is everywhere, from the clothes that I've worn to the very bags he packed when he went to my apartment all those weeks ago. I never thought that I would experience some of my happiest memories in this house, and I will cherish them for the rest of my life. I might hate my father, but I'm grateful that I was given the opportunity to know Anton, even if it was only for a short time. As I pack up the last of my toiletries and shove them into the overnight bags, I decide that I can't just leave. At least not without proving to Anton how sorry I am. Gathering my bags over my shoulder, I head out of my room and back down the stairs and into Anton's study. Grabbing a notebook, I tear out a piece of paper and start writing. Anton is a good man, and I know he will hear me out, but he just needs some time to process first. In the meantime, I hope he can hear the sincerity in my words as I pour my heart out to him. Anton, I know you're hurting right now, but I want you to know that I'm sorry. For all of it. I hope you can believe me. I never planned on falling for you, but you are very easy to love. You have made me feel more loved in these past few weeks than my family has in my entire life, at least after my mother passed. It's made me realize that a chosen family can be just as good, if not better, than a real family. I hope what I'm leaving for you will help to prove that I'm on your side. Use this list to bring him down. Nina. I transfer all the names and numbers from my phone onto the back of the note, hoping that even if Anton decides never to forgive me, some good can still come out of this mess. My father deserves what's coming to him. I look at the time. My hour is almost up. Anton wants me gone, and I have to respect that. It's the least I can do after what I've put him through. Folding up the note, I rested against the framed photo of him and his family. As I nudge the frame, it falls over and the back comes undone. Oh no. I glance anxiously at the door. I quickly gather the frame and try to set the backing back on, but then I notice that there's another photo lodged behind the one of Anton and his cousins. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I pull the small Polaroid free. And when I turn it over, it's like I'm looking at a picture of myself, gazing up at a teenage Anton. What on earth? The girl has the same long, dark hair and soft, delicate features. Anton is reaching out to cup her cheek, and my chest tightens at the look in his eyes. It's one I've grown to cherish myself. You can see the love in their eyes as they gaze at one another, and I can't help but feel a pang of jealousy as I stare at the photo, unable to take my eyes off of the girl. Katerina, I whisper. I understand now why Maria mistook me for her, considering we have such a similar appearance. She looks a lot more than just a friend of the family. But I'm hardly in a position to be angry at Anton for hiding the truth. They look happy together. Maybe you weren't destined for me after all, I whisper as I stroke my finger over Anton's handsome face. It doesn't change the fact that I'm now carrying his child. My heart aches for the life my baby should have had if I had just had the courage to speak the truth. Will Anton want anything to do with this child now that he knows who I am? I can only hope that he will. I head out of Anton's study with my bags over my shoulder, my vision blurring so much from the tears that I almost walk straight into his side table. I don't have a car, and Yakov is no longer tied to my side, ready to drive me wherever I need to go. It seems his protection is only reserved for people who aren't daughters of rival Bratva Dons. Uber it is, I sigh as I pull out my phone. Heavy banging sounds on the front door, and I jump, my phone slipping from my hands as I look up to see the outline of a man standing on the other side of the door. Anton? I call out as I stagger forward. My legs wobble, and I realize I've not eaten in what seems like days, not since I realized I might be pregnant. The door bursts open, one of the hinges pinging right off the frame, and I cry out, "What the fuck?" I gasp, my hand going to my heart as Akeem appears, looking extremely pleased with himself.
Going somewhere, Nina?
He eyes my bag suspiciously. You broke the fucking door.
You should be grateful it's not your neck.
He snarls.
Enough.
My father growls, appearing behind Akeem. I freeze as I watch him step over the threshold into Anton's house. There's nothing but cold fury in his eyes, and I know he's not here for a friendly catch-up. What do you want? I fold my arms over my chest to try and hide the fact that my hands are shaking. He shouldn't be here. If he somehow learns that Anton's mother is nearby, there's no way he would leave here without sending Anton a message.
You need to come with us. Now.
I glance nervously over my shoulder, trying to weigh my options. Does my father have more men waiting outside, ready to storm the place? If he hurts Maria, Anton will never forgive me. And I wouldn't expect him to. I would never forgive myself either. I need to protect her. But I also need to protect my baby.
It wasn't a request, Nina.
Akeem scolds. I frown. What are you planning?
That's none of your fucking business.
Igor holds up a hand to silence Akeem.
I won't ask you again, Nina.
His voice is chill as ice. I'm not coming with you. The deal is off. I tighten my hold on my bags and start to head for the door when my father lunges for me, wrapping his hand around my neck and slamming me back into the wall. I grunt at the impact, and my eyes start to water as I fight to breathe. I grip his wrists, sinking my nails into the faded, tattooed skin. But that only makes him tighten his hold on me.
That's not your decision to make.
He growls, his hot breath hitting my face.
The deal is done when Anton Koslov is dead.
Akeem is sneering as he watches on, pure delight on his face as black dots start to dance in front of my eyes. He's going to kill me. No, no.
You've proven yourself to be a liability, Nina, and you need to be dealt with. Chapter 28. Anton. I used to consider myself a smart man. Having a younger brother like Nikolai, I was naturally forced into the role of being the level-headed sibling, the one who always weighed both sides of a situation before making any sort of decision. It's something Alexei has always valued in me too, the ability to be objective, to take a step back and remove emotion from the equation. But it turns out it only takes a smile and a great pair of legs to have me losing all ability to think rationally. Was I really so blinded by her beauty that I couldn't see Nina for who she really was? Igor Ivanov, he's her father. I slammed my glass down on the bar so hard I'm surprised it doesn't shatter, and the bartender takes that as his cue to pour me another. There's no way my cousins are going to let me get away with fucking up so spectacularly. The moment I learned her name, I should have had Rosa or Rorik look into Nina's background. It's standard protocol, considering who my family is. But I wasn't thinking with my head. If I had been, I could have saved myself a lot of fucking heartache. My glass is empty, I mutter as I set the rocks glass down on the bar top again. The bartender quickly gets to work fixing me a fresh drink, and I waste no time downing the clear liquid. I can barely feel the burn of the vodka as it hits my throat, and that only pisses me off more. Was everything a lie? Or did somewhere along the way the lines became blurred and she truly fell in love with me? My chest tightens as I realize it doesn't even matter. Ultimately, she's the daughter of the most dangerous man in Russia, the man who is responsible for murdering my aunt and uncle and for kidnapping my cousin's half-brother and doing God knows what to him for the past 3 decades. I frown as I stare down at my drink. She knows about Lev, and likely knows where he is. She's known all this time and never bothered to tell me. I fight the urge to launch my glass across the bar in anger. Alarm bells should have started to ring when she began asking about if I've killed anyone. It's likely she was wanting information about the night I killed Maxime so she could report back to her father. The thought has bile rising in my throat as I realize the danger I've put my family in. She's seen pictures of my cousin's children. She knows intimate details about my mother and brother. Not only that, but she's had access to the security codes of my home. Fuck! I run my hand over my face. I'm a fucking fool. Another, Mr. Koslov? The bartender asks. I nod as I feel myself start to sink. How the hell am I meant to fix this? If it was anyone else, my cousins would order a hit. But this is Nina. My Nina. A few hours ago, she was the woman I thought I would spend the rest of my life with. As much as I wish I could just turn those feelings off, I can't. Because I'm really fucking in love with her. That much is true. I think I've been in love with her since the moment she fell into my lap and I first looked into her ocean blue eyes. She stole the breath from me, and I've been drowning ever since. And now she might be pregnant, or so she claims. For all I know, that could just be another lie to trap me. If it is, it's fucking cruel. But that doesn't sound like Nina. And again, I don't know Nina at all. For all I know, she could be just as cruel and cunning as her father. Can I settle my tab? I grunted the bartender. As much as I want to spend all night numbing myself with alcohol, I need to face reality sooner rather than later. I need to know if there is some truth to what she said, at least about the pregnancy. If she really is carrying my child, then there's no way in hell I'm letting Igor Ivanov get anywhere near her. I park around the back of the house and head in through the back door, hoping that Nina is still around. I know I told her to get the hell out, but I'm hoping that she decided not to listen. Nina? I call out. Nina! Silence. I bolt through the kitchen and sprint up the stairs toward her room. Nina! I bang my fist on the door, and it swings open. My stomach sinks as I step inside and notice the pile of old point shoes that she kept beside the chair has gone. And I know she has too. I storm into the closet and notice it's been completely stripped of her things, and the counter in the bathroom is no longer littered with makeup and various bottles. She's gone. I toss the bag of pregnancy tests down on the bed and sink down beside it as I try to think of what to do. Do I call Alexei and tell him that there's a possibility Nina might be pregnant? He's going to be pissed about the situation either way, and I need to get out of my head. Having another perspective on the situation might help me to think more clearly, because it's apparent that I can't be trusted to make good choices when Nina is involved. I pull my phone out of my pocket to dial my eldest cousin.
Anton!
I sigh at the sound of my mother's voice. I really just want to be alone. But then I hear her call my name again, and I know I can't ignore her.
Switching my phone off and tucking it back inside my jacket, I get to my feet and head out of the room, abandoning the bag of pregnancy tests on the bed. "What is it, Mamolichka?" I head down the stairs, though I stop dead in my tracks at the sight of the front door hanging off its hinges. What the fuck? I hurry down the remaining stairs and storm over to the door. I must have been so lost in my own thoughts when I got home earlier that I didn't even notice. My mother is standing, staring out at the drive, shaking her head repeatedly as she mumbles to herself. "Mamolichka?" I place a hand on her shoulder. "Mamolichka, what happened?" Every fiber of my body is screaming at me to go into fight mode.
"The men did it."
Men? You mean my guards? Was there a fault with the security system that I was unaware of that meant they couldn't use the keypad to unlock the door? Surely I would have been notified if there was a problem.
"The men who took her."
Mama stares out of the window, her eyes glazed. "Took who?" I press. "Nina?"
"What are you going to do about Katerina?"
She turns to face me. I force myself to take a deep breath and remain calm. "Katerina isn't here, Mamolichka." I try to keep my voice steady.
"I know they took her."
My patience is slipping, likely from the amount of alcohol in my system, but my mother doesn't deserve to take the brunt of my frustration. It's not her fault that she's confused. "Mamolichka, what are you talking about? Did you see something?" My mother nods her head, and then gives me that look she used to give me when I was a child and had been caught stealing sweets out of the cupboard.
"You upset her. I raised you better than that, Anton."
I run my hand over my jaw as I try to process everything. She must be referring to Nina, but I'm confused about the series of events that followed me leaving for the bar. Is my mother having a rare moment of lucidity, or is she getting confused with events that happened in the past? I need to go and check the security footage to see what the hell happened.
"Then they came and took her. She argued with the big one, but then he grabbed her and dragged her outside. What a horrible man, missing half his earlobe."
My blood runs cold. Igor was here, in my goddamned house where my sick mother lives. I left her unprotected because I was too busy drowning my sorrows with vodka. If something had happened, where the fuck were my guards? It might be the middle of the night, but that doesn't give them the right to slack off. Unless Igor decided to shed a little blood, and once the sun comes up, I'll find evidence of his visit scattered around my property. The image has me grinding my teeth together so hard my jaw aches. "Mamolichka, let's get you back to your rooms." I place a comforting arm around her shoulder as I start to mentally list everyone I need to call to sort this out.
"Then you'll find Katerina. You'll talk to her and apologize."
"Yes, I'll fix everything, Mamolichka. Don't you worry." As I lead my mother back across the foyer, I catch sight of Nina's phone on the ground. I bend down and stuff it into my pocket, vowing to destroy it the moment my mother is safely back in her rooms. I have no doubt that there's a tracker of some kind that led Igor here, and I don't want to ever risk my mother's safety like that again. I will do better, not just for her, but for my entire family. It's late, and Annie is fast asleep in her room when I bring my mother back through. Normally, I ask her to lock the door that leads to the main house in case she wanders off in the middle of the night. But these things get missed. It just so happens that it's the very night that Igor Ivanov decided to pay a visit to my home. After reassuring my mother multiple times that I'm going to fix this mess, I leave her in her room and make my way into my study where I call Yakov. "Yakov, I need you at the house. We have a situation." "What kind of situation?" "The Igor Ivanov kind." "I'll be right there," he grunts, shutting off the call. Without my mother around to help keep my rage in check, my body starts to shake from the combination of the adrenaline and alcohol coursing through my veins. Igor was here, and he took Nina. From how my mother described the interaction, it sounds like she didn't go willingly. I'm not sure how to interpret that, but I don't have time to sit and dwell on the what-ifs. The fact of the matter is, Igor is sniffing around my property, and he might have just kidnapped my unborn child right out from under my nose. Regardless of what Nina and I truly mean to one another, I have a duty to protect my family. The safe hidden beneath my desk is fully stocked with multiple handguns and replacement magazines. I have no plan, but I know that whatever happens, I'm going to need to make sure I'm armed. So I tuck a gun into each holster and grab all of the magazines just to be safe. As I climb to my feet, I catch sight of a handwritten letter on my desk. Instantly, my stomach sinks as I read the name delicately scrawled at the bottom. Nina. I scan the contents, my chest tightening as I read her heartfelt words. I want to believe her when she says she loves me. It's all I've wanted to hear for weeks. But even if her words are true, it doesn't change the fact that she betrayed my trust.
Use this list to bring him down.
I frown, not understanding what she means. It's only when I turn the letter over and see the names and addresses that I realize what she's gifted to me. Scribbled on the back of her letter is a list of Igor's most trusted men, along with their aliases and hideout locations. I can barely believe my eyes as I scan the list, particularly when I read the very last name. Lev. If these turn out to be legit, Nina has just handed me the ultimate weapon. With this list, there's no way my cousins and I will fail at bringing down Igor. Without his men, he has nothing. He won't stand a chance against the Koslov Bratva. Which can only mean she loves me, I whisper, turning the note back over and tracing her name with my thumb. There's no denying that what she told me is true, especially if she's willing to sacrifice her own father to prove it. That realization hits me like a ton of bricks, and I have to grip the edge of the desk to steady myself. It was all true. Which means she really is carrying my child. Tucking the note into my pocket, I reach for my phone and call Mikhail. We likely don't have a lot of time, and if Igor learns of the child that Nina carries, there's no way he won't use her to send me a message. I might have murdered his son to save one of my own, but I won't let Nina or my unborn child pay for my crimes. Mikhail, I bark when the call connects. I need your help. With what? Taking down Igor Ivanov, once and for all.
Chapter 29. Nina. The rope tied around my wrists burns my skin as I fight against the restraints. I hiss through my teeth as it shreds the skin, but I don't care. If I can feel pain, it means I'm alive. For now. I should have known it would have been only a matter of time before my father showed up to take me away. After all, I've failed to complete the one task he set me, and he made his expectations extremely clear. Either I help him take out Anton Kozlov, or I get sent back to Russia. But he and I both know that there's no way I'll ever see beyond the four walls of this warehouse. Not unless Anton finds my note and believes the words I left for him. I fight a sob as I realize he is my only hope of getting out of this situation alive. The sounds of my father arguing with Akim in Russian filter through the gap beneath the door, and from his tone I can tell he's more than just pissed. He's furious. My heart rate quickens. I know that tone all too well. It's the one he used to use on Lev before he would beat the shit out of him right in front of me, and I was too weak to stop him. I try not to panic. I just need to buy myself some time until Anton gets here. I might not like the idea of being used as bait to lure him into my father's hands, but I know Anton is smart. After all, this is what the Kozlovs have wanted all along. A chance to take down my father for what he's done to their family. Perhaps this can be my way of repaying them for showing me such kindness. My body shakes uncontrollably from the cold as I sit on a chair in the center of the damp back room of one of my father's warehouses. My skin is covered in goosebumps, but sweat coats my forehead and upper lip from the effort of trying to free my hands from the restraints. It feels as if they're getting tighter the more I fight against them, but I can't give up.
I won't let my father win. He's already taken too much from me. I won't let him take Anton and my child, too. Come on, then, I yell at the closed door. Aren't you going to kill me? My throat is dry, and my voice comes out as more of a hoarse cry, but I don't stop. Don't be a fucking coward! The door flies open, and my father is almost foaming at the mouth as he glares at me. I thought that might get your attention. I almost laugh. My father's eyes flash with anger as he stalks toward me, his towering frame barely fitting through the doorway.
You do well to keep your fucking mouth shut.
Why? What do you plan on doing to me? I wish my voice wouldn't shake, but I can't ignore the fear as my father stares down at me. Falling in love with a Kozlov is the highest form of betrayal, and my father is a smart man. He would have seen the truth in my eyes when I refused to go with him. My mother always said I wore my heart on my sleeve, which I used to think was a good thing. But now, I'm not so sure. My father reaches out to grip my chin and forces my head back, so I have no choice but to look at him. I squirm at the feeling of his calloused hands on my skin.
My own daughter is a traitor.
He growls, baring his teeth.
Did you not think I would see you on a security camera sneaking into my office, Nina? Did you really think I was that stupid?
I flinch and he drops his hand from my face.
You might be my daughter, but betrayal is betrayal.
My stomach sinks as I look into my father's cold eyes. He's going to kill me. What about Maxime? Panic starts to set in.
What about him?
Igor demands. The plan.
You're not fooling anyone, Nina. If you truly cared about avenging your own brother, you never would have handed over that information to the Kozlovs. You've shown where your loyalty lies, and now you'll pay the price.
It was an accident. The last of my hope starts to slip away. Anton didn't set out to kill Maxime. He was trying to save Mikhail.
Is that what he told you?
Igor scoffs.
You're a fucking fool, Nina. Of course that's what he'd say.
I bite my tongue, not wanting to tell him who I heard the truth from. I can't risk Pyotr like that. And ultimately, my father doesn't care how Maxime died. All he cares about is the fact that Anton was the one that pulled the trigger.
I never should have trusted you.
Igor spits, looking at me in disgust. I cower under his gaze, and it's like I'm 5 years old all over again.
I wouldn't be surprised if you've gone and fallen in love with him.
I say nothing, though the tears that start to stream down my cheeks say it all.
Take care of her.
My father mutters to Akeem, who hovers in the doorway, and I know it's now or never. If I have any chance of ever seeing Anton again, I need to use the only card that I have up my sleeve that could make my father reconsider. I'm pregnant! My father pauses, and I catch Akeem rolling his eyes. It's true. Anton, he doesn't care about me, but he cares about this child. If you kill me now, you'll lose your opportunity to get revenge. I sound hysterical and not in the least bit convincing, but I know how much my father wanted to make Anton suffer like he did when Maxime died, so I have to hope that he'll halt his plans long enough to confirm the truth. He looks over his shoulder at me, and I do my best to hold his gaze.
Organize a doctor. I want this pregnancy confirmed.
He storms out of the room. Akeem sneers at me before slamming the door closed behind him. I breathe a sigh of relief at the knowledge that I've bought myself some time. It might not be much, but it might just be enough to save my baby's life. Pulling against the ropes, I let out a cry of frustration. The fact that my father believes I would be a threat if I wasn't tied up is laughable. The truth is, I'm exhausted and hungry, and I want nothing more than to fall asleep and pray that this has all been some terrible nightmare, that I'll wake up back in Anton's bed with his arms around me, listening to the sound of his breathing as he sleeps beside me. Gunshots explode on the other side of the door, followed by shouts and the sound of footsteps pounding against concrete. I catch the sound of my father's voice, but then more shots are fired and all hell seems to break loose, and I lose all track of what's happening. If my father is being ambushed, there's no way I'm getting out of this alive. I'm completely trapped with no way of defending myself. Panic sets in, and my lungs scream for air as I forget to breathe. But then I hear him. Anton.
Find Nina!
I choke on a sob. Anton! I cry, though there's no way he'll be able to hear me over the sound of gunfire. Anton! The ropes around my wrists and ankles are caked in blood as I fight and pull against them. The commotion outside the door is getting louder, and I can only hope that he'll get close enough to hear me. Help! I scream. Someone, please! The door flies open, and I let out a strangled sob as Anton comes into view. His shirt is caked in blood, and there's a nasty-looking cut along his cheek, but he looks otherwise unharmed.
Nina.
He breathes. The sound of my name on his lips has the last of my strength evaporating. My body is overcome with sobs of relief as he hurries over to me and gets to work untying my wrists.
I'm sorry, Lepochka. I'm so sorry.
He gently slices through the ropes with a knife.
I never should have kicked you out. I should have listened. I should have...
The moment my arms are free, I fling them around his neck, almost knocking him off balance. You came for me, I sob, burying my face in his neck.
I'm never letting you go.
He tightens his arms around my trembling body.
I've got you, Nina.
I can barely catch my breath as I sob into Anton's shoulder. I can't quite believe that he's actually here, holding me in his arms, and that makes me cling to him tighter. He wants to kill... I shake my head, not able to speak the words out loud. Anton's eyes darken with fury as I pull back and put my hands protectively over my stomach.
He won't touch you ever again, Nina.
His voice like steel as he tries to control his rage. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. I want to believe him more than anything, but there's only one way to know for certain whether our child will be truly safe. Is he?
Igor's out cold.
He takes my face in his hands.
Once I've got you out of here, I'm going to take care of him.
Anton! I sob, my eyes fluttering closed as he rubs his calloused thumbs over my cheeks.
He won't hurt you or our baby, I promise.
How did you find me?
That list came in very handy.
Anton bends down to gently brush his lips against mine.
And before anything else, I need you to know I love you.
He whispers against my lips. I can't speak past the lump in my throat, so I just kiss him back, hoping that it's enough to show him how much I love him too.
Let's get you out of here.
He reaches under my thighs, lifting me into his arms. I lean against his warm body, sinking my fingers into his shirt as he carries me out into the main warehouse. I gasp at all the blood staining the floor and the dozen or so lifeless bodies that litter the floor.
Keep your eyes closed, Nina.
Anton holds my head against his chest.
You don't need to see this.
I do as he says, screwing my eyes shut and burying my face in his chest. He smells of sweat and blood, but I don't care. All I care about is the fact that he came back for me, for our child. That realization has fresh tears stinging my eyes, and by the time Anton sets me back down on the ground, I'm overcome with sobs once more.
Stay here with her.
Anton opens up the passenger door of a blacked-out SUV. I glance inside, and Mikhail sits behind the wheel. His hair is caked in blood, and he has a nasty bruise blooming on his cheek.
Nina?
Mikhail dips his chin at me. I don't know Mikhail well at all, but I'm hoping this is his way of calling a truce.
I'll be right back.
Anton presses a kiss to my forehead.
Stay with Mikhail.
Anton doesn't have a chance to finish his sentence. 1 minute, I'm about to climb into the passenger seat of the car, and the next, I'm thrown to the floor, and Anton is shielding me with his body as the warehouse explodes right in front of us. I cry out, clinging to Anton as my ears start to ring. Scraps of metal rain down around us, and the smell of smoke hits my nose as a rush of heat swarms us from the flames. Anton, I whimper.
I've got you.
He holds my head against his chest, covering my ears from the noise. I try to focus on the beat of his heart in my hand, using the rhythm to stay calm, to reassure myself that he's alive and breathing. For a moment, everything goes quiet except for the ringing in my ears. It's as if someone pressed pause on the world, and my body is trying to catch up to the reality of what just happened. I'm alive. I pull back from Anton to see that the entire structure of the warehouse has collapsed. I clutch my throat as I realize how close Anton and I came to being caught in that explosion. Whoever set it off likely did it to ensure that there would be no survivors. Oh my God, I breathe as I slowly climb to my feet. Men who managed to get out in time start shouting and running toward the wreck. I catch the sound of Mikhail's voice as he yells at Anton, but it's like they are underwater.
Nina!
It's Anton's garbled voice, but I barely hear him as I stare wide-eyed at the warehouse that has been engulfed by flames. The warehouse where my father was passed out.
Chapter 30. Anton. I wanted to make Igor Ivanov fucking suffer for his crimes. I wanted to take my time, slicing him up piece by piece until I had him begging me for mercy. I wanted pain to be his final memory, like it was for my aunt and uncle. So as I drive Nina away from the wreckage of his warehouse, I don't feel relief that he might finally be gone. Instead, I feel pure, undiluted rage.
Anton?
Nina whispers. She keeps saying my name, as if she can't quite believe that I'm here. I know she's thinking about how close we both came to being caught in that wreckage, and that thought keeps running through my mind too. I almost lost her. Again. I squeeze her hand, which I haven't let go of since we got in the car, in the hope that it will bring her some comfort as I drive us to the hospital. There's so much that needs to be said, but right now, my priority is to make sure both she and the baby are okay. Apart from the marks on her wrists and ankles from the restraints, she looks unharmed, but I'm not about to take any chances. Neither one of us has mentioned the high probability that her father was caught in that explosion. Alexei has asked for confirmation that he's dead, but there's no fucking way he got out of that explosion alive. If he wasn't killed by the building collapsing, the smoke would have caused him to suffocate. Maybe it was a little painful after all. If it was at all. Nina remains quiet once we arrive at the hospital, and she changes into a gown and gets settled on the bed in the private room. My stomach is in knots as the doctor comes in and begins talking away to Nina. I don't hear a word. My head's so full of all the ways things could have gone wrong that I can't focus on anything other than the feeling of Nina's warm fingers entwined with my own. Nina squeezes my hand, pulling me back.
Anton, look.
Nina points to the small screen. I frown at the grainy image, but I have no idea what I'm looking at.
That's our baby.
Nina whispers, her blue eyes wide with wonder.
From the measurements, you look to be around 6 weeks along.
My heart swells as I notice the blob looks like a head and what will be a body. It's so small. I stare in awe at the screen. I'm going to be a father.
You have a while to go yet, but so far everything looks good. Thank you so much.
Nina says, the smile on her face only growing as she gazes at the monitor.
I'll leave this up for you both to look at, and I'll be back shortly with some paperwork for you to fill out.
The moment the doctor leaves, I climb onto the bed beside Nina and pull her against my chest, so overcome with emotion that my eyes sting. I love you so much, I whisper against her hair. Thank you for being mine. Nina is quiet for a moment, and I pull back to see her brow is furrowed. What is it? She shakes her head, nibbling on her lower lip in the way she does when she's worried about something. Nina, Zyka, talk to me.
You and Katerina...
She mumbles.
Did you love her?
Nina turns to look up at me, her clear blue eyes red-rimmed and tired-looking. She should really sleep, but I also don't want to deny her the truth of my past. I want this to mark a fresh start for us, and that means coming clean about Katerina. I did. We planned on one day getting married, but...
But what?
Her father used her as a bargaining chip to pay off a debt.
Oh my God.
Nina whispers. I tried to help her, but she got caught in the crossfire between her father and the man he'd sold her to. She didn't survive. I take a deep breath, closing my eyes for a second. Everyone expected me to just get over it. But I was barely 20, and seeing who you thought was the love of your life be shot right in front of you, that's not something you just get over.
Anton.
Nina reaches up to cut my cheek. I lean into her, savoring the feel of her warm touch. My mother was the only person who could see how truly in love we were. She took it almost as hard as I did, which makes it even harder when she doesn't remember what happened. I hate lying to her, but there's no way I'm going to remind her of what happened.
I'm sorry that you went through such a loss.
Nina strokes my cheek. Everything happens for a reason.
Perhaps, but that doesn't make it any less painful.
No, you're right. But everything has led to this point, and I can honestly say that I've never been happier. Which reminds me. I reluctantly slide off the bed and reach into my pocket for the ring box. Nina's eyes go wide as I sink to one knee and open up the box to reveal the thin gold band with a single teardrop-shaped diamond in the center. My beautiful Nina, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?
Where? How?
She shakes her head as she stares at the ring. I've had this in my pocket since the day I asked you about turning the pool house into a ballet studio. My neck starts burning up. I knew then that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you.
You never mentioned anything.
Well, I thought we should at least officially move in together first before I start pulling rings out of my pocket. I chuckle.
I never did give you an answer about that.
She bites her lower lip. No, you didn't. I can't help but smile as Nina looks at me sheepishly.
If I say no, do I still get the studio?
You want to say no? My stomach sinks. Nina's lips twitch, and I shake my head at her. Nina, you are such a tease.
I want nothing more than to marry you, Anton Kozlov.
She reaches for my hand.
To be your wife, to be the mother of your children, to build a life with you. I've never wanted anything more.
I bow my head as I let out a sigh of relief, my throat too thick with emotion to offer her any words in return. Nina sniffs, and when I finally lift my head, tears roll down her cheeks. But from the huge smile that spreads across her face, I know they're happy tears. This ring was my mother's. She gave it to me a long time ago and told me to save it for the love of my life. I slide the ring onto her finger. But if you would rather have one of your own, we could choose. Nina leans forward and puts a finger on my lips to silence me.
It's perfect. And so are you.
I love you so damn much. I wrap my hand around the back of her neck and bring her mouth to mine. She moans at the first lick of my tongue along her lower lip, and I maneuver myself back onto the bed so I can deepen the kiss. Her lips part, and I eagerly stroke my tongue against hers.
Anton.
She gasps, her chest rising and falling heavily as she tries to catch her breath. Does this mean you're moving in? I kiss along her jaw.
I guess it does.
She laughs. Thank God for that. I devour her lips again.
You really should go home and check on Maria.
Nina says as I take a seat in the armchair beside her bed. I don't want to leave you. I take a sip of my coffee that resembles more muddy water than espresso.
Anton, you need to see your mother.
She's right. My mother has also been through a lot in the past 24 hours, what with witnessing Nina's kidnapping. But the thought of leaving Nina unprotected fills me with dread.
Emma, Allie, and Beatrice are stopping by soon anyway. So if you want to avoid Emma's wrath, I'd get out of here.
Her wrath? I chuckle.
She'll probably be annoyed that you didn't warn her about the proposal, or at least ask her permission.
Right. I didn't realize that was expected.
Either way, save yourself. I'll be in good hands. Besides, I have Yakov.
That knowledge makes me feel a little bit better. Emma might be tough, but I don't trust her abilities to keep Nina safe if one of Igor's men comes knocking. So I had Yakov come and join us at the hospital just in case. I'll be back in a few hours. I bend down to kiss her softly. Nina sighs as I gently stroke her cheek, and I offer her one last kiss before reluctantly leaving her room after she promises to text me every half an hour. I put my protectiveness down to the events of the last few hours, but in all honesty, I have a feeling that I'm only going to get worse over the coming months as she gets further along in her pregnancy. I make a mental note to apologize to my cousins for being a jerk over them being so protective when it comes to their wives and kids. I race back toward my home, not wanting to be gone more than a few hours. The sun is starting to set, casting the house in a soft pink glow. As I park the car outside the front of the house, I take a moment to appreciate the fact that this is where Nina and I will build our life together. And I cannot fucking wait. It turns out that Igor had sent out a fake call the night that he took Nina that had all of my guards rushing to my family's penthouse in the city. Because of that, in the last 24 hours, I've reworked my entire security system, with some guidance from Mikhail, which should prevent anyone from hacking the system. I never want to risk the lives of those I love ever again. As I head inside the house, I decide it's best to put on a fresh pot of coffee before going to see my mother. After being awake for over 24 hours, the adrenaline is starting to wear off, and I'm exhausted. Heading into the kitchen, I catch sight of the crumpled photo still on the table from when I threw it at Nina. I grind my teeth as I turn it over and look at Igor surrounded by his children. He deserved to fucking burn in that wreck for the hell he put my family through. And Nina, for that matter. I still can't believe how someone as kind and gentle as her was raised by such a monster. She truly is the light in the darkness, and I feel a great privilege that I will soon get to call her my wife, and she can truly put the past behind her. My eyes flick to Lev, and I wince at the shadows in his eyes. He looks haunted, and I can't begin to imagine the sort of demons he now has to fight because of Igor. Though, from the looks of this picture, it seems as if the demons have already won. I shake my head. What happened to you?
Epilogue. Nina. 7 months later. Emma applies more blush to my cheeks. I still think you should have Yakov walk you down the aisle. He's been like an overprotective father to you. I flick my bangs out of my eyes. We've had this conversation 1,000,000 times. I'm walking myself down the aisle. Allie chuckles. I think it's very feminist of you. That's not why I'm doing it, but I'd rather not dwell on the fact that today is my wedding day and not one single member of my family will be attending. I'm not sad about that fact, but rather excited about the prospect of starting fresh. Though my mother is the only person I wish could have been here to see me get married. She would have loved Anton, and I have no doubt that in another life, her and Maria would have been wonderful friends. The thought brings me comfort as my father comes to mind. It became clear that no one survived the explosion at his warehouse, and I'm yet to shed a tear at the thought of never seeing him again. Can we just focus on getting me ready to actually walk down the aisle? Because at this rate, I won't get married before this baby decides to make an appearance. I look down at my pregnant belly and smile. This was definitely not part of the plan, but I couldn't be happier with the way things turned out. Beatrice sighs. I love a wedding. Emma laughs. Me too. Free booze and hot men in tuxedos. What more could a girl ask for? I point my finger at her. I swear you are not allowed to hook up with anyone. These people are my family now, Emma. Well, lucky for you, most of them are married. Though, didn't you say Anton had a brother? Is he single? I groan, and Emma grins, a twinkle of mischief in her blue eyes. Allie shakes her head. Don't worry, I'll make sure she behaves. Or maybe she'll finally get her hands on Yakov. Emma's eyes alight with mischief. I bet he's kinky as fuck. Poor Yakov. I chuckle. Emma ends up having to touch up my makeup 3 times as I'm crying with laughter as the 4 of us get ready. I can't believe how lucky I am to be surrounded by wonderful friends. We really need to get you dressed, otherwise Anton's going to think you've gone into labor or something. Please don't joke. I very ungracefully get to my feet and wince as my back twinges. I would rather not spend my wedding night in a hospital bed pushing a beach ball out of my vagina. You'd much rather spend it on all 4s as Anton... Emma! Allie, Beatrice, and I all cry out at the same time. Eventually, I'm zipped into my dress that hugs my bump perfectly, and I follow behind the girls, all dressed in identical pale pink gowns, as we make our way to the main ballroom of the Plaza Hotel. I always thought that I would be a bundle of nerves on my wedding day. Perhaps that there would even be an inkling of doubt as I made my way down the aisle toward my future husband, wondering if perhaps I was making the right choice. But as Anton comes into view and I catch sight of his smiling face, I realize that nothing has ever felt so right. My eyes start to sting, and I haven't even made it to the altar yet. I've never seen him look so happy. I knew today would mean a lot to him, to have not just his cousin stand beside him, but his brother, too. Maria even sits in the front row, nestled between Bianca and Zara. Maria's Alzheimer's has remained fairly stable over the last few months, and I think being around family more has played a role in that. While I applaud Anton for taking on the brunt of the responsibility that comes with his mother's illness, seeing her benefit from having all of the children around, as well as Nikolai, has made him realize that he doesn't need to do it alone anymore. It makes my heart swell to know that in no time at all, we'll have our very own baby to add to our ever-growing family, and I cannot wait to watch Anton become a father. After my mother died, I never thought I would experience what it was like to feel truly loved ever again. But then I met Anton. He was the man I never saw coming, the man I was never meant to fall for. And yet here we are, about to declare our love for one another in front of all our friends and family. This was the life I was always destined for, and I cannot wait to start living it. I had initially planned on being the last man standing on the dance floor at the end of my wedding. But then again, I never thought I would be 8 months pregnant, my feet screaming at me, and I'm so tired I'm worried I might actually fall asleep standing up. Anton senses my wavering energy and instantly scoops me into his arms, while announcing to our guests that they are welcome to continue the celebrations, but that the bride will be having an early night. I am mortified, but then Anton gives me the look that tells me he will also be joining me in the early night, and I soon forget all about leaving the party early. He doesn't set me down onto my feet until we're outside the door to the honeymoon suite. I can't stop smiling at Anton as he fishes around in his jacket pocket for the key, in complete awe of how handsome he looks. Anton unlocks the door to our honeymoon suite before bending down to scoop me back into his arms. "Anton!" I squeal as I wrap my arms around his neck.
It's tradition.
He carries me into the room and kicks the door closed. I didn't think we were bothering with tradition, seeing as I'm already knocked up.
A fact I take great pride in.
Anton bends down to nuzzle my neck.
Now, what do you want first? A bath or a foot rub?
A foot rub. I sigh as I think of my very swollen feet. Anton chuckles and moves to settle me on the enormous bed that is littered with rose petals. I will say, this is the part I've been looking forward to the most. I lean back on my elbows.
Oh, yeah?
Anton smirks as he shrugs out of his jacket. His white shirt clings to his muscular body, and I take a moment to admire my new husband, the man that I get to legally call mine. Not that, I laugh, and Anton's smile falters. Taking off these damn heels. I groan as I kick off my offending shoes. I thought I could cope with all the aches and pains after almost 2 decades of ballet, but pregnancy is something else. Anton laughs.
You don't have much longer to go.
Anton kneels in front of me and reaches beneath my dress to start rubbing my swollen ankles. Thank goodness, I groan.
Are you excited?
I catch something like worry flash in his eyes and instantly feel bad for groaning all the time. I don't want him to think I'm not looking forward to the prospect of motherhood. Of course I am. I reach out to stroke his cheek. This baby is a blessing, and so are you. But I do miss seeing my own feet.
And ballet.
He turns his head to kiss my palm. Despite assuring him that this baby doesn't mean the end of my ballet career, I know that Anton still feels guilty for the fact that I had to stop dancing after the winter showcase last year. I do miss ballet, but my spot is still waiting for me to begin back next spring. And the IOD has a great daycare.
We'll hire a nanny.
Anton says, and I roll my eyes. I don't want to push this baby out and then just go back to my old life as if nothing's changed, Anton. I want to be present, to raise this baby with you while also dancing. It will be hard, I know, but I'm no stranger to hard work.
I'm so proud of you, Nina.
He moves to place his hands on either side of me and leans in to kiss me softly. But I'm in no mood to take things slowly. I take Anton's face in my hands and force my tongue into his mouth, moaning at the first taste of him. I need you. I gasp just as someone knocks at the door.
So does someone else, apparently.
He chuckles as I let out a groan. Not funny.
I'll be right back.
He flashes me a wink before going to answer the door. My eyes roam over his body, my pulse quickening as I think of all the ways I'm going to show Anton just how much I love him. I become so lost in my own fantasy that I jump at the sound of the door closing.
Someone was thinking dirty thoughts.
Anton laughs as he sets a huge bouquet of white roses down on the table. I don't bother to deny it as I get to my feet and shuffle over to him. Oh, wow, these are beautiful. I bend down to inhale their sweet floral scent. I wonder who they're from. Anton opens up the card, and we both read the handwritten message inside. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Kozlov. May today mark the beginning of a long and happy life together. I place a hand on the swell of my stomach, my heart racing. Anton turns the card over.
They didn't sign it, and I don't recognize the handwriting.
I do. I don't need a name to know exactly who they're from. They're from my father.
We hope you have enjoyed Sinful Betrayal, an Enemies to Lovers Russian Mafia Romance, Koslov Bratva, Book 4, written by Kira Cole and Callie Stevens.
Performed by Blair Thatcher and James Cassidy.
Text copyright 2025 by Kira Cole. Production copyright 2025 by Kira Cole. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.